Lazada free ship toàn sàn khúc đông. Phát lộc với Lazada siêu săn Tết mua ngay.
Em cố trăm lần chẳng bằng ngày đó một phần. Nhưng khi anh nói anh cần, ở đâu em cũng chạy đến bên anh. Mưa gió không ai, chỉ ngại anh ở bên ai. Rồi em phải cố đến lại từng cơn nhói đau trong lòng. Anh trói tim em bằng lời dối trá em đêm. Là do em quá yêu mến, để anh cứ thế giày vò em. Thêm anh chỉ lên thuyền về chuyện hạnh phúc hai người. Niềm đau kia cứ nhân mười, vậy em phải không thấy cười.
ngang trời, vừa ghé ngang cửa sổ cuối và mang theo những điều đàn và mơ. Để cho đó anh đang yêu vùng đất chân trời, một ngày vô tình làm anh đau lòng. Biết em có nỗi niềm, thế nên có những câu chuyện đành lòng vô tâm em đành trao khởi niệm. Đôi lúc tất cả ưu phiền là do anh chính anh cho tiền, để anh gánh cho em tất cả điều tiền. Tình yêu ấy anh rất tôn thờ, rất tôn thờ, rất tôn thờ. Tình yêu ấy anh rất tôn thờ, thế nên anh không thích mập mờ, không muốn đi mình em sẽ chẳng cất tình bơ vơ. Lời em nói rất nhẹ nhàng mà lại đau thương rất mong vàng, chỉ đang xanh màu em lại kéo mây buồn đêm sáng. Thì ra em đang có nỗi niềm, tình đằng sau tình cũng thua tiền, thế nên giờ anh làm gì em cũng thấy phiền. Rời xa em vì anh đang vội, thành phố lớn sao chật chội, một người vui để một người lại khóc ngang trời. Tình yêu ấy anh rất tôn trọng. Biết em có nỗi niềm, thế nên có những câu chuyện đành lòng vô tâm em đành trao khởi niệm. Đổ lỗi tất cả ưu phiền là do anh chính anh cho tiền, để anh gánh cho em tất cả điều tiền. Tình yêu ấy anh rất tôn thờ, thế nên anh không thích mập mờ, không đáng nghĩ mình em sẽ chẳng cất tình bơ vơ. Lời em nói rất nhẹ nhàng mà lại đau thương rất bông vàng, trời đang xanh màu em lại kéo mây buồn đêm sáng. Thì ra em đang có nỗi niềm, tình đằng sau tình cũng thua tiền, thế nên giờ anh làm gì em cũng thấy phiền. Rời xa em vì anh đang vội, thành phố lớn hôm nay chật chội, một người vui để một người lệ thóc ngang trời. Tình yêu ấy anh rất tôn thờ, thế nên anh không thích mập mờ, không đúng ý mình em sẽ chẳng cất tình bơ vơ. Lời em nói nghe rất nhẹ nhàng mà lại đau thương rất bông vàng, trời đang xanh màu sao em kéo mây buồn đêm xa. Thì ra em đang có nỗi niềm, tình đằng sau tình cũng thua tiền, thế nên giờ anh làm gì em cũng thấy phiền. Rời xa em vì anh đang vội, thành phố lớn sao chật chội, một người vui để một người lệ thóc ngang trời.
lệ rơi ướt mi. Em trong tim anh là gì, vị trí của em là chi? Đừng nói yêu em người ơi, mà sao giờ lại bỏ rơi? Xem anh như cả cuộc đời, anh xem tình là trò chơi. Hỏi thế gian nơi ta ai xa, mai lo người em ướt áo. Thương anh nên đôi vai gầy, mất anh đâu lòng biết mấy. Vội đến hôm sau vội đi, để em chẳng chọc nghĩ suy. Anh muốn em phải làm gì, chết trong hàng ngàn suy nghĩ.
Chẳng ai một mình sẽ chơi vì đã từng yêu hết con tim. Chẳng ai lại muốn kết thúc khi lại đang hạnh phúc bên nhau. Phải chăng là sự cố gắng cũng chẳng thể giúp ích nên chi. Những gì đã qua liệu rằng có ý nghĩa gì? Đã qua nhiều lần yêu đuối, liệu lần này lần cuối hay chưa? Phút giây bình yên như xưa còn đâu. Nếu đây là lần chia tay cũng là lần giải thoát cho nhau, để em tự do bước đi trọn hạnh phúc riêng mình. Dặn lòng rằng biết sẽ chẳng thể quên đi em, người đã khiến anh yêu hết lòng. Khi phải nghe đi
mãi đến nơi xa. Mãi đến nơi xa.
they don't need time. They've come in swinging, and all of them look so.
They look
phenomenal.
so good, and not only on the rift, also the person standing behind them, the rock.
Is that the scent of what the rock has cooked?
Thank you so much, The Rock, joining us for the very first time in an LEC interview. Thank you so much. That's a pretty cool intro.
It was quite cool, I
Yeah.
would say, yeah.
Absolutely love it. Can you tell me what's the backstory behind your nickname, actually?
Go like 20 years ago, maybe. Back on my first like gaming session, I was looking for a nickname. And back then I was watching WWE, of course. And then I was my favorite like character, and I was like, hey, yeah, sounds cool. I will just take it, and it fits me. And I kept like forever, actually.
Absolute banger. And that's why we do an intro like this for you today. How do you feel? How has everything been in the LEC? The players yesterday, they were talking about a honeymoon phase. I'm happy everything is going well for you
Yeah.
guys.
I mean, it's going like really good, and we are actually super happy. We're having so much fun.
I'm happy
For me,
everything
you know,
is
the
going
first day
well.
was kinda, I mean, it's like really good, and we are stage, studio, like workout, even like, you know, backstage and everything. So I'm
Quạt quá trời quạt.
get used to the level as well, so it's quite new, like from ERL to LEC, everything is quite different. But I'm really happy on how good we're playing till now, and I want us to be like consistent on that level.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously right now everything is going well, but I'm wondering, it's your first time coaching a team in the LEC. You have a mix of Korean players, rookie players. What is your philosophy of coaching to make everything work?
For sure there are some language barriers, right? Like, it makes total sense. So I'm trying to get to know like everyone, trying to understand like every single individual that we have, and get them on the same page. It's really important to see where is everyone coming from and understand like, okay, I have this idea, I will introduce this idea to the team, let's see what team has to say about that. And we're trying every single one of us, we have this idea, I will introduce this idea to the team, get like the team forward basically. So the philosophy has to be, we need no matter what to be on the same page to understand, okay, we're doing this play, we're doing that way, and it should be like our way, right? So that's like one of the same page to understand, okay, we're doing this play, we're
And it's
doing
going
that
so
way,
far, two
and
W's on
be
the
like our
scoreboard.
way, right?
We are going for the
So
third one
that's like
today
one of
against
the same
Fnatic.
page to
They
understand,
suffered a
okay,
loss
we're doing
to
this
this
play,
one,
we're
and it's
doing
going
that
so far,
way,
two
and
W's on
be
the
like our
scoreboard.
way,
We
right?
are going for the
So
third
yeah,
one
that's like
today
one of the
against
same
Fnatic.
page to
They
understand,
suffered a
okay,
loss
we're
to
doing
this
this
one,
play,
and
we're
it's
doing
going
that
so
way,
far,
and
two
be
W's on
like
the
our
scoreboard.
mind,
We are
nothing
going
else.
for the
So
third
yeah,
one
that's like one
today
of the
against
same
Fnatic.
page,
They
less
suffered
stress or more stress, we are fine on fine levels on that. So just have fun, and I hope we beat Vladi.
Alright,
Alo.
see you guys on the rift. Casters,
you.
over to you.
A very positive attitude from Dwayne there. Thank you very much as we get into Na'Vi versus Fnatic. And Na'Vi 2-0 is the start right now. It has been an incredible launch into their first full starting year. Remembering they came in last year, replaced Rogue, and it has just been so exceptional to watch this team come together with the most unlikely characters, Betty.
I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better start. The fact that Na'Vi joining the LEC, like they already had to kind of push away the stigma that Rogue had built towards the end of their legacy, where the team wasn't competing at the highest level that they were in the past. And now Na'Vi coming in with young players with not really big names attached to them either, just a lot of faith in the talent that they have coming up through rookies, some veterans to a degree, but really believing in this top side in Mainta and LEC and giving another opportunity to Povey. And I think for me, he's kind of the player that has been really standout. Naturally, all eyes have been driven towards LEC and his impact that he's had on the jungle, but kind of Mr. Consistent Povey, the man in the mid lane. Like, his Talia yesterday, he basically won them the game-deciding fight. The fact that he's able to find these flicks on the Talia, the fact that he's able to make these plays, the consistency that he is demonstrating, I think provides the backbone for some of these other players to make these highlight reels that we're seeing from them.
I think everyone can balance off that, and if Povey's consistent, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about at least.
Và bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau đi tới
I know there were moments for me where Poby was like a bit up and down, but I think he overall
gọi là những thủ tục cuối cùng.
obviously been development on that, and a lot of people like to talk about Poby just because he is, you know, the Korean import that's come in under Faker, who's been in the Challenge League for so long, but he's really starting to build a legacy here. It is only the start of the split as we get into pick and ban. Let's have a look how he does it again today. Red side first pick here for Fnatic. Quick note as Na'Vi going to be on blue going second.
Let's not forget that Poby is going up against the man that did replace him. Vladdy is supposed to be the improvement to the man in the mid lane. We'll see if Fnatic can leverage some of those improvements.
Chuẩn bị vào banh bích luôn em ơi.
Today, looks like Yunara going to be taken off the board. Nico alongside that Vi, the target towards Razork, limiting his early game impact with the Jace removed as well from the side of Na'Vi.
Cuộc đấu đầu tiên trong buổi tối ngày hôm nay, chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với Na'Vi và Fnatic. Chúng ta sẽ thi đấu trong thể thức BO1 anh em nhé. Một trận duy nhất định thắng thua. Hiện tại thì Na'Vi đang có cái thành tích tốt hơn với 2 chiến thắng, trong khi đó Fnatic đang có một khởi đầu là thực sự là chưa quá ấn tượng khi mà chỉ mới có một trận thắng và một trận thua. Và lựa chọn đầu tiên của Fnatic trong trận đấu này đó chính là Rumble, trong khi phía bên kia Na'Vi đang chuẩn bị để mang về cho mình sự lựa chọn đầu tiên. Có thể là Mesa, một con tướng phải nói là cực kỳ không, đó không phải là Mesa mà sẽ là Crsante ở vị trí đường trên.
One of the criticisms levied towards him was that he kind of only has a set number of champions, but it feels like that pocket of champions seems to get through every single draft.
Ôi hello người anh em Thịnh Nguyễn nha. Cái gì mà cát cả ngày tiền đâu cho hết. Versus là sự lựa chọn thứ hai trong trận đấu này của Na'Vi. Versus ở vị trí xạ thủ vẫn là những sự lựa chọn cực kỳ quen thuộc mà thôi. Crsante, Versus. Bên phía bên kia thì chúng ta đang có thấy sự xuất hiện của Azir.
Options into it have been the Anivia. I know we're talking about champion pool here for Poby. I don't know how deep it's going to thrive as Jarvan alongside means we've got a hot pot from Fnatic. How hot is it going to be on Navi's side?
Well, this makes Orianna a little bit scary just because, as we know, once that flash is gone for Ori, she becomes a prime target for things like the Azir Jarvan combo.
Jarvan loves immobile mages as well as AD carries, so...
The question is how confident is Poby. Oh, please lock in the Akali. I would absolutely love an Akali.
Akali để đối đầu với Azir. Đây rồi, một sự lựa chọn phải nói là rất được ủng hộ. Akali để đối đầu với Azir. Sivir là lựa cắm thứ tư của Na'Vi.
Or prevent her from getting onto your backline.
This will be the third ever game that Poby has played on Akali in his professional career, from what I can see here. Obviously, the Azirs, the Orianna's victors are at the top of the threshold, but 2 games, 1 win, 1 loss from his Akali in his previous sessions over in the LCK Challenger / LCK. Let's see how he fares on it. Now we go through pick and bans again as Relech loses that jungler he flourished on day 1. Sivir gone alongside as Na'Vi get rid of a scaling AD carry. Already some good scaling coming out of the mid lane of Fnatic, and I guess they want to get rid of some of the options that can try and survive this Varus lane, or at least outscale it.
I think it's pretty cool that Relech is already drawing these target bans, things like the Kiana, earning that level of respect, and Bessa still up if he wants to bring that back around. Let's see what else Relech has cooked up for us, though. I think that when you're playing an Akali, you've got to remember that she concedes a lot of pressure in the early laning phase. She's really not a champion until she gets that level 6 and she gets more points in her queue. So you need some sort of jungler that can provide, at the very least, some sort of power if you want to contest any of these early scuttle crabs.
I was going to say, what's left? Things like the Vi, is that going to facilitate? Like Xin Zhao, Nefiri right now being considered. It's a good mention there, Betty. What power are they going to find?
Someone is very
Someone
excited.
real.
Zen is what they want to see in the jungle.
Is it going to be jungle? Yes, of course. We've already got the top lane, so... Question, could it be answered? We go back.
Ambessa cho vị trí đi rừng vẫn đang là Ambessa. Đó là Ambessa đây mà. Lựa chọn của Navi. Bên phía bên kia Fnatic đang mang về cho mình đó là có Ki để đối đầu với Versus.
I think that if you want something to help mitigate a lot of the mobility, I mean, the Poppy ban was fantastic from Na'Vi. Braum and Alistar are kind of the two that I think next come in line. It looks like Fnatic going for the Alistar. Seems to be kind of a loss for comfort, as this is his third Alistar game so far in the LEC. But naturally, when you lock in that Alistar, there are a lot of range supports that can really bully out.
Đây không phải đâu trận đấu mà thực sự nó có quá nhiều kèo để cho anh em có thể chơi.
In the context of this composition, I feel like that, like when I think about what it does, I prefer the Rakan, just because when you think about what a Bard does, it kind of puts someone in stasis, which kind of sucks for the Akali. Akali and Ambessa want to be leveraging the chaos of a team fight, utilizing their mobility, having a lot of things happen fast, whereas the ultimate from a Bard will kind of freeze everything for a moment.
Ui, thằng Fnatic này hôm trước là nó vừa thắng đối thủ của mình với tỷ số 13-2 à. Một tỷ số thắng rất đậm. Rồi sau đó lại để thua. Sau đó lại để thua với cái tỷ số 10-26 à. Trận đấu này thì Navi đang được đánh giá cao hơn.
We've seen this multiple times now, very objective focused. And again, a similar question to what we've been having this weekend is how well can Navi play with the side lanes.
Với trận đấu kiểu như thế này thì mình nghĩ là một sự lựa chọn cộng 3.5 cho thằng Navi là một cái lựa chọn này rất là sáng. Tài 26.5 luôn ở đây mà.
A 2-0 start. Fnatic their hardest opponent yet. But if they get a win here, they will be at top of the scoreboard to end out our very first week of LEC Versus. What a feat it would be for this new organization in our league, and what a feat it would be for Fnatic to stomp them down. After Fnatic have had some turbulent waters so far at the start of our split. Beat lost for Tones, but then lost to SK. Not sure about the feel of this team yet, Betty.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's always difficult to judge how strong a team is with the best of one format. But that's part of the fun, in my opinion, that you can make these sort of grand, what's the word? Over-exaggerations? That's not what I'm looking for.
Quỳ vừa mới vào mà giao lưu kinh thế nhờ. Chưa gì hết thì cả hai mid đã bắt đầu cấu được 50% máu của đối thủ rồi.
But Na'Vi does seem to be ramping up, and I do feel that we're seeing a degree of consistency that I wasn't expecting from them. Meanwhile, I am super excited, as mentioned, for Poby's Akali. I really love the champion right now. The Gunblade introduction, I think, has made the champion much better. I think it does very
cho tới lúc này thì lúc nãy thì thằng Fnatic được đánh giá cao hơn, nhưng mà cho tới lúc này thì Navi lại được đánh giá cao hơn nữa anh em à. Kèo chấp nó cũng đã nghiêng về bên phía của Navi rồi. Anh em mà vào sớm anh em sẽ vào được cái kèo gọi là Navi cộng 3.5, nó sáng hơn, nó khỏe hơn là thằng Fnatic cộng 3.5 như là bây giờ. Nhưng mình nghĩ là kèo 26.5 là được cái kèo thật sự là rất là sáng cho anh em. Mình nghĩ là game này sẽ kết thúc với tổng số kill nó đâu đó khoảng 30 anh em ạ. Khoảng 30 số kill dành cho Navi.
That jungle clear speed looks so satisfying on that best. Just melts through the Raptors. Java going to be a little bit behind, but shouldn't be that detrimental. Na'Vi though, pressure in all three lanes. I kind of expected the Rumble to get a little bit more push on the top side, but Mengta able to get that early shove out means that there's a lot of freedom for LEC to kind of do what he wants. I'm also noticing the sorcery second rune choice from Poby. Typically you'll see more of that defensive when you're going up against ranged matches in particular. Well, no, so you kind of take the
Trận đấu này thì nó không có nhiều kèo để chúng ta phải gọi là đa dạng những tình huống đầu tư như là ở LPL cũng như là LCK. Lốt 3 vẫn chưa có một góc để có thể lao vào. Ui, cái quả này nó vẫn chưa có cái mạng hạ gục đầu tiên anh em ạ.
Vladdy did a good job of making it difficult for Poby to join the fight. He had a nice stacked wave and he was chipping away at Poby's HP bar to prevent him from joining the skirmish. But the fact that the crab did end up going down in favor of Razork.
Oh, but we're doing it again, aren't
we? Wait, he cannot do. I guess he does have push on the top side. Supports are making their way up though.
But there is a red buff here from LEC, so Razork stays in long enough. There's trouble. Imperius is going to be here first with a scuttle. That's going to help Razork get the smite. So 1 for 1 in scuttle.
1 phút 30 giây nữa thì không, đâu 1 phút 10 giây nữa thôi thì chúng ta sẽ có sự xuất hiện của con rồng Hoa Kỷ, con rồng đầu tiên trong trận đấu này.
Crab. I thought crab and camp and
you got cab.
Yeah, I got cab.
Ui, Akali đi hơi lố. Cấu máu là tốt nhưng mà đi hơi lố, bị trúng một phát đạn của trụ.
The electrocute proc. That's kind of how you have to play these lanes. If you just let the Azir slap away at you with the soldiers, then you're passively going to lose a lot of HP, and he's not giving him any course. Meanwhile, Empress dropping the ignite on the top lane. He is still quite a ways away from level 6. Mingta should be very aware of this, so he's probably not in fear of his life.
Một trận đấu mà phải nói là cả hai đều đang được đánh giá cực kỳ cao. Trong cặp đấu này chưa có quá nhiều sự chênh lệch anh em nhé. Nếu mà đánh giá về mức độ đẹp trong đội hình combat thì mình sẽ đánh giá cao Fnatic hơn, với sự kết hợp của mưa tên lửa, đại địa chấn và đồng thời là phân chia thiên hạ. Nhưng nếu về khả năng bắt lẻ thì đó lại là một câu chuyện khác, khi mà Na'Vi đang có những cái đội hình phải gọi là thuần bắt lẻ luôn, với K'Sante, với Ambessa và cả vị trí của Akali. Quan trọng là bên nào có được những tình huống setup combat đẹp hơn thôi.
Now Poby's about to hit level 6. LEC is hovering around mid lane, doesn't have level 6 himself, but Vladdy is very uncomfortable about overextending in this lane. Looks like LEC choosing to back off, realizing that there's not much of a play to happen here now that Vladdy has hit that level 6 mark.
Với cái đội hình này thì có thể là mình nghĩ rừng của cả hai bên sẽ quyết định khá là nhiều thứ anh em ạ. Khi mà chỉ cần Javan combo được vào đẹp một tình huống thôi, ui ngay lập tức là trao đổi. Tắt bớt tiếng nước ngoài được không? Ok. Tại vì mình sợ là vào game mà anh em không nghe được tiếng cuộc in game thì nó cũng hơi buồn anh em ạ. Cho nên là mình để anh em chưa tắt đâu nha. Ok. Để tí. Để mình nhỏ nó bé lại tí. Chứ mà ngồi làm cái này mà nó không có cái tiếng của bình luận viên nước ngoài, nghe nó cũng hơi chán anh em ạ. Ok nhỉ. Nhỏ như thế này ok chứ? Hay là mình tắt nốt luôn đây người anh em Thịnh Nguyễn ơi? Thế này ok chứ hay tắt nốt luôn? Cái tầm đầu game thì sẽ đánh khá là chậm, anh em cứ việc chiêu cùng với bọn này thôi. Cứ từ từ. Ok. Vẫn chưa có bất kỳ một tình huống nào là chuẩn bị cho con rồng đầu tiên của trận đấu này. Ui không sao. Ngồi đây gọi là làm nghề dịch vụ mà anh em. Chỉ cần anh em thích, anh em đồng ý, anh em thoải mái, mình chịu hết ngay, từ A tới Z. Nhịp độ trận đấu cho tới lúc này là vẫn đang cực kỳ chậm. Chúng ta là cần lắm những cú hit lên để có thể là gọi là có được một trận đấu hấp dẫn hơn. Nhưng mà do phần nào đó thì cái giải đấu này nó cũng mang cái chiến thuật cũng có thể gọi là khá là giống với LPL khi mà mang vào đây là cực kỳ buồn ngủ anh em ạ. Tầm này nếu mà anh em xem thằng LCK thì anh em sẽ thấy là cái độ mở trong trận đấu thì thằng LCK nó thoáng hơn rất là nhiều so với LPL. Và có vẻ như là trong trận đấu này cả Na'Vi và Fnatic đều đang muốn chơi theo kiểu an toàn của LPL hơn là Innova anh em ạ. Vì nếu cứ mà đánh nhau không cống máu trước thì chắc chắn là Rumble sẽ không thể nào solo kill lại được với vị trí của Cante. Vẫn chưa có mưa tên lửa, không còn nhiều máu nữa và đó là màn hạ gục đầu tiên trong trận đấu này. Solo kill dành cho Cante. Màn hạ gục đầu tiên là của top Na'Vi. Có lẽ như là sẽ set up một tình huống bắn trụ ở đây, nhưng mà lính không còn nhiều nữa. Bắn trụ lúc này thì không lời. Thôi lui rồi anh em ạ. Chỉ là ở phía bên trên thì Amasa cũng đã lấy được cho mình 3 con sâu. Bây giờ nếu mà không tranh thủ để làm gì đó ở khu vực đường dưới thì cái lợi thế thực sự là trôi qua với Fnatic rồi. Bây giờ thì khi mà con rồng này nó lại tiếp tục rơi vào cái cảnh phải tranh nhau anh em ạ. Thông thường nếu mà anh em để ý thì con rồng đầu tiên cũng như là con sứ giả, nếu mà không đánh thì cả hai thường sẽ nhường luôn cho nhau anh em ạ. Tôi một mục tiêu, ông một mục tiêu, thế thôi. Nhưng mà trong trận đấu này khi mà Fnatic quyết định là tranh thủ lúc Amesa đang ăn 3 con sâu để thực hiện một tình huống băng trụ, nhưng mà tình huống băng trụ lại được setup không quá là đẹp, không có lính để setup anh em ạ. Cho nên là hoàn toàn cơ hội nó trôi qua luôn. Còn bây giờ ở khu vực đường trên là chắc chắn. Ok, Cante hy sinh một cái tốc biến, thấy cái hơi uổng anh em nhờ. Và cái mưa tên lửa không gây được quá nhiều sát thương khi mà Cante kịp tạo giáp, đi theo, cố gắng để cấu rỉa, nhưng mà cần thêm một cái hỏa nhiệt, chỉ có thể dừng lại ở mức độ có máu mà thôi. Trong khi đó ở dưới, Amesa đang tấn công con rồng. Con rồng đầu tiên khả năng là sẽ thuộc về, còn chính xác là sẽ thuộc về vị trí của Amesa. Hai mục tiêu đầu tiên của trận đấu này đều thuộc về Na'Vi. Khoảng cách là đâu đó khoảng 1k5, 1k2 ở phút thứ 10. Có vẻ như là với những cái lợi thế như thế này thì Amesa sẽ tạo được một khoảng cách để hoàn thành cái nhiệm vụ đường của mình trước Javan. Thực ra là 1k5 ở phút thứ 10 thì đó không phải là một cái khoảng cách quá là lớn. Mỗi một vị trí đâu đó chỉ lệch khoảng 300 tiền thì không có vấn đề gì lắm đâu anh em à. Lệch vài chỉ số lính chỉ có ở khu vực đường trên thì với cái mạng solo kill Cante mới vừa trọi đâu đó khoảng 700 thôi. Akali lia lính là cực kỳ nhanh. Khả năng là game này nó sẽ còn chậm như thế này lâu anh em ạ. Mình không biết là phải đến bao lâu chúng ta mới được xem một thế trận mở hơn, nhưng mà ít nhất thì nó cũng phải là đến khi đây rồi, đây là lúc mà chúng ta chuẩn bị tắm máu đi anh em ơi. Vẫn chưa được, bởi vì Amesa vẫn chưa lao vào, còn Javan thì chỉ dừng lại ở mức độ gọi là phá mắt và đi về. Hoàn toàn tránh những tình huống đánh nhau bằng người luôn anh em nhé. Thấy là đối thủ xuất hiện đầy đủ thì thôi lui luôn, không lao vào để on in anh em ạ. Nhịp độ trận đấu đang cực kỳ chậm. Fnatic đang cần cái sự bùng nổ đến từ Javan để có thể lấy lại được lợi thế trong trận chiến này. Ui, đây rồi, làm gì đó đi, úp cái lồng vào rồi, nhưng mà bây giờ thôi xong, lấy lại được cái mạng này mà, giờ mạng thuộc về vị trí của Azir. Có vẻ như là Akali tele là hơi lỗi nhưng mà không tốc biến về được. Một cú tele có thể gọi là hơi muộn của Bobby. Tele vào Phát thì coi như là chấp luôn hai cái phép bổ trợ, chẳng làm được gì. Lợi thế là của Azir. Trong khi đó ở khu vực đường trên thì người chủ động hơn vẫn là Casante. Cái lượng sát thương cấu máu đến từ Rumble là chưa thể làm khó được một Casante đã có cho mình cái vòng sắt cổ tự. Rồi, kiệt sức, mất cái kiệt sức rồi. Nhưng mà có vẻ như là có Ki và cả vị trí của tốn cho mình cái tốc biến để có thể né đi được. Mũi tên xuyên phá từ xem đi. Một mình Versus cấu đi gần hết máu của cả hai vị trí đến từ cặp đôi đường dưới của Fnatic. Mình thấy là cũng là khá là tiếc cho những người anh em nào mà lúc nãy đã không kịp vào cái mã cộng 3.5 cho thằng Navi anh em ạ.
Sam D now opening up bot lane, got the crash there as well, I believe, and look at the CS difference in bot. That's starting to accrue as well, Betty. With the Yo moves, with the Corfield's Warhammer heading towards the Mana Moon. Almost a 2-item Varus here at the 15 minute mark.
Bây giờ thì cả hai đội đều đang bắt đầu thực hiện những tình huống đổi đường. Cặp đôi đường dưới sẽ di chuyển ra khu vực đường giữa để chuẩn bị cho con sứ giả chuẩn bị xuất hiện, cũng như là con rồng lửa cũng sẽ xuất hiện cùng lúc luôn anh em nhé. Cái mưa tên lửa được sử dụng rất sớm để tạo điều kiện cho Rumble có thể đi về, và Casante cũng sẽ quyết định là đi về luôn. Javan sẽ phải đi một con đường xa hơn để di chuyển lên khu vực của sứ giả. Có vẻ như Javan sẽ không đánh được anh em ạ. Amesa thì cũng đi xuống rồi, chuẩn bị tranh cướp con rồng lửa này. Không được để mất thêm rồng nữa. Có lẽ như đây sẽ là một tình huống đánh 5 năm luôn rồi. Cú dịch chuyển và úp cái lòng lại, không còn nhiều máu nữa. Và người đầu tiên nằm xuống đó là vị trí của Javan. Ui, Amesa tưởng chừng như là người hết máu đầu tiên, nhưng mà không anh em à. Hai mạng ngã xuống trong cái combat vừa rồi đều là của Fnatic. Rumble dịch chuyển xuống xong là nằm luôn, không được chơi. Lúc nãy cái hành động mà sử dụng cho mình cái mưa tên lửa để dọn lính, bây giờ lại mang tới một cái hệ lụy khiến cho khi mà Rumble đi vào tham gia cái combat này là hoàn toàn không có chiêu cuối của mình. Mà Rumble không có chiêu cuối thì bị cực kỳ thiếu sát thương anh em à. Ăn được con rồng, nhưng mà sau đó thì sao? Mất hai người, cái khoảng cách sẽ lại tiếp tục kéo dài ra hơn nữa. Map đấu này sẽ là map rồng hashtag anh em nhé. Cố gắng để lấy cho mình một con rồng, rồi lại tiếp tục mất đi con sứ giả. Khá là đáng tiếc cho Fnatic. Khoảng cách từ 1.500 bây giờ nó đã tăng lên thành 2.500 rồi. Anh em nào mà gọi là đi vào thằng Navi bây giờ lại là khỏe quá. Mình nghĩ là những giây phút tiếp theo đây thì càng lúc thằng Navi này nó sẽ càng lăn cầu tuyết. Nó sẽ kiếm những cái tình huống để có thể bắt lẻ nhiều hơn nữa, khi mà đội hình của nó cực kỳ mạnh trong khả năng bắt lẻ, khả năng dồn sát thương không được quá tối đa cho khả năng combat, mà sẽ là bắt lẻ và dồn sát thương anh em nhé. Với những con tướng mà phải nói là mang cái chất cực kỳ là sát thủ, với cả vị trí của Casante, một con tanker trong đội hình cũng là một sát thủ. Với chiêu cuối của mình, thả cái mưa tên lửa lên và ngay lập tức là có chơi khô máu đến từ vị trí của Casante. Casante không còn nhiều máu nữa, nhưng bên phía bên kia cũng đã Ôi, sự xuất hiện quá đẹp của Ambessa để hỗ trợ cho Crsante. Những bước di chuyển quá hay của Ambessa anh em ạ. Trong khi đó khu vực đường dưới chạy đi đâu nữa, chạy đi đâu con sâu, úp cái lòng lại. Bây giờ không còn vẫn cứ là thoát đi được đến từ vị trí của, nhưng mà có vẻ như không thoát được, vẫn sẽ phải nằm lại là Rakan. Ui, thả con sứ giả trông khó chịu ấy nhờ. Hình như là sử dụng con sứ giả 2 lần chỉ để đâm vào một cái trụ duy nhất thì vậy. Lúc nãy quá tập trung vào cái tình huống bắt vào vị trí của Rakan, cho nên là chúng ta không được xem. Hình như là sử dụng sứ giả ở khu vực đường trên, lấy cái trụ đường trên, lấy trụ 2 khu vực đường trên xong thì mang luôn sứ giả ra để tông vào cái trụ 1 ở khu vực đường giữa. Bây giờ thì ở khu vực đường trên của Fnatic chẳng còn bất kỳ cái trụ nào nữa. Khoảng cách đã lên thành 4k3 ở phút thứ 19 rồi anh em ơi. Này mà anh em nào mà gọi là đánh thằng handicap thì gọi là quá khỏe.
Easy for me to say. That's great. When you said you're here, I'm sorry, I didn't get much faith. No offense. Like, sometimes just who you are. You make me nervous.
Hurtful.
You make me very nervous.
When have I ever let you down?
Sorry. Personal stuff. Personal. That is a good friend. Thank you.
Well, right now, Na'Vi want to be friends with the upcoming dragon.
Phút thứ 20 rồi. Baron Nasser sẽ xuất hiện sau 20 giây. Và chúng ta sẽ có rồng hashtag. Những cái mục tiêu phải nói là liên tục xuất hiện anh em nhé. Lúc này thì mình nghĩ là Azir sẽ là một cái người mà đồng đội kỳ vọng rất nhiều để có thể tạo ra được sự đột biến. Bởi vì cho tới lúc này thì Corki đang bị out tận 1k4 tiền so với Versus bên phía đối diện. Mặc dù cũng đang là có cho mình 2 món đồ lớn, nhưng mà 1k5 này thì cái dao hung tàn anh em ạ. Và một cái kiếm dài của Versus tất nhiên là vẫn chưa về để sắm thêm đồ nhé. Con rồng hashtag Javan chưa kịp tới, hay nói cách khác là Javan không có đường để ra để tranh cướp con rồng hashtag này. Con rồng sẽ thuộc về bên phía của Na'Vi. Cho tới lúc này thì chúng ta có thể thấy là bên phía của Na'Vi đang có những tình huống set up cho những cái mục tiêu của mình tốt hơn so với Fnatic rất nhiều. Một tên xuyên phá không trúng và cái tên lửa của Corki cũng hụt. Nào, đánh nhau đi. Vùng thứ 21 mà bây giờ mới 6 kill thì chua quá đi mà. Kiếm đâu ra 20 kill nữa bây giờ. Đánh luôn vào vị trí của Baron Nashor rồi. Liệu Fnatic có nhận ra để đi ra tranh cướp hay không đây? Ơ kìa, sao không ai thấy? Không ai thấy là đang bị vắng mặt quá nhiều à. Không ai thấy là đang bị vắng tận 3 người à. Ở kìa, xong luôn con Baron rồi. Con Baron đầu tiên được xử lý xong không có mạng luôn. Fnatic đang chơi cái kiểu gì nhỉ? Fnatic không hề có bất kỳ một động thái nào ra để tranh cướp con Baron luôn, phải nói là chủ động bỏ luôn con Baron à. Bỏ Baron lúc này thì thật sự là chẳng thể nào mà anh em có thể nhìn vào cái thế trận này mà vui được. Khi mà chúng ta đang hướng tới một cái trận đấu mà gọi là về full tài, thì bọn này thì hiện tại đang hơi làm khó cho anh em mình. Nó đã không chịu đánh rồi, còn bỏ hẳn những cái mục tiêu lớn như thế này nữa thì có vẻ là không ổn anh em mà. Baron sẽ còn khoảng 1 phút 50 giây nữa. Chắc chắn là ít nhất Na'Vi sẽ có được thêm cho mình 2 cái trụ ở ngoài nữa. Đây rồi, combat được mở ra rồi. Javan không còn nhiều máu nữa. Javan bị kéo ra bên ngoài bằng một cái chơi khô máu của Casante. Ui, Alita đánh như thế này thì vỡ mồm thật sự rồi. Bọn Fnatic không ăn lại được bạn nào đây mà. Thật sự là cái mức độ chênh lệch tiền là quá nhiều. Gần 7 cái tiền ở phút thứ 23 rồi. Và đặc biệt là vị trí của Versus là 2k tiền và Casante là 2k rưỡi. Khó thật sự. Một con tướng mà phải nói là quá mạnh trong combat, ví dụ giống như là trường hợp của Rumble, thì lại không xuất hiện ở khu vực đường dưới để phụ đam cho đồng đội của mình. Phải đứng một mình, phải đứng chơi một mình. Vậy là chẳng khác nào gọi là chấp một cái mưa tên lửa. Sử dụng mưa tên lửa nhưng mà lại chỉ có thể mang lại cái giá trị là đẩy lính thì nó thật sự là không ổn anh em ạ. Một cái chiêu cuối có thể gọi là mạnh nhất. Chiêu cuối để combat có thể gọi là gần như mạnh nhất ở trong cái game này, mà lại dùng để dọn lính thì thật sự là không ổn. Ở bên phía của Ui vừa rồi là một cái sợi xích tội lỗi không chính xác đến từ vị trí của Versus. Đội hình của Fnatic thì cũng không thể gọi là quá mạnh trong việc đẩy lính được, bởi vì phía bên kia chúng ta đang có một con tướng mà phải nói là siêu đẩy lính, đó là Versus. Một cái Q và một cái E thôi chắc chắn là xong một quay lính. So về tốc độ đẩy lính thì chắc chắn là Corki nó sẽ không thể nào bằng được so với Versus. Full 25 7 kill thì thực sự là nhót rồi anh em ơi. Bộ Baron thì cũng đã biến mất rồi, nhưng mà 20 giây nữa con rồng hashtag sẽ phải xuất hiện. Tất nhiên là Fnatic sẽ không dám buông con rồng này, để cho đối thủ cầm quá nhiều rồng thì đánh kiểu gì. Trong cái thế mà đối thủ đã dẫn trước mình nhiều tiền như thế này rồi, còn mất rồng nữa thì thôi. Không cần phải chờ bất kỳ một giây nào cả. Rồng hashtag vừa xuất hiện thì Amesa cũng đã có mặt để tấn công luôn vào vị trí của rồng rồi. Trong khi đó Javan chủ động bỏ luôn con rồng này, di chuyển lên khu vực đường trên, đang cố gắng tấn công vào vị trí của Rakan, nhưng mà bắt vào Rakan thì lại khó quá. Có quá nhiều chiêu để chạy đến từ vị trí của Rakan. Thậm chí là cho dù có dùng đại địa chấn thì cũng hoàn toàn chỉ cần đi lại gần một tí thôi, Rakan sẽ có thể rút lui ngay. Cái thế này là cái thế quá khó cho Fnatic để có thể bật dậy được. Na'Vi đang chứng minh cho mọi người thấy rằng họ không phải có được 2 trận thắng đầu tiên của mùa giải này bằng may mắn, mà là họ đang thắng bằng thực lực. Trong khi cái trận thua của Fnatic cũng không cho thấy đó là tai nạn, mà thật sự là có vấn đề trong cách triển khai lối chơi của mình. Azir không còn nhiều máu nữa, Azir là người đầu tiên phải nằm xuống. Cứ tưởng đâu Azir sẽ có thể gồng gánh được, nhưng mà không. Javan đang rút lui và Alistar không còn nhiều máu nữa, nhưng mà có vẻ như Alistar cũng sẽ phải nằm xuống khi mà xem đi có một cái mũi tên xuyên phá quá đẹp vào vị trí của Alistar. Hai người lại tiếp tục nằm xuống nôi gánh như thế này thì vậy cái tài. Mưa tên lửa cố gắng để bắt vào vị trí. Đây rồi, mạng hạ gục của Koki. Cho tới lúc này thì Upset cũng chỉ mới có được cái mạng đầu tiên trong trận đấu này anh em ơi. 1-0 là cái DA của Upset. Koki. Ít nhất thì họ cũng đã lấy lại được một mạng khi mà con Baron đang chuẩn bị xuất hiện anh em nhé. Vừa mới vào combat. Phải nói là không phải là vừa vào combat mà phải nói là Azir bị bắt quá sớm anh em à. Hoàn toàn bị loại khỏi combat mà không được chơi. Ui, một cái gương mặt phải nói là cực kỳ tự tin từ bên phía của Na'Vi. Lúc này thì Baronaser cũng đã xuất hiện lại. Ít nhất thì lúc nãy những cái nỗ lực để dứt điểm đi vị trí của Akali của Upset cũng sẽ có thể giúp cho trận đấu này kéo dài thêm được một chút xíu nữa, để chúng ta phải nói là về được cái kèo tài tham anh em à. Còn tài kill thì khả năng là xuống lỗ rồi. Bây giờ muốn ăn được cái tài kill thì chỉ có thể là thằng Javan này nó cướp cho bằng được con Baron thì chúng ta mới có thể câu kéo được thêm, để có thể nghĩ được là bọn này nó có thể tiếp tục câu kéo game này ra tới phút thứ 40. Combat thêm đâu đó dài dài. Bắt buộc là Fnatic nó cần thêm sức mạnh, nó cần thêm tiền. Rumble đang là người đi đẩy lẻ, nhưng mà bên phía đối diện ở kia vào rồi, nó vào rồi. Crsante cũng như là Rakan là những người đang đứng ở đây để câu kéo. Còn lại chỉ 6.000 máu thôi, đang cố gắng đứng bên ngoài. Javan bị trúng vào chiêu cuối. Javan không còn nhiều máu nữa. Javan đang mất đi cái giáp hồi sinh. Ngồi dậy tới nơi rồi, nhưng mà ngồi dậy chỉ với 1.000 máu thôi, không có quá nhiều. Nhưng mà ít nhất là họ cũng đã có thể câu kéo. Họ có thể dừng con Baron lại được. Alistar không còn nhiều máu nữa. Alistar đã sử dụng mức khuất rồi nha. Còn bây giờ một chiêu cuối rất đẹp để đẩy vị trí của Amesa về. Amesa nằm xuống. Và bên phía bên kia cũng đã phải mất đi luôn cả vị trí của Azir. Ít nhất thì cũng đã có thể xách down được. Xem đi, với cái lượng máu như thế này chắc chắn là sẽ không để tiếp tục ăn con Baron. Nhưng mà Crsante đã quay trở lại với 4 người thì 3 người đã không còn nhiều máu nữa. Crsante thì đang full máu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 5.500 máu, cộng luôn cả lượng giáp ảo và khen phép ảo đến từ cái vòng sắt cổ tự thì phải. Đúng là vòng sắt cổ tự đây mà. Ui, về hồi máu nhanh nhanh, hồi máu nhanh nhanh, hồi máu nhanh nhanh, đẩy cái dòng Mega đi ra ngoài. Phát rồi tiếp tục đi ra tranh cướp con Baron. Ít nhất thì trong cái tình huống này Fnatic cũng đã làm khá là tốt rồi anh em ạ. Vừa có thể giữ lại được con Baron, vừa có thể hạ gục được hai vị trí trụ chốt của bên phía Na'Vi là Amesa cũng như là Versus. Lần này thì anh em mới thấy được là sức mạnh của cái mưa tên lửa đã cấu đi cực kỳ nhiều máu của Na'Vi. Đây, Azir đã hy sinh thân mình, lao vào rất sâu để có thể giữ lại được hai mạng hạ gục dành cho Fnatic. Bây giờ mới 13 kill. Con rồng hashtag cũng đã ra rồi. Một cái combat mà nó quan trọng không kém gì so với con Baron. Khi bây giờ mất con rồng hashtag này nữa thì Na'Vi sẽ có sức mạnh của linh hồn rồng hashtag. Lượng chênh lệch đang khoảng 6k mà còn có thêm linh hồn rồng hashtag nữa thì thôi, gỡ bài luôn anh em à. Xong, có được con rồng hashtag này, hay này. Còn bây giờ ở phía bên kia có vẻ như là vị trí của Rakan không còn nhiều máu nữa. Rakan nằm xuống rồi. Đây rồi, combat rất đẹp đến từ vị trí của Fnatic. Nó phải là như thế anh em ơi, nhưng mà ngay lập tức ăn xong là phải đi về để đép trụ đến từ vị trí của Azir. Quét được 3 người mà không ai nằm. Không, quét được tận 4 người mà không ai phải nằm xuống. Chỉ có một mình xem đi, chỉ có một mình Versus là còn sống trong combat vừa rồi. Một cái combat phải nói là quá tuyệt vời dành cho vị trí của Fnatic. Chỉ cần vào được combat cùng nhau thì sức mạnh của Fnatic nó gần như là nhân đôi nhân ba lên anh em à. Với những cái mưa tên lửa, với đại địa chấn và cả phân chia thiên hạ, rất nhiều những cú CC diện rộng và sát thương diện rộng. Đây một lần nữa chúng ta được xem lại. Con rồng này đã được xử lý bởi Ozzy anh em nhé. Đây, một cái combo phải nói là đại địa chấn mưa tên lửa, đốt chết luôn vị trí của Rakan. Và tất nhiên Cante khi mà thoát ra được khỏi cái combo đó cũng không còn nhiều máu để quậy nữa. Một cái combo quá đẹp, một gương mặt phải nói là cực kỳ vui của huấn luyện viên bên phía Fnatic. Còn huấn luyện viên của Na'Vi thì phải nói là không hiểu chuyện quá gì đang xảy ra. Đang vượt trội tiền so với đối thủ thì bây giờ mất con Baron, mất con rồng và thậm chí là mất luôn cái thế trận dẫn trước. Khoản tiền chênh lệch bây giờ còn lại 400 thôi. Rumble đang trỗi dậy một cách mạnh mẽ anh em ạ. Quá nhiều sát thương đến từ vị trí của Rumble. Một cái đội hình bắt lẻ, nhưng mà phải lao vào một cái thế 5 năm thì chắc chắn nó sẽ không thể mạnh bằng một đội hình mà người ta chấp nhận bỏ đi cái khả năng solo 1-1 để dồn tất cả mọi thứ cho tình huống combat. Bây giờ chỉ cần là họ đi chung, chắc chắn Fnatic là bên mạnh hơn. Nhà lính của hai bên đều đã hồi lại rồi, đang có những cú binh về phía nhà lính khu vực đường giữa. Fnatic sẽ có nhiều việc phải làm hơn. Đó là họ vừa phải đẩy đường, vừa phải chú ý để bảo vệ hai cái nhà lính của mình nha. Họ không được quá chìm vào cái việc đẩy trụ. Đây rồi, có một cái mưa tên lửa, nhưng mà cái mưa tên lửa này chỉ để đuổi đối thủ ra thôi. Mất cái mưa tên lửa thì tốt nhất là không nên đánh. Hành quyết công khai quá đẹp đến từ vị trí của Amesa. Bây giờ có vẻ như là Rumble đang rất mạnh anh em à. Cú sấy của Rumble đã hạ gục được vị trí của Amesa, nhưng mà đồng thời thì Ozzy cũng đã phải nằm xuống. Thôi, không đánh nha. Rumble mà ngã ở đây thì hoàn toàn có thể là ngửa nha. Rumble tốc biến đi được, nhưng mà Cante đang tốc biến theo. Cante dứt điểm được vị trí của Rumble. Thôi còn bao nhiêu người chạy bao nhiêu, cố gắng để chạy, đừng nhây ở đây chết là hết. 10 rồi. Ui, Offset quá nhiều sát thương. Offset tốc biến đi. Offset chỉ còn đâu đó khoảng 200 máu thôi. Thế trận nó cứ lật qua lật lại đây mà 22 kill rồi, ngon rồi. End game này là chúng ta vẫn về được 26 rưỡi với anh em nhé.
Waiting for the engage, holds on, the turret falls, there's the ulti that comes through from LEC, the immediate follow-up, Lost gets caught up too, Vadi's able to get his ultimate off, so at the very least they trade 1-for-1 initially, and then it's just full retreat for Fnatic. The mobility was enough to allow them to disengage.
Không qua đi tài nam. Hôm nay cái thế này, vào cái thế này thì anh em nào cầm tài, cầm full tài đầu trận như là lúc nãy mình nói thì phải nói là gần như là bú rồi. 90% là bú rồi. Bây giờ endgame thì chắc chắn nó phải hơn 5 kill đúng không anh em? Muốn endgame ít nhất nó cũng phải clear. Thằng Fnatic mà nó đã vào cái thế như thế này rồi, cho dù là nó còn mất kỳ một vị trí nào nó cũng sẽ lao ra để nó thủ trụ. Cho nên kiểu gì cũng sẽ về tài kill cho anh em. Tài tham clear rồi, tài kill cũng sẽ về thôi anh em ạ. Đây rồi, chia hai đường để mà đánh. Fnatic đã có được cho mình lợi thế là 2k tiền. Đúng là Na'Vi cầm tiền mà để tiền rơi anh em ạ. Xong cái trụ 2 ở khu vực đường giữa ngay lập tức là rút lui. Rồng hashtag chuẩn bị xuất hiện rồi. Upset không còn nhiều máu nữa, nhưng mà không có thời gian để lui về hồi máu đâu. Và đó là Port là cực kỳ đau nha. Và đó mất đi chiêu cuối của mình. Ở kìa, sử dụng cái phân chia thiên hạ thật sự là không quá đẹp. Nhưng mà cái gì này, đại địa chấn và ngay lập tức là có luôn cái mưa tên lửa đang được đốt rất nhiều máu nè. Và Red sẽ là người đầu tiên phải nằm xuống trong trận đấu này. Và Red chết chay rồi. Và Red không làm được gì, nhưng mà Corki thì làm được quá nhiều. Bỏ luôn con rồng, không quan tâm tới con rồng nữa. Họ muốn dứt điểm luôn cả vị trí của Akali. Akali không làm được gì cả, Akali chết. Rồi xong, 27 kill, clear. Về tài.
fight their way back into the game off of a single Na'Vi mistake around Baron. They will get a clean ace onto Na'Vi, and they'll look to get their second win of the first week of LEC.
In very impressive fashion, Na'Vi has this game in the palm of their hands, and you're right, it was one single mistake. The Fnatic now shut their mouth. They're going to end the first week of LEC versus 2-1 and recover from their loss against SK.
Ui, là kèo đúng đúng cảm xúc ở đây mà. Là kèo quá cảm xúc ở đây mà.
It really felt like that this game was done and dusted. The way in which Na'Vi controlled the majority of the game, but just that indecisiveness around Baron goes to show that these LEC teams
Handicap sáng cả trận
know how to punish these.
thì gãy.
Their team fight around the dragon, the way that they team fought their way back into the game, impressive stuff. As Fnatic find themselves with 2 wins here in the opening week.
They were molded by it. They'll be 2-1 alongside Nattaspinseer. You both be a player of the game, Razzle, bloody or upset. As Fnatic take their bow, ending the first week. Let's call it style. Again, Razzle, bloody upset. Those are your options. And an interesting game. A very interesting game because I didn't even think about MVP for Fnatic, considering how that game was going. The first 20-25 minutes.
Nổ hũ Fnatic.
I would kind of lean more towards Razzle. I think that GA purchase around the Baron was so massive.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the engages that he was able to find in these later team fights made it so much harder for Na'Vi to play compared to Fnatic's front to back. And again, like the scaling in their composition, we didn't talk about it much early on, but you could see later into the game, all of your damage was pretty much centered on Poby and Sam B. Poby kept trying to find flanks, and it was so difficult for him to really get involved in the fight. And then Sam D, in the later fights, just became the target. So they made it as difficult as possible for him to actually play. So credit to Fnatic, they weathered the storm. Like, they were on the brink of collapse, but they were able to fight back, and very well done.
Yeah. Strange game, though. Still, like, kind of blown away that Fnatic won that game.
I mean, I still don't really know how good Fnatic is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what I take away from this. We were glazing Na'Vi the first 25 minutes like, oh, the macro's insane.
Absolutely. And I don't want to take away from that, but let's also go to Lord here, the man in the top lane.
Well done.
The man on the top lane is finding out that being a Fnatic player is not stressful at all. Just like the fans. Actually, Empiros, thank you so much for joining me for this one. How do you feel right now after this one, after this comeback? You had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of ran down today and yesterday, but we're getting there, we're improving, so.
Absolutely. Did you think that you were going to be able to manage to pull this one back with the composition you had, with the damage you had? They were playing a heavy dive composition. How do you play around this?
I mean, we were saying all game that we kind of outscaled them if we get items, but early game was kind of disaster, and we also didn't play much proactively, I would say. So, yeah, that's it.
Talking about the loss that you suffered yesterday, I know that maybe it meant a lot for other Fnatic members. How did you bounce back losing against SK?
I mean, yesterday we kind of lost because solo lanes were kind of gapped, me and Vladi. But yeah, we said today, let's go play, do our best, and yeah.
How has it been for you finding a groove, adapting to the LEC?
I mean, so far in scrims I'm doing well, I would say. But in officials, I didn't really play well that days. But yeah, it's fine for now. But yeah, in the end, I kind of have to improve. So.
Yeah, and you finished the week with a W, which is what matters. I actually want to talk about your name, your handle, Empiros, because Trouble Inc., shout out to her, told me that it means experienced. Tell me about this name, because before being called like this, you were a Jax one trick. I think your name was about Jax as well.
Yeah, it was. My previous name was Jax Plank. I changed it to Empiros. It means in ancient Greek it means on the fire, and also in Greek right now it means experience, but you type it differently.
I see.
So yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, hopefully you can match your name with the experience you're gonna have in the LEC. I see Upset is waiting with Shocks at the desk. Do you have any comments on Corki damage and how busted it is right now?
I mean, Corki is pretty OP, but Upset is keep saying this champ is not strong, so I mean, not sure. Not sure.
All right, well, let's see what he thinks about this. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
Great first week in the LEC. Shocks, Upset, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, right of answer immediately. So Grabs makes you pick it, or what?
No, I mean, we went 4-5, so there was a lot of champs out, and I mean, I don't really think he's weak. I just think he has some weaknesses as well. He's not completely OP, but...
Come on, you can say the truth. Corki sucks. Corki's boring.
Yeah,
huh?
it is kind of boring as well.
Thank you,
It's
finally.
He's been shouting that for years, actually. He's an
Corki
absolute
virus
hater.
meta.
Yeah,
Oh.
comeback, cool though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great comeback. I was really surprised. It looked incredibly dire. It was an 8k gold lead or something. I'm not sure. How did it feel for you in the game? Did it feel lost or?
It felt pretty bad, yeah. I think we didn't really take any opportunities in the early game, and I think they also had some stronger 2v2, 3v3 on the map, it felt like, and there was also some misplays we made in the early game, and they got pretty far ahead. And I think Na'Vi has been honestly playing pretty well this weekend, and I've been quite impressed by them overall. I think they seem quite promising, and yeah, I mean, we showed some experience, I guess, in the end that we managed to come back, but obviously that's not the kind of game we want to show. I'm happy with the win, but we need to work on our early game a lot, because yesterday was also a huge problem.
Were you impressed by Samdi at all? Because this game, I feel like he was playing so aggressive, and like, you know, the 1v2 versus you guys on bot lane where he just pushed you guys out and forced your flash. And just in general, I feel like he was clicking up really hard in team fights, especially when you're like up against the Jarvan, you know, with Varus. It's kind of scary, but he was playing with no fear, and I feel like he generated so much pressure on that Varus.
Yeah, I mean, I think we maybe missed some base timers in general. It was pretty hard early game with the scuttle situations that happened, and yeah, he was very strong. And I think we didn't have Alistar ulti.
Yeah.
I think in general, versus Varus, you kind of need to be really aggressive with the CC champs. Like, you need to try to take a splash early and then pressure him a lot, but I think we played way too timid in that regard. And yeah, when Varus gets to do his thing, he's obviously very, very broken, right?
Yeah, what do you think led to the comeback fights that we're seeing? Like, was it just outscaling or just outplaying them in team fights, or?
I think our teamfight execution was decent, but on the other hand, they also have somewhat of a snowball composition, I would say. Like, I think Ambessa, Akali have a harder time against our comp in late game because we have Azir, Corki, Alistar, right? It's hard to dive in against Alistar with Azir, Corki. But yeah, it has came down to maybe some execution from the enemy team as well, that it was a bit easier for us to play. I would say our teamfight comp is easier, but maybe early game was a bit harder for us, draft-wise.
How's it going with Lost Power overall? Because you just mentioned on the kind of the lane and stuff, are you still working out how you both see it, how your synergy's working, especially in the live games?
Yeah, I mean, it was our first weekend. Obviously, I didn't have like super high expectations. I think right now it's just about being humble and learning the lane together, how we want to play it, and like studying the best bot lanes in the world, watching games, scrimming, talking, playing 2v2s and duo queue. That's just all we're doing right now. So far, I think we are playing fine, but I think we just need to show a lot more aggressiveness in general, and draft in a way that we can also be in the driving seat. Is that a
yes, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
First impressions wise, does he remind you a bit of Hylissang, or?
No, not really.
Okay. In a good way, or?
No, I think he tries to play way more consistent in a way, and
yeah, Hilly was.
He
liked to slip,
Hilly, right?
Yeah.
He's my first love, let's say so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's adorable. You want to talk about ADC priorities?
I wanted to talk about ADC because today we saw Varus Corki, and in general, I was hoping for a lot more exciting hyper carries, crit champs, and we've kind of just seen the same ADC champs every game. And I mean, yeah, you're going crit on the Varus and Yunara, but it's not really like full hyper carry crit. What do you think that is? Is it just the early laning phase that's so important, or?
Yeah, with the removal of lane swaps or the introduction of quests, you can't really play like a crit champ against the Varus unless it's Sivir, but Sivir was banned this game, right?
Yeah.
Without struggling a lot in the early game, and Varus' strength is just too much, even though he's not building crits, it's lethality.
Yeah.
You kind of need something that matches it, and yeah, the meta right now is just more early game centric, I think. So
and do you like it, or?
No, I mean, I really enjoy playing champs like Kai'Sa and Zeri and stuff like that, so it's not necessarily my favorite meta, but I think once we have best of threes as well, you will see a lot more champs. In best of ones, it's usually these kind of champions that are going to be prioritized.
Yeah, it's also not that fun to watch, because we had Fearless for like a year, right? And then yesterday we saw Yunara Corki like so many times. I don't want to see Yunara anymore.
Also, just to continue on that, Yunara versus Corki, do you think it's really Yunara favored? Because nearly every time we've seen it thus far, Yunara seems to come out on head, but...
I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't want to give too much away, obviously, but I think it's a somewhat fair trade Both really have big strength right now. But Yunara has been winning more in Europe right now. So maybe it's going to be a trend, I'm not sure. But overall, both champs are really high power level, and the matchup is maybe a little bit Yunara favored early. But once Corki has some more levels, he seems really strong. Just his damage numbers are a bit too much, I guess. So it's a trade, I think, that you can take.
Not going to get more Corki hate out of him. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So we have some friends in the audience who made Year in LoL, which is basically a wrap of your 2025 gameplay. And we have a summary of one of your teammates. Do you want to guess whose wrapped this is? Can you see it? It's also right here on TV as well.
Of one of my teammates?
Yes, one of your teammates. So we want to look at some stats.
From this year?
Last year.
A teammate from last year?
Well, no, your teammate from this year. Their last year.
I mean, it must be a mid laner, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, it's Vladdy, I guess. I hope so.
I some stats, what do we got?
Oh,
just have to look at his win rate. So 73, top lane, 73 games, 52% win rate. Okay. Nice.
Victor, I guess.
Yeah.
But what data is this? Is like a solo queue account?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Solo queue. There we go. Anything jumps out to you? How would
I mean, the Victor win rate, but that was kind of like my theme of Vladdy last year as well. That his Victor was really good. I don't know if you had the same impression.
No, for sure. Vladdy is really good at all the control majors, I think, in general. He played for 27 days on this account.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
Should be more, I think. I'm not sure.
Feels like it, yeah? We can ask him about it if we get him. Yeah, Upset. Finally, how are you feeling overall after your first week with the new lineup?
I mean, it's good to be back on stage. Obviously, not the performance we want to show as a team, but at the same time, we should just really take this as a great opportunity to learn from the mistakes we did this week. And overall, I also want to play more aggressive myself and as a team. So I think we just really need to take a look what opportunities we're missing and how we should approach the game in draft as well, that we can be in the driving position and just be more aggressive here.
Did yesterday feel like special playing against like Mickey and SK, or was it just the same thing and just losing sucks?
No, I mean, I know Mickey for, I don't know, since I'm probably 15 or something, honestly, so half my life, so it's not like a super special moment, but obviously it's always fun to play against your old teammates. I think the bot lane was going pretty well, but obviously he had the last laugh and...
top lane, huh?
Not yet. You'll play him again, probably,
yeah, that's
right?
true. But it was fun.
We're tracking it. Okay, well, 2-1 is a really good result. Still with that, thank you so much, Upset, and we'll be right back after the break. We've got Vitality versus KCB.
The all-out's going to be popped. Emperor some good kiting, but that W true damage is immense. Under turret, the flip out, not even needed. Mainta with first blood on his third game in a row of Cassante.
I think they've 50 even.
I combo them here.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Look. We win. I'm fine.
I break the ulti. Look at Cassante.
Cassante. Go nice.
Protect the next wave. Oh, Ambessa ulti.
Ambessa.
You cook out.
Don't flash Ambessa.
Win.
Oh my god.
Okay, guys. We have to do something different, but
Sorry for the early game. No.
Okay, let's just take this win. But we are mega boosted, okay?
Yeah, we should fix something. Yeah.
We are insanely boosted.
Incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Step into the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, we've got a French B for you coming up next. But first of all, we've got The Rock joining us after game number one. I'm sorry that...
it's okay.
But to be fair, the first 25 minutes of the game were very good.
Yeah?
They were a bit of a masterclass put on by Navi. Unfortunate in the end, but still... you had a pretty good start to the first week.
Yeah, rookie mistakes,
Yeah.
It's okay, we will get better.
Well, we're really happy that you are here to join us for this matchup. We were really hoping to get some of your expertise because you are the former coach of KC Blue.
Yeah.
While a lot of the players are different, it's still wonderful to get your insight and get us a little bit more info as to like what we can expect to see from these teams and some of these young players.
Basically, every single team has like his own meta read, right? Right now, meta isn't that stable. So every single one of the individual the teams have like their approach, their comfort zone, and there's a lot of flex picks that we haven't seen yet. For example, we didn't see much out of jungler, right? And it's a pick that I think like KCB can use, plus Jace too. Like top plays Jace, jungler I suppose plays Jace as well. So I'm expecting like a bit of a different approach maybe today from KCB. I want to see if they will use like AD mids more and AP jungles more, because I know that Yukino was trying like a lot to play different stuff from last year, because Yukino is my boy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know him best.
Like, this boy is like really talented, so I'm expecting to see like different stuff, but I can see the way that now it's like more comfort zone for KCB, right? Because rookies as us, so yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, you had the luxury of playing against Vitality yesterday. It was a very scrappy matchup. Do you think Vitality are the favorites coming into this matchup against KCB?
They should, yeah, they should. I think the experience can make like a lot of difference like in this one. So I'm pretty sure they can use the red side maybe better. Wait, who is the red side?
So Vitality has
red.
first pick.
Oh, they have first pick.
Yes, Vitality has first pick.
I mean, that's quite tricky, you know, because I'm not sure how KCB can use the red side because now...
Apparently they chose it. Apparently, yeah. KCB had right of first selection, so they chose second pick.
Okay, so I can see like counter jungler, maybe counter support. Maybe they want to play like through bot and stack drakes as well. And we can see the first bans as well. Ooh, okay, interesting. Like Malphite like this. We don't want to play this champion, it's okay. And plus, like the Orianna ban, I mean, KCB are not forced like to ban Azir right now, and they shouldn't care because Azir Telega is open and they should be fine. Plus Akali, plus Yone, if they want to play like
or
an AD.
the Nivea matchup we've seen as well. Like there are a lot of options right now into Azir if we get that first pick as Virus goes as well.
I'm curious to see the first pick for Vitality because when Poppy is seen, it's harder to first pick Yana or first pick Ambessa, so you're kind of like dropping like these two champions. So I can see like an Azir, or I can see like a different AD pick like Yunara. Everyone's playing Yunara right now.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's getting baiting of Yunara as well. You can see like the two AD picks are out, like Cork and Varus. Who, like in LEC everyone's playing this champion, but no one's playing a...
Rồi, bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với trận đấu thứ hai trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay anh em ơi. KC Blue.
Then it really depends if they want to flex something on the jungle like Ambessa or anything, or they just like pick the AD that's it. Or
I love that you're talking about the Ambessa, like you guys are the only ones playing Ambessa.
Yeah, actually, it seems like
Vitality.
I'm pretty sure there's more angles that we haven't seen yet for Ambessa jungle.
Vitality và KC Blue. Hiện tại cái raid thì gần như là một cái hũ nhỏ của anh em dành cho thằng Kamikop anh em ạ. Với raid khu vực đường giữa và Phantom ở khu vực rừng. Bên phía bên kia cũng là mid và rừng, Azir và Wukong. Cái meta này nó khiến cho cái kèo kill của chúng ta nó hơi gọi là thấp anh em nhờ. Hai trận đấu gần nhất của thằng Vitality nó đều kết thúc với tổng số kill là trên 30 anh em nhé. Trong khi đó thì thằng Kamikop này nó cũng thế. Vậy thì lý do gì mà chúng ta không đánh vào mã kèo tài kill nhờ?
The bigger one as well, like we've seen this, I don't know if it was you guys or if it's Fnatic defense in the last game, like we were, it was Fnatic, we're going down the rabbit hole of 80 carries, and it's interesting as well that you pulled up like the Aphelios. We're just not looking at that.
Yeah, no one was a big Aphelios, seems like, I don't know why.
Well, based on hearing Upset on the desk earlier, he's talked about how right now crit 80 carries just feel like they don't have the lane power, and it feels like in this best of one meta, you kind of just want those strong lanes. It feels like everyone is fighting to have that winning 2v2 bot matchup, especially with how much control it gives you over Drake.
Yeah, that makes sense. Probably like KCB wants to pick like Ezreal. A lot of ADs are out, Varus, a lot of answers to Ezreal as well. Kaisa, I mean picks that people like used to play versus Ezreal. So maybe it's like one of the options for KCB. If you select the top side, then like
ba sự lựa chọn đầu tiên của cả KCB và Vitality đều là hướng về nửa trên của bản đồ. Afe carry có thể gọi là mạnh nhất ở trong giai đoạn hiện tại của Liên Minh Huyền Thoại. Quân tướng có quá nhiều tác dụng trong trận đấu.
seems good, no? Like Poppy, RC star, not the best lane. I'm not sure like how easy it is trying with that and if KCB.
Ui, tại sao lại là cả Seiya và Rakan nhờ? Seiya và Rakan thì anh em đi chung hai con này nhá. Thì anh em sẽ có một cái giai đoạn đi đường phải gọi là cực kỳ khổ dâm luôn anh em à. Hai con này đi đường yếu lắm. Thường thì Rakan sẽ đi với một con tướng nào đó khả năng đi đường, một con carry có khả năng đi đường tốt. Còn Seiya thì nó phải đi ngược lại với một con hỗ trợ khả năng đi đường, chứ không phải là mang hai con tướng đều yếu ở giai đoạn laning đi chung với nhau. Nếu mà phải nói là vào giai đoạn bích tướng thôi nha, thì thằng KCB nó đang có cái lợi thế ở cặp đôi đường dưới hơn so với thằng Vitality. Anh em mà chịu chơi, anh em đầu tư thằng KCB, anh em làm một quả mà gọi là hũ KCB, làm cái hũ KCB.
The moment that you can do that, either top has to play like more aggro in order for Renekton to be lower and you can attack him, or you can do the same on the opposite side of the bot.
Well, as we get into game, we'll see how that happens between Prime, between Yukino. For KC Blue, it was a big win yesterday, you know, against Lost Ratones. Yeah. Like, that felt like a bit of a grudge match despite the rosters being different from when they last faced. But it was a very big win because the ARL teams at this tournament have a low bar, and it is up to KC Blue to show that they can set it up against Vitality. One apiece. Someone is walking away in that 2-1 bracket after this as Vitality and KC Blue enter the Rift again.
So, ooh, hang on a minute. Level 1.
Yeah.
Talked about how important this was, especially for the bot lanes.
Yeah, it's really crucial. So now, like Pantheon help on that. I mean, they did lose something. As you can see, only Vitality ward like his Raptors, and it should be fine because bot is more important. The moment that they will control this like mid with the push, they can create like a lot of pressure. So I want to see how they will take it because they have no lanes as well. I mean, Vitality.
Trong trận đấu này thì có vẻ như là anh em đi tài, trận này đi tài thấy có lẽ vẻ như là ok nên mà khi mà rõ ràng là thằng Vitality nó đang hướng tới một cái thế trận đánh lay với sức mạnh của Ozia lẫn Seiya. Và tất nhiên là cái việc mà càng về lay thì Rai lẫn vị trí của Afe đều rất mạnh. Đây là cả hai team đều mang tới một cái đội hình mà nó là đánh lay. Đâu đó chỉ có mình nghĩ là giai đoạn lay thì cá sấu là con tướng nó bị giảm sức mạnh rất là nhiều. Trận đấu càng kéo dài thì cá sấu nó càng yếu dần theo thời gian anh em nhé. Cho nên là mình nghĩ là chỉ có vị trí của cá sấu thì đang gặp bất lợi trong cái kèo lay như thế này thôi. Còn lại những con tướng, Pantheon cũng là một con tướng phải nói là về lay cũng khá là đuối. Vào lay thì một cái chiêu cuối của Afe thôi hoàn toàn có thể dứt điểm được ít nhất là từ 2 đến 3 mục tiêu. Chỉ cần một chiêu cuối thôi, một chiêu cuối ánh trăng dẫn lối của Afe thôi. Đây là một trận đấu mà anh em có thể thấy là cả vị trí của Rai, cả vị trí của Afe đều đang chọn cho mình cái dịch chuyển chứ không phải là xin lỗi anh em, cái tăng tốc chứ không phải là dịch chuyển. Đè tiền kinh.
Playing that Renekton, he was one of the few Renektons that I've actually seen bully out of K'Sante. People always say Renekton is good into K'Sante, and very often we don't see it at the pro level. So this
Ui, cậu đi cực kỳ nhiều máu của Ozzy. Mặc dù là sau khi tình huống cấu máu đó thì Rai cũng không còn nhiều máu để có thể tiếp tục đẩy đường được nữa.
We tried to do the same yesterday, and you know we achieved it.
Side note, Hazel with some insane movement there, and Isabelios mechanics are clean as you'd expect. have a quick quote from him as well. He said, Abelos, his favorite champion, is his best champion, and it is nice again. Rocky was saying in pick and ban, like, are you surprised we haven't seen this champion more? I think things like this.
Đúng là
We do see this champion in success potential.
với việc mang về cho mình cả Seiya cả Rakan thì cho tới lúc này Razy bị đè đâu đó khoảng 12 chỉ số lính thì mình vẫn nghĩ là ít anh em ạ. Ôi, ơ kìa. Vừa mới nhìn ra ngoài một phát thì ngay lập tức chúng ta có màn hạ gục đầu tiên trong trận đấu này với sự ngã xuống của Camilo. Rai là người bị găng và Ngộ Không lấy được cái màn đầu tiên này. Cái quy không trúng đến từ vị trí của bàn. Pantheon đang xuất hiện ở khu vực đường dưới. Trận đấu này là một trận đấu mà mình đang kỳ vọng rất là nhiều vào vị trí của Afe anh em nhé. Chỉ cần mà Afe có được một cái lượng farm đủ tốt thôi. Không cần mạng cũng được, không cần mạng hạ gục cũng được. À đâu, phải có hàng hạ gục anh em ạ. Quên, mình đánh bích con tại kill anh em ạ. Nhưng mà nếu như mà thằng KCB này thực sự mà nó có thể là nổ được cái money line lại ngon hơn anh em ơi. Nổ được cái hũ money line lại quá là đẹp đi. Con rồng đầu tiên sẽ thuộc về bên phía của KCB. Đây cái hũ lại tăng lên thành 275 rồi đây anh em ơi. Chỉ với một mạng hạ gục ở khu vực đường giữa. Chúng ta ngay lập tức là cái hũ nó to hơn một tí. Chỉ cần là thằng Hazel với con Afe trong tay, còn chơi tốt, còn farm tốt thì hoàn toàn có thể tin vào cái hũ anh em nhé. Afe là con tướng phải nói là nó có khả năng cực kỳ bùng nổ, hoàn toàn có khả năng lật kèo. Chỉ cần nó được chơi là có khả năng lật kèo. Ở kìa, khoan nha. Đây, Aatrox đã xuống tay chơi tới nơi rồi đây. Nhưng mà tất nhiên cá sấu cũng đã tới rồi. Có chiêu quy, liên tục là chặt quy đến từ vị trí của Aatrox. Bên phía bên kia, kìa không có tóc biến à. Tại sao Aatrox không tóc biến cái sang nhờ. Lại một lần nữa Camilo là người phải nằm xuống. Ui, cái hũ lên thành 4.8 rồi kìa anh em. Làm thêm một tô phở nữa vào thằng cái CB anh em nhờ. Thêm một tô phở chứ nhờ. Tại sao không nhờ. Ở kìa. Mất đi chiến binh tận thế là ngay lập tức là Aatrox sẽ bị thần cá sấu đè ngay.
So he cannot move for the grabs. Renekton can stay like in front of his face and just take plates, and Aatrox cannot do anything.
So Vitality is pretty comfortably in control of the early game. KCB's kind of win condition. I mean, maybe it's a little too early to say that, but Hazel is just happy sitting farming in the bot lane, right? So this Aphelios is still that potential win condition the later into the game that we get. The big thing for me is Camilla now 0-2 on the rise. One of the key things you said was unlocking it.
He's very locked. He feels very locked right now.
Super locked, yeah. At least now he's trying to get back like some pressure to Tao, so Tao can reset properly as you saw like before, like 10 seconds. Camilo used one move with his ulti and Yukino was in range as well, so Nako should like have respected as he did. So Tao now can reset and maybe they can play grabs.
Ba con sâu cũng đã xuất hiện rồi. Ui, chấp luôn một quay lính có. Từ nhảy tới giờ là thằng Rai này nó toàn quy hụt anh em à. Quy thuần hụt luôn nhá.
picking up the lettuce in the river as well, but Linsis is also here.
Okay, well, how confident are you in KCB in securing these grubs right now?
I am. I mean, Bard is moving as well, and Rakan's stuck at bot lane. I think they will take at least 2, and maybe the last one, unless something like happens, or maybe Linkas will step up. I mean, he didn't step up. Yes, Bard was moving. I mean, Bard did a really good job by moving, and create like extra pressure on that because he has ulti as well, right?
Cho tới lúc này thì Yukino của KCB vẫn đang hoàn thành tốt những mục tiêu của mình. Có được một con rồng lửa cũng như là 3 con sâu ở phút thứ 8 của trận đấu. Chỉ là để lại cho đối thủ khai thác được 2 mạng vào vị trí của Camilo. Không sao anh em ạ. Khoảng cách tiền, khoảng cách vài mạng, nó không phải là vấn đề quá lớn. Một phút nữa thì chúng ta sẽ có sự xuất hiện của con rồng nước. Chỉ cần là Camilo, nó vẫn tiếp tục có thể farm tốt được. Không để cho đối thủ bị dẫn trước luôn, phải nói là quá nhiều chỉ số lính. Thì một tí nữa là hoàn toàn vẫn có thể bật dậy được. Chỉ cần tạo đủ khoảng trống cho vị trí của Amvesa trong tay Hazel. Farm được, farm tốt là được. Mang vào combat gọi là một cái vô kiếm, một cái đại bác hải tặc. Đâu đó cái phong kiếm. Đấy, là quá đủ để có thể hủy diệt tất cả mọi thứ ở trên đường của ánh trăng dẫn lỗi.
The worst case scenario for KCB is that those solo laners are falling behind.
Tầm này đúng nghĩa là thuần farm anh em ạ. Mình nghĩ là cái combat mà tổng đầu tiên mà diễn ra trận đấu này ít nhất nó cũng phải là đến khi con sứ giả xuất hiện phút thứ 14. À không, xin lỗi anh em, phút thứ 15. Còn khoảng hơn 4 phút nữa. Và sẽ là con rồng nước thuộc về Vitality. Trong khi đó thì Yukino sẽ tiện đường công tác xin 2 bãi quái của Linkat. Ui, không ổn anh em à. Một tình huống băng trụ phải gọi là quá hay của Vitality để dứt điểm đi được cặp đôi đường dưới là Hazel cũng như là cả vị trí của Rai. Hơi chua. 3k tiền dẫn trước rồi. Ở phút thứ 11 mà 3k tiền thì hết vui rồi anh em à. Tầm này chắc là cái hũ thành hũ cốt rồi. Thậm chí là cả cái quả kèo, 2 cái kèo tài nó cũng lại chua đi mà. Không biết là KCB này nó có cơ sở gì để có thể câu kéo game đấu này nó ra dài hơn được hay không thì chưa rõ. Bởi vì ngưỡng sức mạnh của Afe, ngưỡng sức mạnh của Rai nó đều sẽ tới. Còn khá là muộn nữa mới có thể tới được. Ngay cả khi một cái bối cảnh là đang bị dẫn trước như thế này nữa. Và thậm chí khoảng dẫn trước của Razy so với Hazel đã lên tới 1.000 tiền rồi.
Last year was just confusing for me, Betty, because you know they got into summer playoffs, they got into winter playoffs, but we thought, man, how far could they go? They're crazy, and then they kind of let us down. And I feel like, you know, I got hyped a big amount for Vitality. You know, I think the top lane is incredible, as you know, you've heard many times, and I feel like they have a lot of the mojo, as Munchables used to say. They're very much a mojo kind of team in Humanoid.
Tóc biến và né đi được chiêu cuối đến từ vị trí của Camilo. Và thì mệnh khả biến cũng không trúng ai. Trời sập. Đây rồi, combo để bắt vào vị trí của Ozzy. Ozzy không còn phân chia riêng ngã. Ozzy sẽ phải nằm xuống. Mạng hạ gục đầu tiên của KCB thuộc về Yukino.
Alleviating some of that pressure in the middle lane, getting the flash out from Humanoid as well is definitely a nice advantage to gain. Vitality, their gold lead drops a little bit, but still in a good position. Herald going to be spawning in a minute's time. We expect that to be the next major objective that both these teams set their sights on. The question is, do KCB...
Có vẻ như là những tình huống tiếp theo thì chúng ta cũng phải chờ đợi cái sự đột biến đến từ chiêu cuối của Yukino và chiêu cuối của Rai rất là nhiều anh em ạ. Bật chiêu cuối đến từ vị trí của thôi Camilo một nằm nữa rồi. Tăng tốc là không đủ để có thể chạy thoát được cái sự truy đuổi của Rakan. Rakan quá là cơ động đi. 1-0 cho tới lúc này thì đang có cái KDA rất là đẹp. 3-0-1. Rất may cho Hazel khi mà vẫn còn một cái hạt không nổ để có thể giữ được mạng của mình. Khoảng cách 3.400, 3.400 ở phút thứ 15. Đây là cái khoảng cách rất là lớn anh em nha. Đặc biệt là cái khoảng cách này nó lại nằm trong túi của Seiya nữa anh em ạ. Nằm trong túi của Kerry. Rất là căng đấy. 2-1. Đang né đến từ vị trí của K6. Né khá tốt này, bật là thần K6 lên rồi. Có vẻ là bật lên để đi về mà thôi. Bởi vì bây giờ sẽ là quay trở lại. Ngộ không ra để di chuyển ra để hỗ trợ à. Yukino tấn công vào con sứ giả. Ăn được rất nhiều những mục tiêu đến từ vị trí của Yukino. Người chơi Pantheon cho tới lúc này phải nói là kiểm soát rất là tốt trận đấu này. Chỉ đâu đó là để cho Camilo là gọi là bị găng hơi nhiều anh em ạ. Bị vào có thế mà 2-1 hơi nhiều. Đây rồi, né được cái xuất hiện hoành tráng nhưng mà không chối chân được. Ơ kìa, bằng cách nào đó chối chân được luôn em ơi. Đang cố gắng dồn sát thương vào vị trí của Crazy, nhưng mà Crazy thì né tốt, né luôn được cả cái thiên mệnh khẽ biến. Quá nhiều những cái chiêu cuối bị né. Vitality phải nói là di chuyển tốt thật sự anh em ạ. Chưa biết là giai đoạn lay có lay nổi hay không dành cho KCB, nhưng mà Vitality thì thực sự là đang có những bước di chuyển tốt hơn rất nhiều so với đối thủ của mình. $4k4 tiền, chưa đến 20 phút mà đã là 4k4 tiền. Thì mình nghĩ là game này thực sự là khó để có thể kéo dài được anh em ạ. Khả năng là game 1 là bú rồi, game 2 này nó bô anh em ạ. Lao vào luôn, nhưng mà Razy đang ở đây. Razy đang được phóng nha. Razy đang phóng long liên tục. Chỉ còn khoảng 2 phút 20 giây nữa thì Baron sẽ xuất hiện. Và với cái khoảng cách này chỉ cần Vitality tập trung lại thôi thì khó để cho KCB có thể đánh nhau thắng được. Mình nghĩ là lúc này thì Afe nên giữ lại những cái đạn từ súng hỏa ngục để chuẩn bị cho tình huống combat Baron. Trong bối cảnh chỉ còn khoảng 2 phút nữa thôi thì Baron sẽ xuất hiện rồi. Hiệu ứng ánh trăng dẫn lối của cái súng hỏa ngục chắc chắn là cái hiệu ứng mà gây nhiều sát thương nhất. Cho nên là giữ được nó là đẹp nhất anh em ạ. Ở kìa Hazel mất flash để thoát đi được, giữ được cái mạng. Camilo phải nói là vừa mới vào combo kích lên được cái tăng tốc pha, nhưng mà với cái sự hỗ trợ của Rakan thì chắc chắn là phải lui về. Đây, múa cột đến từ vị trí của Azir, nhưng mà có vẻ là hơi khó rồi. Cái trụ này là sát thương là hoàn toàn không đủ. Phải mất đi cho mình cái trời sập để có thể rút lui an toàn. Ở kia. Bây giờ thôi nằm rồi, mất trời sập, nhưng mà hơi tự tin quá để có thể đi vào ăn con người đá. Game này khả năng là cái tài là nó bô thật rồi anh em ơi. Nhìn chả ra cái thế nào để cho thằng Kamikop này có thể kéo dài game đấu này cả. Trừ khi là bây giờ cướp được con Baron. Cơ hội duy nhất để có thể bật lại được là phải cướp được con Baron anh em nhé. Không cướp được con Baron thì coi như là đi game này. Chưa gì Hazel nằm rồi thì đánh cái gì nữa đây. Ở kìa, chưa nằm rồi. Đổi mạng. Azir cũng đã phải nằm xuống, nhưng ở đây Bạc cũng đã phải nằm rồi. Cái tốc biến bị outplay. Thôi sẽ ép. Yukino giờ này thả sứ giả ra, cố gắng để cho người đồng đội của mình leo lên sứ giả và chạy đi, nhưng mà không leo lên kịp anh em mà. Con sứ giả không ngồi kịp. Bây giờ sứ giả leo lên con sứ giả để mà chạy, cũng không chạy được luôn, quét sạch luôn. Rồi nguyên cái bô.
Hazel doesn't realize that he's being collapsed on. He doesn't see Fleshy from the river. Humanoid turns his attention onto the KCB AD carry, and while Prime lands a good ulti, Camilo rotates to try and help his AD carry out. They cannot keep him alive, and it turns into a brawl. Kill after kill, CC after CC. Vitality lock down the members one by one.
Tài kêu 27 về nổi không anh? Về đâu? Về đâu nữa mà về, làm sao mà về nổi. Đánh một chiều như thế này làm sao mà về được. Người anh em nghĩ là thằng Vitality một mình nó farm được 20 kill à? Chắc chắn là không. Không phải đó là một mình nó farm được 20 kill thì có khả năng đấy, nhưng mà anh em nghĩ là Kamikop đánh được thêm 7 kill nữa không? Cái đó hay không. Game một chiều hẳn rồi anh em. Kìa, vừa mới nói xong là có cái màn xích đao. Đây rồi. Làm một quả mà gọi là đại tiệc. Má thằng Liên Cát nó vẫn là thoát được anh em à. Không xích đao được vị trí của Ngộ Không. Mới 17 kill, bây giờ kiếm thêm 10 kill nữa cũng gọi là chua phết đấy anh em à. Anh em nhìn fan của bọn Vitality nó đứng nó múa như thế này thì anh em cũng biết là chuyện gì sắp xảy ra rồi. Chuẩn bị endgame tới nơi rồi. Thằng Vitality nó hiểu được cái ngưỡng sức mạnh của Rai và Aphelios nó sắp tới rồi. Cho nên là chắc chắn Vitality nó sẽ không muốn nhây. Nó mà nhây là nó sẽ rơi vào cái thế giống như là Fnatic. Over 31 min được không bờ go. Game này là thật sự là bây giờ là tài, là tôi thấy là hai cái bô tài rồi đấy. Thật sự ấy, tài là thành hai cái bô rồi anh em à. Mà nói chứ là mình cũng không biết được, bởi vì game trước anh em xem thằng Fnatic và thằng Navi thì cái lúc phút thứ 25 mình vẫn nghĩ là hai con tài của mình là nó gãy rồi. Phút thứ 25 là mình nghĩ nó gãy rồi. Nhưng bằng một cách thần kỳ nào đó thằng Fnatic nó lại có thể bật dậy được. Thì trong game đấu này tôi nói thật với anh em là tôi không những là tôi đi 2 cái dây tài mà tôi còn đi thêm 2 cái hũ Kamikop. Thì tôi hoàn toàn là tôi đang mong một cái kịch bản giống như là trận đấu của Navi và Fnatic nó lại diễn ra thêm một lần nữa. Chỉ cần là thằng Kamikop này nó cướp được, bây giờ cướp cái gì nhờ, cướp được một con Baron, một con Baron thôi, nó sẽ có được rất là nhiều lợi thế để có thể câu cái game này ra ít nhất là thêm 5 phút nữa. Khi mà tôi nói là 5 phút nữa thì thậm chí là về luôn, anh em về luôn cái tài 31. Tài kêu là cũng sẽ về luôn, một con Baron thôi. Còn bây giờ cái con Aatrox này, một con Aatrox mà tôi nói là hoàn toàn nó vô dụng, nó không làm được con khỉ gì trong cái game này cả. Linh hồn rồng gió là chuẩn bị rồi, con rồng gió thứ 3. Bây giờ ngộ không này đúng là tề thiên đại thánh rồi anh em ơi. Tôi nghĩ là tầm này thì chắc là chỉ chờ đợi một cái ánh trăng dẫn lối thật là đẹp của thằng Hazel. Một cái chiêu cuối phải gọi là trúng 5 người, ngay lập tức là thổi đi ít nhất là cũng phải là 50% máu của cả team Vitality thì mới có khả năng mà giúp cho thằng Kamikop này nó thắng combat được, nó mới có thể bật dậy được. Bây giờ đúng nghĩa là ngồi chơi là đếm từng kill. Tôi nằm kêu tai với anh em. Rồi một lần nữa trong khoảng thời gian mà chúng ta chưa có gì để nói thì một lần nữa nếu những người anh em vẫn chưa có nơi để chúng ta gọi là cùng đồng hành với nhau thì còn chần chờ gì nữa mà không tham gia vào nhóm chat gia tộc hai cậu để có thể cùng đồng hành với Bình luận Tiếng cá heo trong những cái kèo eSports anh em nhé. Mình thì mỗi trận đấu mình đều cập nhật kèo cọt liên tục ở trong nhóm gia tộc hai cậu để chơi với anh em. Không chỉ là cập nhật kèo mà chúng ta còn là gọi là không chỉ là kèo liên minh mà chúng ta còn có những mã kèo về thể thao, về bóng bánh, về gọi là bóng rổ, về những kèo eSports khác như là CS này nọ đấy. Cho nên là còn chần chờ gì nữa mà không tham gia với chúng tôi anh em ơi, tại gia tộc hai cậu. Không biết là những người anh em BD Kinh và Thịnh Nguyễn đã vào nhóm chưa nha. Đây rồi, mở combat rồi. Một cái chiêu cuối rất đẹp. Ánh trăng dẫn lối thì chẳng biết dẫn lối đi về đâu luôn anh em à. Đánh như thế này thì thôi, không có cái tài nào cả anh em à. Không tài nổi rồi. Kìa 22 rồi, 5 kill nữa được này. Ê 5 kill được này anh em. 5 kill nó được 5 kill nó được anh em à. Đây đây. Đấy 23 rồi 4 kill nữa thôi, được. Tài kill sống. Tài tham chưa biết sống hay không nhưng mà tài kill sống anh em nhá. Đánh kiểu gì mà không quét sạch thêm một lần nữa đúng không anh em? Không quét sạch thì làm sao mà clear game được. Thậm chí là tầm này là tham là tôi thấy nó bắt đầu là thở rồi đấy. Tự thở được rồi đấy, không cần là bình oxy nữa rồi đấy. Thấy là cái kèo là khá là thơm lại rồi anh em à. Bằng một cách thần kỳ nào đó là lại thơm lại rồi anh em ơi. Có vẻ như là hơi tự tin. Đây anh em thấy không? Con cá sấu nó đi ra đi vào, nó ăn hẳn 4 phát bắn từ trụ mà không làm được gì cả. Một cái tình huống băng trụ phải gọi là rất là lõ. Hơi tự tin thái quá vào sức mạnh của mình. Dù là con Aatrox là phải nói là từ nãy tới giờ là nó rất là phế nha. Trời sập không vào đâu cả. Một cái trời sập hơi phí của Yukino. Có thể gọi là cái mạng shutdown vào vị trí của Reton. Hoàn toàn là một cú đánh lách hít bình thường. Một cái cú đánh mà gọi là không cần kỹ năng của thằng tao ở đây mà. Rồi, có bắt được không? Dứt điểm nổi vị trí của Ozzy không? Không nổi rồi, rút lui thành công rồi. Đang có chiêu cuối này, 3 người cùng dang lên và ngay lập tức là dứt điểm luôn được vị trí của Ozzy. Rồi, ngon rồi. 24 kill rồi, về rồi anh em. Đánh được cái thế này thì về rồi, 2 cái kèo tài về hết rồi. Đấy, lật được thật kìa. Thằng Kami Cup lật được kìa anh em. Lúc này thì Alpha mới tới nha. Alpha tới và full máu nha. Được. Hai tài cùng về. Ngon rồi anh em. Về mẹ rồi. Ơ kìa, bằng cách nào đó. What the fuck, nó cứu luôn kìa anh em ơi. Bú tay kêu trước rồi. Ok anh em ơi. Ngon rồi. 3 phút không, 2 phút nữa. 2 phút nữa. Ngon rồi anh em ơi. Cái điều mà mình cảm thấy là mình hơi tiếc đó là hình như là mình vẫn đang phải là hiến tế. Vẫn đang phải hiến tế 2 cái hũ của thằng Kami Cup để mình đổi về 2 cái dây tài. Mặc dù là gọi là hũ nhưng mà mình đánh ít anh em ạ. Mình chỉ đánh 2 cái hũ là mỗi hũ một tô phở thôi. Nó vẫn cứ là ok anh em ơi. Bằng một cách nào đó thì thằng Kami Cup nó vẫn đang là câu kéo rất là tốt ở trong cái trận đấu này. Vitality mặc dù là dẫn trước, bọn này kiểu dẫn sau lại đánh nhả nhớt. Ui, đánh kêu là nhả nhớt thì không được. Ui, Razy phóng đau quá em ơi. Giật cái lông một phát nằm luôn. Sit down. Hazel không có nhiều máu để có thể chơi được. Camilo đang cố gắng. Ui, tôi bấm đồ cát ở đây đi rồi. Ozia tới rồi, nó đâm nằm. Rồi, 1 phút bú. Khỏe anh em nha, bú hết rồi. Cái gì mà tôi phải lại bú, là bú đâu kìa. Hazel nằm rồi. Ở kìa. Cầm con Hyper Carry như thế này mà không được chơi gì cả anh em ơi. Thế là thơm rồi. Thuần các thể lại tay. Nói thế thôi anh em ơi, chứ bây giờ mà tôi hỏi anh em nha, cái giai đoạn đầu anh em nhìn thằng Vitality nó ép thằng Kami Cup như thế, anh em có bao giờ anh em nghĩ mà nó về được tài không? Một phần nó cũng câu kéo khá là tốt để mà thật sự thằng Kami Cup nó câu kéo khá là tốt. Nếu mà gọi là nó đần hơn tí nữa thôi là hoàn toàn game này end ở phút thứ 25. Đéo hiểu trôi như vậy rồi mà vẫn về 2 tài. Thằng Kami Cup lúc nãy phải nói không phải là thằng Kami Cup nó hay thì cũng không phải là thằng Kami Cup nó hay, mà thằng Vitality nó hơi coi thường thằng Kami Cup luôn ấy. Nó vào nó combat trong trụ rồi nó chết. Thằng Fnatic với Vitality là 2 thằng ngu hôm qua làm anh em chết, hôm nay lại đánh căng tay. Ở kìa, một mình chấp 3. Một mình chấp 3. Ui, nó vào mà ngay lập tức là dứt điểm luôn được vị trí của Afe. Mất đi nguồn đam chủ lực thì coi như là Kami Cup nằm lại ở đây rồi. Mất luôn con rồng, linh hồn rồng chắc chắn sẽ thuộc về Vitality. Kìa, thằng tao nó quay trở lại, nó mạnh rồi anh em ơi. 3-3, vào cái thế 3-3, hai bên đều mất đi carry. Tầm này là chỉ ngồi xem để coi cái hũ của mình nó có về được hay không thôi anh em ạ. Thằng tao gọi là sau cái khoảng thời gian đầu cực kỳ phế thì bây giờ có mạng vào là ngay lập tức là cực kỳ mạnh anh em nhé. Atrox nó là cái con tướng của mình, nó thật mình cực kỳ ghét luôn. Mình cực kỳ ghét con Atrox luôn anh em ạ. Nó phế cỡ nào phế, cho nó ăn 1 mạng 2 mạng là ngay lập tức là quay về nó bữa là vỡ mồm hết. Tất nhiên là bây giờ đánh con rồng này nó sẽ không tốt. Bởi vì thằng Kami cướp này nó không có rừng ở đây, chắc chắn nó sẽ không đi tranh cướp được. Cho nên là bỏ rồng thôi. Bắt buộc là phải bỏ rồng, linh hồn rồng gió dành cho vị trí của Vitality. Cũng may là linh hồn rồng gió nhé, một con gọi là linh hồn rồng nó không có quá nhiều sức mạnh trực tiếp vào cái ván đấu. Chủ yếu là gọi là tốc độ di chuyển thôi. Nhưng mà mang về rất là nhiều tốc độ di chuyển thì anh em sẽ có rất là nhiều lợi thế để gọi là câu kéo thả diều, cũng như là khả năng kiểm soát được bản đồ. GG qua trận mới nào. Ui, ráng cho thằng Kami cướp nó làm cái hũ anh em. Phút thứ 35 luôn rồi anh em ạ. Game này là phải là 40 kill. Có khi là phải chờ luôn cả con rồng ngàn tuổi thì mới end được anh em ạ. Đùa chứ bây giờ mà thằng gọi là vẽ kịch bản trong mơ là thằng Yukino nó cướp được con Baron này, sau đó thì cướp luôn được con rồng ngàn tuổi là kèo. Đó, bú luôn, bú sạch là đẹp nhất. Xin luôn 2 cái hũ là đẹp nhất. KCB bắt đầu tấn công vào Baron rồi. Đây, thằng tao là một mình di chuyển lên. Kìa, bị bỏ lại. Con Baron chỉ còn 5.000 máu thôi. Hay rồi, vẫn tiếp tục là không được chơi. Camilo cũng nằm luôn rồi. Thôi, không có lật nào cả anh em ạ. Không có cái gì lật ở đây cả anh em ạ. Rồi thôi, FF. Endgame. Qua game sau. Bú 2 cái tài đủ chỉ tiêu. Thôi bú 2 cái tài đủ chỉ tiêu để em mà qua game sau. Game này coi như bỏ rồi. Ao tiền quá nhiều. Mà phải nói là ao như thế này mà còn kéo được tới phút thứ 35 thì cũng gọi là một nỗ lực đáng khen của thằng Kami cướp rồi. Má hẳn 40 kill. Hẳn 40 kill.
To finish, that is true. Only had 1 death. He had a 6-1 and 11 scoreline. His impact in the early game was fantastic. I felt like he really did do a good job of keeping Yukino in check as much as he could. He played around his side lanes very well. He executed upon that bot dive very cleanly. And overall, a great game. Now, the game devolved into madness, and I don't think that was Lince's fault.
Yeah. I don't think as well. You can vote for him alongside Nuknuko or Fletchy for player of the game at LEC on X. Nuknuko, the question we still have is this guy equivalent to Korean top lane?
Stop.
One in particular.
You need to stop.
But he's Betty. How good is he?
He's an exciting prospect.
He bought Seekers on a Renekton.
Yes.
I've never had so much respect for a man.
He bought Zhonya's on his Renekton.
Did he actually finish it?
Finished Zhonya's,
he finished it. I think you guys should vote for him at LEC on X.
I feel like Lince kind of deserves this one.
I know, but hear me out. He finished the Zhonya's.
I feel like you're biased.
9, 3, and 6, and he finished the Zhonya's.
Towards a Renekton building Zhonya's.
You know, scaling. I don't think the old has AP ratio in it. I don't think anything has AP ratio in it Renekton. Not sure. Either way, fun team to watch. Fun top laner, please explain the Zhonya's. Law, ask him as we stand by.
I mean, yeah, let's ask him directly. Nuknuko, thank you for joining me. Tell us about the Zhonya's.
I mean, I just hit 1600 gold and I was like, I will just buy Zhonya, let's do one fight and the game is over. But then some things happened, so it was kind of hard to finish after that.
Some things happened. Let's elaborate on that, because it feels like with the leads you had and everything that happened in game, this should have ended much sooner.
Yeah,
What
I
was
mean,
this?
My Azir decided to flash engage on enemy nexus. He died. We couldn't take anything, so it was kind of hard.
You know what? Sometimes you just want to have fun, and you know that you're going to take the victory in the end. But yeah, it's always shameful when the mid laner is inting. We'll talk about this a bit later, actually, because between him and Carzzy, I feel like it's making your job difficult sometimes to focus. But I want to talk about you first. It's your second year here. What is your confidence level coming back in the LEC this year? Because taunting Wonder, emoting left and right, the gameplay you had all week was spot on. Tell me about all this.
I mean, I'm just playing the game. I think I'm better than most of the top laners, so I just play and see what happens.
I actually wanted to ask you about the new batch of top laners we had this year. We have Tao, there's Empiros, there's Baus also. What do you think about the new generation of top laners we have in the LEC this year?
I mean, I think we have some good top laners. Like from the rookies, I think Mentor is probably the best. So they're overall really good.
All right, Mentor, look out. He's one of the top laners we want to look for actually this year in the LEC. Something that I've read, an article from L'Equipe with Neo from Vitality saying that we finally found our franchise player. Talking about you. How does that make you feel? To know that Vitality regards you in such a high way?
I mean, it makes me feel great. Like, being the franchise player is just good. I mean, they ask your opinion on everything and they care about you, so it's kind of good.
Do you feel like you have a bit more responsibility, a bit more pressure with that role?
Not really. I mean, I'm still a young guy, so I just improve and see what happens.
I feel like everything about you is confidence, actually, in Naknako. So last question, as the franchise player, as the one who has a say on the team, how hard is it when you have mom and dad, Carzzy and Humanoid, in the same team, battling in chat?
I mean, you just know that even if you are 10k gold ahead, they will do something that will make the game longer, or they will just finish it in 5 minutes, so it's kind of 50-50. Can do both ways. I mean, I'm happy with them, so.
Yeah. Can be a coin flip, but you're the one bringing the balance in the game in the end, such as you did today. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on the win for Vitality. Let's hear more, actually, about Carzzy and Humanoid and whatever is happening in comms.
I'm owner of you.
You're owner?
I own you. I legit bought you like a fucking grocery, bro. Luckily, Fnatic was cheap. So I'm dead. Shot calling.
Oh my god, chase. Go. Tower.
Wow.
Okay, GG, it's easiest.
Let's go! Those are the sickest comms I've ever heard from a pro team.
Oh, and you just bounce as Rion. It's just like there's just no expression in him, and then when you put these these two knuckleheads together, every time both of you end up in the same team or same room, something atomic happens.
What?
Just talk about whatever you want to talk about.
He brings out the emotion in me, maybe.
Oh yeah. Nice. True. Is that why you're like inting him on purpose? Because so far you've been like dead weight for him, you know?
I'm not gonna lie. I have an excuse.
Okay, yeah.
Yesterday I woke up with like massive fever and I was high on painkillers.
Okay, good clarification,
I could not even see my screen, I'm not gonna lie. But next week is gonna be better.
That was yesterday. What was your excuse today?
Well, I was still sick in the morning. Now I'm fine, but...
All right.
Is that cap?
Yeah.
Is it cap? Just the... I mean, I cannot say this on the LEC broadcast.
Say whatever you want.
What?
Say whatever you want. Wait, I don't...
I mean, he has excuse for every single day, let's say, you know? Today it was like he couldn't sleep, he had to go to the doctor in the morning, you know? Yesterday it was the magical fever. I guess he's like fully healthy after one day, you know?
Better magical fever than magical feet, right?
Magical feet?
Yeah.
Feet?
Yes, smelly feet.
I saw a tweet about something. Anyway, about this game, we have a theory that maybe you can't both like play well in the same game. Is that correct, Carzzy?
I mean, I haven't seen this guy play well yet, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess I did not carry the first game when you were inting. You didn't, yeah? Enough said.
Enough said. We played this and that in Ready Check, so you gotta choose this or that, and we made an extra one for you two. I'm gonna take a look.
You're that special.
Greatest friendship, we're gonna call it. Javik or Kahoof? I don't know. You Narzi?
I mean, ours is more romantic, I'd say.
Oh yeah? Can you elaborate on that? You guys live together, right?
We do right now, yeah.
Oh yeah?
How's that?
Is that why you're not streaming anymore, Carzzy, in the evening?
Sorry?
Is that why you're
streaming?
Oh yeah? Because I was saying that
tomorrow we are reviewing these games on stream. Everyone tune in.
Okay.
Where is it?
On Karzi's channel or
On
yours?
Karzi's channel, on
DJ Karzi?
Both channels.
Both channels, just Karzi's channel.
No, basically I'm his father, you know, like yesterday he was just sleeping on the couch and today in the morning I brought him, yesterday in the morning I just made tea for him, you know, like
that's so cute.
make sure he's feeling fine. My girlfriend is cooking, feeding him some rice and chicken, so he's like full of energy, you know, and he's just on the couch sleeping like a little baby.
Right, actually just a child in that household.
Yeah. I mean, it's exactly what I need.
Honestly, it goes hard. I would do the same if I had the option, you know?
Yeah, who of the talent would you want to live together with that could like bring you food and stuff? Like Medic? You, Odo.
Oh, I mean, I was thinking too much of Karzi, you know, because for me, he's like the best roommate ever. Ooh, from the talent room, from the talent crew.
Dracos, maybe.
Ooh, Draco's dad has great dad vibes, you know?
He does.
So, probably him. But if I had the choice, I would still go for Karzi, because,
Yeah. Anyway, we have some misinformation because sometimes when you guys are like together on the couch, it seems that you don't like each other that much. But then, Karzi, whenever you weren't in a team with Humanoid, all you literally did was tweet about Humanoid. So is this one of those like you want to but you can't, like heated rivalry, or what are we talking about?
I mean, I can explain this.
Okay.
I have said this a million times. Like, basically, our relationship is he loves me, but I don't love him. So,
is that why you didn't think him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when I look to my right, like, or left actually, you're on my left. He's on my left, whatever. And when I see his face, I kind of have to run it down. So, yeah.
How does that make you feel, Karzi?
I mean, what he just said, he basically stole it from me because our entire friendship, I've been saying that he thinks of me as of his best friend, but I don't view him the same, you know. But he was like, wanted to spend so much time with me, take me to parties.
Parties.
In off season. And I mean, I like him, but not as a best friend, you know.
Okay. But as a teammate.
As a teammate?
Yeah,
or as an inter?
And as a partner.
As a partner. I think that's good. I think we got there. Thank you so much for this insightful interview, unless you want to add something?
No, I'm
No,
good.
you're good? Okay, you got to work on that fever. Thank you so much, Humanoid and Karzi and Odo, and we'll be right back for Giant X versus Team Heretics.
I'm flashing on. No flash this guy. No flash this guy. Kill him. Bomb the hell.
Yeah, we bombed him?
I don't know.
7k.
I'm looking at
Look nice.
Look nice.
Back time.
Nice flash. I'm coming with you, Nag. I'm coming with you. Look, these guys.
Please, go in. Get me out.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
our 2025 season, I think, for us, how we built our mindset and everything, I think top 5 was not a good result at all. I think especially the way we went out was not how we wanted to show our whole year or how we played the whole year. And we were the infamous scrim gods, you know, to come on stage and get 3-0, then bye-bye. My favorite moment from last year was probably beating G2 in Madrid, because we went to that road trip, I think 1-4 or 1-5, basically almost out of playoffs, and we were not a good team at all, and then suddenly we went to Madrid, turned out like a complete different team, and in I think GX history, first time beat G2, I don't know. So it felt pretty nice, and the stage was insane, so probably for that year that was the most favorite moment. I would say my personal goal aligned with the team in a way, which with Giant X is always just to go worlds, right? Do the best, perform the best, get better, and yeah, it just aligns with the team goal right now, which is just, for now, get into the top 3 at least, like in the beginning, and then finish it up at Worlds, and best win a title.
That was a pretty good Giant X time. If you look back at some of their best performances since the rebrand. Welcome back to the LEC. My name is Serge, I'm joined by Betty, and Team Heretics versus Giant X comes up next. Both teams really looking to launch themselves off the ground. I mean, for GX, I say that, but they're 2-0 to start things off. Whereas Team Heretics on the other side, 0-2. Complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, Heretics, I'm going to be honest, they felt a little lifeless. I was really hoping that we kind of get a new shade of them. But I feel like that, like they're still very reliant on Sheo to be the driver. I think that he's done a better job of connecting with Stend on the map, but the reality is that things don't really happen unless Sheo is trying to force something to happen, and sometimes I think that he's over-forcing things, and it's yeah, it's tough, because I think that last year, while it wasn't the most reliable identity, at least it felt like, okay, we put Sheo in a position to kind of be the driver, and then the team just consistently follows that driver, and then they will kind of rely on that to win out on later game team fights or something off the back of that. But junglers are doing a really good job of punishing Sheo whenever he tries to have an impact on the map, and we'll see what happens in this matchup today, because Bukata has made his fair share of mistakes. Giant X are not a clean team at all.
What do you mean? You saying their game versus Shifters wasn't clean?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I think Giant X probably should have lost both of their games.
I mean, you're not being honest. Well, you are, but it's quite obvious, yes.
Yeah, their wins were somewhat robberies, but you know what? Like, hey, a win's a win. You take what you can get.
That's right, a win is a win. G2 also, I mean, yesterday, that was a very big win. Especially when it's a best of one single round robin. You only verse each team once. GX have beat G2. That's out of the way. Now for Team Heretics, that's what's in the way of getting them 3-0. Red side first pick as Giant X. They are the ones who chose red, but Team Heretics had that right of first selection, and they chose second pick. So they want to counter, maybe for Tracing, maybe for Top, maybe for Serum. We'll find out.
Let's see. Jern, I just smile on his face. He had some nice engages yesterday against G2. Let's see what he's got planned today. We've seen a Rakan and a Bard from him so far this split. I'm definitely not expecting support to be the priority, but with Malphite open, come on, are we going to get it?
Silas is banned, so it's obvious. Oh my god, they left it. That's a Malphite first
Malphite
pick.
jungle.
Here we go. It's going to get locked in.
Lock it in.
I bet Vedius on it, and there we go.
It is Malphite jungle.
How easy was that?
We're assuming it's jungle. We've heard from every pro player that they've said it's a quote-unquote flex, but it's not really.
But it's not. It's going to get Zeke's first, and it's going to go jungle.
Zeke's first? I thought Sunfire was the usual.
I've seen LPL. I've seen 3 or 4 Malphites just go Zeke's first.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So
Hey, vô anh em.
I guess it is also dependent. If you look at solo queue right now, it is Zeke's and the protocols.
Đến với trận đấu thứ 3 trong ngày đấu hôm nay.
I'm also seeing like
Malphite. Ui, Yone. Mình Yasu đi top à? Smolder vẫn sẽ là Versus. Nhả cho nhiều thì cũng sẽ là những con tướng mà gọi là quen mặt thôi anh em ơi. Versus lụm luôn AD, đó là Sivir. Không, sẽ là Azir. Ui, từ đầu tới giờ thì anh em thấy là có 3 Azir để sử dụng rồi anh em nha. 3 trận đấu là Azir tỷ lệ bích 100%. Shin để đối đầu với Varus ở khu đường dưới. Trận đấu này thì mình thấy là khả năng là xỉu kill nó cao hơn anh em nhé. Khả năng xỉu kill anh em nhé. Trận đấu này thì mình quyết định là mình không đi tài kill nữa, mà là quyết định là mình đi xỉu kill và trừ 7.5.
Very limited right now for these LEC teams. But now we move into the second phase, and I kind of expect supports to be pinched a little bit. Mind the Heretics will get that first pick out of the second phase. So we'll see what direction they decide to go towards that bot lane. I think Rakan could be a possibility. Of course, blind Rakan is always a little bit risky, but with Poppy taken out of the way, maybe if they look to ban away the Alistair now alongside this Bard, Rakan could be a pick for them. We have seen Sten's Rel come through before as well. I don't know if I love Rel into the amount of range and disengage that GX have. If they want something that forces a little bit harder, I think Leona is just a little bit easier to execute. Nautilus could also make a lot of sense. You like Rom here? Into GX, not really. I think that Heretics just need more ways to start fights. Yeah. So I think GX, yeah, I think the Nautilus ban makes a lot of sense. I think they should consider a Rakan ban.
Your Leona mention is actually quite nice when we're talking about trying to use that range advantage, especially top lane.
Yeah, I think for GX though, they've got a lot of flexibility just because they have the Malphite already. They can kind of do whatever they want. Nico is a good ban. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That would have been a scary comp to play against. Malphite plus Nico. I just had a rough time. Maybe they're opening up the themselves. Maybe, but they don't get first pick, remember. Let's see what Heretics go for. Do they want to lock in the Rakan now? Or do they instead have something else in mind? Of course, we still don't know exactly where this window is going, which is why I quite like the idea of the support being picked up right now. Heretics debating their choice. They've still got plenty of...
Giờ này mình nghĩ là bích một con đi rừng là hợp lý rồi anh em ạ. Abesa, chính xác là như vậy luôn. Vậy trót à? À không, xin lỗi anh em, tầm này là bích top chứ. Có Mundo đi rừng rồi, Malphite đi rừng rồi. Sẽ là top. Bên phía team Heroic mang về cho mình Abesa cũng rất là hợp lý, khi mà Mundo đó là một con tướng thuần tanker rồi, thì Abesa sẽ gánh nhiệm vụ lao vào quẩy trong combat thay cho Mundo. Rồi bên phía GX cũng thế, khi mà đã có một tanker là Malphite có khả năng lao vào rồi thì họ cần một con tướng càng lướt trong combat, đó sẽ là Aatrox. Những cái lượt bích cực kỳ bù trừ cho nhau. Và hai lựa chọn hỗ trợ đó là Rakan và Alistar. Một lần nữa nhắc lại với anh em luôn là mình đang hiện tại đầu tư vào con hàng xỉu kill và đồng thời là trừ 7.5 dành cho Gen anh em nhé.
wave clear, range, good scaling, good laning, side laning, disengage, engage, kick potential. He's the most well-rounded mid lane champion. He's like perfect for pro play.
Yeah.
Rise is similar. He's like a close second, I would say. That's why we've been seeing Azir versus Rise for so many years, because he does a lot of those things as well. I mean, the biggest difference is Rise just doesn't have the same range, but yeah, the biggest thing that concerns me is that
Ôi, chuẩn bị vào trận thôi nào anh em.
we'll see what Sten can do on Rakan.
All right, well, let's go. GX have had one hell of a start this week. Heretics, upside of the coin. They need their first win. Well, starting 0-3, they'll be right at the bottom. But I'd say Giant X, as we alluded to before.
Ok, sao vừa mới vào game mà đã power cái này.
I wonder what it will be today. Because I can tell you right now, all of the pauses that have happened this weekend have been for very silly reasons.
A peripheral issue, I've been told.
Because we had one pause.
Không rõ là có vấn đề gì mà vừa mới vào game Phát là bị power game rồi anh em à.
The one pause we did have, remember around Baron yesterday, we had, I think it was Noah thought there was a flash bug in the end, but it was just that he didn't get the flash timer right. Actually, sorry, maybe that was silly. Now, Giant X have initiated this, as we said, peripheral issues. We will find out. I do not see water spilt. I do not see anything on the table. So, if you get water in the keyboard, that's a peripheral issue, technically.
Yes, it is.
You know?
Objectively, it is.
If you were having like eating like a donut or something and you got the like honey or whatever.
I spilled Sprite on my keyboard the other day, and I'm telling you right now, it's one of the worst things to spill.
Of course it is. It goes sticky.
It's so sticky. It's so bad.
Bro.
But you want to know what I did?
What?
This is not a lie.
You drank it up.
No.
No.
What? Why was that way?
Oh, because I spilled like spilled like Coke on it before, like.
À lâu thế nhờ.
Well, because when you're a kid.
Làm nửa đêm rồi mà còn delay kiểu này nữa, ngủ gục chết luôn đi anh em ạ.
You can do it. It's a thing. I'm being serious. Like there's this great YouTube video that I watched where they compared different keyboards and how effective it was to put a keyboard in the washing machine. And the most effective way to wash your keyboard is to take the caps off and put it in the washing machine, but don't use any of the detergent stuff. You just use water.
There's no way it worked after.
Yes, of course it does. Because as long as the keyboard dries, you got to leave it for like 5 days to dry.
5 days?
Well, yeah.
What?
Well, you got to make sure it's completely dry.
Yeah, of course, because it's an electronic.
My producer's just telling me about the water hardness, which is a very valid point.
Well, next time...
The German water is quite hard.
Okay. So next time what? Next time, like, my headset...
Rồi, ok.
All I said was keyboards. That's all I said. Let's not form any other expanded opinions.
Guys, if your mouse doesn't work, take off the clicks, put it in the washing machine, see what happens.
I'm just saying that, like, electronic devices, generally you can put them in water.
No, you can't.
As long as they're turned off.
No, but then you turn them on and they've got water in
Yeah,
the
but that's why you have to let them dry before you turn them
for
on.
5 days, bro, just buy
Have
a
you
new
never
keyboard.
dropped your phone in a water before?
Vedius, I swear you're a millionaire, just buy a new keyboard.
Rồi, ok.
You're a rock star, caster, pop star, hit artist, bro, just buy a new keyboard. Guys,
Well, fortunately,
we're gonna fund Vedius'
I've been
new
in
keyboard.
eSports for like over 10 years now, so I do have quite a few keyboards.
Yeah, so even more so. What are you doing?
I did just replace the keyboard, but I wanted to watch this one.
Okay.
Tầm này thì gọi là thuần farm thôi. Sẽ không có quá nhiều thứ để cho anh em có thể xem được ở giai đoạn đầu tiên của trận đấu này.
Use your mobile phone, go play Wild Rift in the meantime because you have to wait 5 days to play League again because you put your keyboard in the washing machine. Don't forget you got 2 days after it goes in the dryer as well. We have
Well,
another
now
pause.
look what's happened.
Look at what you did.
You did.
I know how to solve this, and it involves liquid in a cylinder.
Right. We need a keyboard check right now.
We need
all
to
say-
test this. What we should do is one analyst desk day, or segment I should say, at the start. We'll put a keyboard in there, and we'll start it at the start of the
You
day.
can just test this in your own time.
I'm not.
Sao nhờ lại là bao game rồi.
We're not all millionaires like you, okay? We can't all test this. You've probably got about 20 in the back room, don't you? You just pull out another one and yeah, it's not good enough. We'll go to the next one. How many mouse have you got? in. Ice just gonna get rooted up here. Good damage coming through. Fourth shot, and Ice is out of there. He's just gonna be able to heal up for the time being. We come back from live, and GX bot lane are womping.
Ui, tóc biến lên Phát cái solo kill không? Tóc biến lên Phát solo kill không? Thôi, hồi máu rồi. Hồi máu rất nhiều đến từ vị trí của Rakan. Quả đó mà solo kill thì hơi tham vọng.
Top side, you can see that Lot actually able to get the early push as well. Thanks, just broke my keyboard.
Yeah, you shouldn't have actually done it.
Sounds like great advice. Be right back, cleaning my keyboard. That's great. How is German
water hard?
Now there
because it goes clubbing all the time. Good one.
No, it's something to do with what's in the water. It's like I don't know. There is reasons for it.
But like, what makes a water hard? You know, like.
Yeah. But it's like the same reason why you get all that like limestone buildup around like your shower head and stuff. It's it's like really common in Germany, whereas like, for example, I'm from Wales, very clean water, for example.
Yeah,
like,
but hard water doesn't mean it's not clean, does it?
No, of course it doesn't. It can still be clean, but I mean like clean of stuff. Like there's nothing else in it. It's just water.
Dịch chuyển ra đến từ vị trí của Versus.
Welsh water. Have you been to Sydney water? So good.
I don't think that's true.
Sydney water clears.
You're surrounded by sharks. I just can't believe that that's objective.
Với việc mang cho mình cái dịch chuyển thì tất nhiên là Versus của Ice sẽ không bị đối thủ của mình đè lính quá nhiều.
Hey, that's okay. I mean, you said sharks first. I'm just going off what you said. Now, look, reason this game has been a bit about Vedius's ego for so far has been because the early game has just been trading back and forth. Nothing much happening outside of the fact that bot lane was almost a good start for GX. Outside of that, yeah, everything's about as clean as your keycaps are going to be.
Thank you for that summary, Jake.
No worries. Anything else you got to add?
About the game right now, not too much.
Do you put your laundry in with it? The last thing I'm going to ask.
Okay.
Put the
Why
laundry
would I
in with
put my
it?
laundry in the dishwasher?
No, not the dishwasher. You put your keyboard in the laundry machine.
No, I don't. I put it in the dishwasher.
In the dishwasher?
Yes, the dishwasher.
I don't know if that's worse or
Did
better.
I say washing machine?
I think you meant it.
That's not what I meant. I did not put it in the...
Well, that guy's now broken his keyboard.
I know, I'm giving
that guy has actually broken his keyboard.
I gave the wrong advice. I definitely meant the dishwasher.
So you put it in with the plates?
Yes, with the plate. Yes.
All right.
Whoops. I've definitely broken some keyboards. My bad.
Learning more about you.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about Malphite Jungle.
Yep.
Look at him go. He is speedy clear.
Yep. Flash. Match.
Không đủ sát thương. Chắc chắn là không đủ sát thương. Mặc dù là phải đầu tư luôn cho mình 2 phép bổ trợ, nhưng mà Ryan trong tay Serin vẫn chưa thể dứt điểm được Jackies. Vẫn chưa thể dồn được sát thương vào. Có vẻ như là một cái combat mà khó có thể có được mạng hạ gục đầu tiên trận đấu này anh em ơi. Ozzy vẫn đang chạy. Thôi, mạng hạ gục đầu tiên tới rồi. Chặn đầu. Người đầu tiên ngã xuống đó là vị trí của Ozzy. Ui. Xử lý khá tốt đến từ vị trí của team Heretic.
Ambitious fight for GX to take Azir this early on into the game alongside a Malphite. I just feel like you don't have the skirmishing power to really go toe-to-toe against this Rise plus Mundo Varus. And yeah, now the comments are coming back to the show. Dishwasher makes more sense.
How does it make more sense?
Yes, that is 100%.
How does it make more sense? It doesn't make any sense.
Ui, bật lên chiến binh tận thế và quay trở lại hút rất nhiều máu từ Atrox. Tất nhiên là Jaysin sẽ cố gắng để đẩy lính cao hết mức có thể trước khi đi về, bởi vì vị trí của Jaysin không còn dịch chuyển nữa.
Take any bets?
Nice.
Want to say I?
Well, Seren has no flash. Actually,
yeah, see,
perfect, easy
see,
target.
There you go. That's what I'm thinking.
Wasn't a bet. It was just correct answer, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we cannot be in the minds of the pro players, okay?
We can try.
Try. And I think Seren makes the most sense.
Also, Zeke's picked up again cheap item. Mentioning the build before.
You did mention it earlier.
I was looking at Canyon's build. Canyon actually went Vandal Pipes first.
Yeah, okay.
But Zeke's only cost him 2,200. Came second, so. It wasn't a long game for Canyon. I think he won a 16-minute game. But that's the most recent data I have, at the very least, for him specifically. And we trust Canyon, don't we? Zizma can show him how much we trust him.
I mean, I think it makes a ton of sense. It's a very well-rounded item.
Đổi mục tiêu. TH sẽ ăn rồng, trong khi đó thì GX sẽ ăn 3 con sâu.
So long ago, because my time is so twisted when it comes to league matches.
Start of last year? Question mark? I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not sure. But regardless, yeah, it's just him. Good, trying to cancel the back. Does so. Nice. Now, this is just a bit nuisance.
Absolutely.
Objectives were taken. It was Dragon for the grubs right in the end, so GX walking away with 3.
Okay, Seren flash time. How much longer is left? Let's have a look. He's got 30 seconds left.
How do you know?
Because I'm in the game.
You're in the game?
Yeah, I can click a champion and I can check stuff.
I know you can see the flash time, but I always just go based on. You've actually got a timer down there. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, the observers can tell you too. Look, it's in the bottom
But
left
I look at the grey bar on screen right now and I go, oh, about 20 seconds.
Thank you,
Yeah. But don't you just guess?
No, I don't just guess.
It's not what you're about, is it?
Data and information that I have access to.
Cho tới lúc này thì game vẫn đang là game thuần farm anh em à. Cực kỳ chậm.
That video still exists on the internet. I'm telling you, it's been scientifically proven you can put your keyboards in the dishwasher.
Good to know.
I'm an evidence-based man. Yeah, I have a degree in psychology. That's what it's all about.
Do you?
Yes.
No wonder I feel like you're trying to get into my brain every game.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm actually actively trying to avoid it.
Oh, are you? Actually, to be fair, true, you try and disengage from any conversation with me, even if it's about the game. That's what makes it so close, isn't it?
Stonks on the rise. Jackie's telling you to invest. Don't know what in, but something.
Ay.
10.5 minutes in, we have 1 kill.
It is riveting. But Isma's a Malphite, and we know Malphite gotta go.
Well, that's what I would like.
But
we're farming for now.
Nửa đêm mà bọn này nó đánh kiểu farm như thế này đúng ru ngủ luôn anh em ạ. Bật lên tốc hành và ngay lập tức là lui về được. Đây rồi. Lần này thì chị đâu? Chị đâu con sâu? Trả lại điền một mạng ngay. Hai cái CC quá mạnh, phân chia thiên hạ và không thể cản phá. Serin mặc dù là có cho mình cái tốc biến, nhưng mà lúc đó thì bấm thì nó cũng chỉ là phí tốc biến mà thôi. Ở vị trí đường trên thì có vẻ như là bên phía của Ambessa là người hoàn thành cái nhiệm vụ đường trước anh em nhé. được nâng cấp cái dịch chuyển của mình lên. Ui. Trong khi đó eSports là vẫn chưa có được cho mình cái, chưa hoàn thành được cho mình cái nhiệm vụ đường. Trong Mundo cũng đã hoàn thành luôn rồi anh em nhé. Còn Malphite thì chưa. Bên phía của TH cho tới lúc này thì vẫn đang dẫn trước về khả năng hoàn thành nhiệm vụ đường. Ozzy cũng đã xong. Đang có rất nhiều những cú binh hướng về khu vực trụ đường dưới. Malphite đang di chuyển ra rồi. Chỉ cần có một tình huống băng trụ là ngay lập tức là có không thể can phá tới chơi. Đấy. Chưa được anh em ạ. Chưa thể làm choáng được vào vị trí, chưa thể trói được vào vị trí bất kỳ ai cả. Bây giờ chiến binh tận thế cũng tới nơi, chưa bật lên. Malphite chưa sử dụng cho mình cái không thể can phá, vẫn còn đang để đó. Vẫn đang để dành. Đây, ngay lập tức là chờ và combo được. Chưa thể dứt điểm được vị trí của Ozzy, nhưng mà sẽ loại Ozzy được ra khỏi vòng đấu bởi vì không còn nhiều máu để mà có thể tiếp tục combat nữa. Còn rồng thứ hai cũng sẽ thuộc về TH. Đánh như thế này thì anh em nào mà đầu tư cái hũ TH đầu game lại là vui quá. Vợ là rút ra và không có mạng hạ gục. Bất khuất mặc dù là đã được bật lên nhưng mà lượng máu của Alistar không còn nhiều, bởi vì xung quanh cũng đã có những thành viên đến để cover cho vị trí của Alistar lui về. Cho nên là The Heretic cũng quyết định là thôi, bỏ. An toàn là trên hết. Trong hai lần gần nhất mà hai này gặp nhau là đều được trả về cái tỷ số là tổng số kill là dưới 25 anh em nhé. Cho nên đây sẽ là một trận đấu nữa, mình nghĩ là nó vẫn sẽ rất là khó để có thể vượt qua được cái tài 26 kill. Cho nên đó là lý do mình đầu tư vào con mã xỉu tới là xỉu kill và gửi ít chấp 7.5 kill anh em ạ. Phân chia riêng hạ. Một cái phân chia riêng hạ là cấu được rất là nhiều máu, nhưng mà Malphite đã phải sử dụng chiêu cuối của mình để rút lui. Mất chiêu cuối chỉ để chạy và có vẻ như là Alistar sẽ phải là người ở lại để hiến tế cho đối thủ. Cố gắng giữ mạng cho vị trí của Malphite anh em ạ. Ở kìa. Và đó đi lạc đâu này. Và đó đi lạc và ngay lập tức là phải nằm lại. Nét vẽ chết chóc cực kỳ chính xác của Noah. Đây chúng ta sẽ một lần nữa được xem lại tình huống lao vào combat. Alista cố gắng rút lui về nhưng mà hết bất khuất thì thôi. Đứng lại câu giờ luôn để cho những người đồng đội của mình có thể về an toàn. Phút 17 và chúng ta hiện tại đang có 4 kill. Khác với nhận định của mình đã nghĩ đây sẽ là một trận đấu rất là dễ dành cho thằng GX, nhưng mà có vẻ như là không anh em ạ. Không dễ lắm. Cầu máu khá tốt đến từ vị trí của Rice.
Is it not I'm blue dabba dee dabba die?
It is that. That is the actual lyric.
Okay.
But I'm saying I thought if I was green I would die. I thought that was the lyric.
You're saying that from an early age you were quite pessimistic.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be green. Didn't want to be like Shrek. You know.
Speaking of, I mean, you got to be careful about saying things like that. You know, Dracos is one of his all-time favorite movies is Shrek 2.
I mean, Shrek. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Sure, Shrek 2 was a masterpiece, but Shrek 1 is easily more quotable.
More quotable?
More quotable.
Phút thứ 19, 11k6 tiền thì không phải là vấn đề lớn. Anh em cũng thấy là cái mức độ chênh lệch của The nó hoàn toàn là chia đều cho cả team. Từ 4 đến khoảng từ 300 tới 500 thôi. Cái khoảng cách này thì cũng không để tạo được quá là nhiều sự khác biệt. Có sứ giả và ngay lập tức là bị đẩy về. Ok. Ui, Ozzy là ngay lập tức là bốc hơi luôn à. Đứng trên mắt của đối thủ. Rừng chưa ra. Malphite có vẻ như động thái bỏ rừng. Xin lỗi anh em, động thái bỏ rồng. Chóc bật lên chiến binh tận thế để chạy, nhưng mà lại bị trúng vào cái hành quyết công khai và ngay lập tức là Chóc phải nằm xuống. Ui, game này ông nào đánh thằng TH thì gọi là bú cái hũ rồi. Trận đấu này chả biết sao nhưng mà TH đang chơi tốt hơn rất là nhiều anh em nhé. Không biết là GX có khả năng để là kèo được game này hay không thì chưa rõ. Nhưng cho tới lúc này thì TH đang làm cực kỳ tốt. TH đang đứng trước cơ hội để có được cho mình trận thắng đầu tiên trong giải đấu LEC 2026 Versus này. Trong khi đó GX đang đứng trước nguy cơ phải nhận lấy trận thua đầu tiên của giải đấu sau 2 chiến thắng anh em nhé. Ui, vẫn cố gắng đi lao vào lấy được bao nhiêu tách trụ thì lấy, nhưng mà chỉ lấy được một stack mà thôi.
But I felt like that he was getting better at that.
He was. But
Yeah,
it still happened.
he's not having a great game so far today. I feel like Saren is just kind of outperforming him in the trades specifically. The damage that Saren was able to find around the second dragon is why GX really couldn't convert their bot pressure into much.
Ice nose.
Yeah, as he should. Good respect indeed.
Then no. Okay.
Uầy, Rakan chỉ một tình huống đi lạc thôi, ngay lập tức là sẽ bị dứt điểm ngay. Tận 4 người đứng ở đây để chờ cái mạng của Rakan. Racing cũng sẽ lấy lại được cái trụ 2 khu vực đường dưới. Khả năng là anh em về tài. Về tài là rất cao. Cho tới lúc này chúng ta vẫn chưa thấy được những tình huống mà có thể gọi là sẽ mang đến sự đột biến để endgame. Hoàn toàn là chưa có. Đặt cái trụ lên. Chọt rất đau đến từ vị trí Versus. Gợi đang tranh thủ để có thể ăn được cho mình con Baron, ăn lén của Baron này anh em à. Hoàn toàn là không có bất kỳ một tầm nhìn nào cả. Sao không sẵn sàng để đi ra cướp. Và đó sẽ là con Baron dành cho GX. GX hoàn toàn có thể gỡ lại được cái game này anh em à. Với cái mệnh đề đó chính là cướp được con Baron. Có Baron rồi thì tất nhiên là GX sẽ tranh thủ khoảng thời gian được cường hóa sức mạnh này để có thể đẩy được càng nhiều trụ càng tốt. Nét vẽ chết chóc chính xác vào vị trí của Rakan. Ui, chiều cuối quá đẹp từ vị trí của Rakan. Xin lỗi anh em, lúc nãy là Rai là người bị bắt anh em nhé. Rai phải bật cái đồng hồ cát lên để có thể giữ cho mình sống. Còn bây giờ thì GX không còn nhiều máu nữa, bắt buộc là phải lùi về để có thể hồi máu và quay trở lại đường.
But as you rightly identified, Isma with the Malphite ultimate. Let's see if he can find a big target. His eye.
Flash, unstoppable force, wait Isma. All we're looking for who he targets and where's the follow-up. He runs in at melee range. Doesn't want to use.
Malphite vẫn đang giữ lại cho mình cái không thể cân phá, chưa vội lao vào anh em ạ. Mundo cũng đã mất đi cái nội tại rồi. Con rồng này chắc chắn là TH sẽ không muốn bỏ lỡ. Linh hồn rồng nước đâu, cái linh hồn phải nói là cực kỳ mạnh, có khi là gọi là mạnh nhất ở trong cái game này, với khả năng phục hồi cực kỳ khó chịu. Sân khấu tử thần được bật lên, đang cố gắng cấu máu nhiều nhất có thể nhưng mà những viên đạn thực sự chưa chính xác cho lắm. Còn bây giờ thì có vẻ như là vị trí của Rai đang không còn nhiều máu nữa. Seri là người phải ngã xuống và bây giờ con rồng là thuộc về bên phía của GX, vẫn chưa có linh hồn rồng nước dành cho Terrorist. Versus là người duy nhất còn sống sau cái combat vừa rồi. Một cái combat phải nói là gần như quét sạch của GX. Đây một lần nữa chúng ta được xem lại tình huống combat ở khu vực hang rồng. Malphite, Rai đều đã bị loại khỏi cái combat rất sớm. Điều đó khiến cho Tedis bị mất hoàn toàn đi lượng sát thương chính cũng như là khả năng tranh cướp con Baron. Cố gắng lao vào cũng chỉ để lại thêm một mạng nữa từ Rakan mà thôi. Cố gắng tìm một cơ hội hiếm hoi để có thể lấy lại được cho mình cái linh hồn rồng, nhưng mà không đủ. Phía bên kia vẫn có Malphite với cái trừng phạt thì Rakan lao vào cướp là quá khó này mà. Vừa mới nói xong thì Malphite ngã xuống rồi. Ở Zia nghe tức đã nằm xuống. Trận đấu phải gọi là cực kỳ cân. Mặc dù là GX cũng đã vừa mới có thể mang lại cho mình một chút xíu lợi thế, đâu đó khoảng 1.500 tiền.
Smite into ulti, nice combo to knock him down, but Jackie's is just out of range. He can't really follow up. That means that Iz was committed way too deep without any way to get out. Then Sheo is thinking to himself, okay, maybe actually we can go for this fight. Noah quickly puts that idea to bed with a nice forward shot, chunking out Sheo's HP. Then a flash over the wall into ulti, one-shots Jackie from his remaining HP. But again, like, yes, the commit is flash to that. They don't really get much off the back of it.
Thế mà lại về tài tham lại về anh em ạ. Tài tham lại về dễ quá anh em ạ. Gọi là game nào cũng gọi là cứ là đầu tư tài tham thôi là sẽ khỏe ngay. Azir Aatrox có vẻ là phải nằm rồi. Solo không lại được. Solo không lại được Amesa anh em ạ. Amesa có khả năng chi đuổi là cực kỳ gắt nha. Thôi, có cả Rakan ở đây nữa thì chạy kiểu gì. Rakan là người dứt điểm luôn vị trí của Aatrox. Chắc là quả chấp 7.5 của mình là đi rồi anh em ạ. Đi xa rồi. Đây, Malphite vẫn đang giữ cho mình cái không để cản phá, muốn bắt vào vị trí của Versus, nhưng mà Versus hiện tại đang có cái áo choàng cho nên là chắc chắn là không lao vào được. Tài tham là coi như về. 15 kill rồi. Trận này mình còn làm cái xỉu kill nữa, không biết là sống hay không đây anh em ạ. Trong cái thế này cũng khó nói trước được quá. Nếu mà game không ra mạng thì đừng ra luôn. Đừng ra luôn. Chờ hẳn một tí nữa, đâu đó khoảng phút thứ 33, 34 thì một lần quét sạch thôi là hoàn toàn là có thể clear được game này. Thì chúng ta sẽ clear được quả xỉu kill anh em nhé. Còn bây giờ mà combat thì lại ra là 10 mạng chân ngay. Lúc đó lại không thơm nữa. Rồi combat cố gắng là quét sạch nha, phải quét sạch mới được nha. Chưa phải ngã xuống. Thường đó là không đủ sát thương để dứt điểm vị trí của Alistar.
Jun has swapped his flash for a TP. He's gone back to base and he should be able to TP back into the fight. TP now being used by the Rakan as well. Sten regrouping with his team, so both supports back in action. Ultimate unavailable for Jun though, same can be said. Oh no, Sheo does have his ulti available.
But Jackie's doing the drag in the meantime, or at least it looked like it. I think he's pulling off now and walking towards the Baron pit. Team Heretics walking away from the Baron themselves and trying to buy some time, and that's all about them.
Malphite vẫn không vội vàng sử dụng chiêu cuối của mình. Vẫn chưa thấy chiêu cuối của Malphite để mở combat này mà. Đây rồi, nghe tức là dồn hai cái CC vào vị trí của Mundo. Ui, combat cái gì này? Combat như thế này thì bẻ cổ anh em đi xỉu rồi. Bằng một cách thần kỳ nào đó thằng TH lại bật lên tiếp anh em ơi. Chả hiểu kiểu gì lại đi dồn CC vào Mundo.
The Mundo of all people is able to tank that engage up, and they turn the fight around. Sten finds a nice angle onto the back line, forces Noah to flash out, and this is going to be.
Con Baron này, mình nghĩ là con Baron này vẫn chưa thể tạo đủ cái thế để cho TH có thể end game được anh em nhé. Khả năng là game này là gọi là nổ vỡ to anh em à.
Soul is now on the cards.
That ulti available for Isma again. But that 3-on Malphite needs a better target. Remember, Ice again, he needs to be smarted down so that he actually gets the ability on his head. But Team Heretics in a winning.
Có linh hồn rồng nước này thì coi như là end game luôn. Mundo cầm linh hồn rồng nước thì khỏi đánh rồi anh em ạ. Hai ngàn máu. Xong. Kìa, Malphite vẫn là người lấy được cho mình cái linh hồn rồng à. Vẫn chưa có linh hồn rồng nước anh em nhé. Nhưng mà TH thì hủy diệt được đội hình của GX. Malphite có vẻ như hơi tự tin khi mà quyết định là một mình đi ở hướng này. Dẫn lính đi xa chứ có thể à. Thôi, cướp được con rồng thì cũng gọi là hoàn thành nhiệm vụ rồi. Chịu chết đi. 23 kill thôi, về tài nữa rồi lại là tất cả, kính thưa tất cả các loại tài. Một lần nữa chúng ta được xem lại cái phía combat để tranh giành con rồng thứ tư này của GX. Malphite hoàn toàn có thể đã phải gọi là đưa vị trí của Mundo lên trời, khiến cho Mundo hoàn toàn không thể trừng phạt được để cứu con rồng. Hai đường. Vào cái thế hai đường thì coi như là đi rồi anh em ạ. 27 kill rồi. 3 kill nữa ngửa. Vào thế hai đường rồi. Đánh thì đánh luôn đi. Vào cái thế hai đường này thì chỉ cần tập trung cả 5 người còn lại vào cái đường cuối cùng thì chắc chắn nó sẽ ép đối phương có thể bước ra ngoài để mà bắt lẻ được anh em ạ. Game này khả năng là lỗ to rồi anh em, ăn 2 game đầu rồi, bây giờ qua game này là đi hết anh em ạ.
This is what I like. Look at Saren. He's just kind of melting through those waves in mid, keeping the pressure up, forcing GX to split apart. And then when they do, you then want to try and chip away at that tower. The problem is the waves aren't really synced up.
Game qua tới phút thứ 40 luôn rồi vẫn chưa end được anh em ạ. Lia lính là cực kỳ nhanh đến từ vị trí của Rai. Gần như là phút thứ 40 luôn rồi. Rồi, cuối cùng cũng có linh hồn rồng nước rồi. Mau phai. Tầm này thì hút đi, bao hút. Đánh thì đánh đi. Bao đánh, riêng vị trí của Mundo thôi. Có cho mình cái linh hồn rồng nước thì coi như là ít 2 sức mạnh rồi anh em. Đây rồi. Cái thế đi, endgame nằm tới đây rồi mà không end được nữa thôi chịu anh em ạ. 3 đường, có Baron dẫn vào. Mega cũng xuất hiện rồi. Linh hồn rồng cũng có luôn rồi. Đứng đánh nhay nhay để cho đối phương cướp con rồng ngàn tuổi rồi lật kèo thì phải gọi là quá dở. Cho nên là chắc chắn là tới khúc này là phải endgame thôi anh em ạ. Tới đây không endgame khi nào end nữa. Chủ nhà lính ở khu vực đường giữa hồi lại và ở khu vực đường trên cũng sẽ hồi. Tiếp tục là phải đánh 2 cái trụ nhà lính này. Đẹp hơn nữa là dứt điểm luôn cái trụ nhà lính ở khu vực đường dưới nữa. Đâu còn ai đẹp đâu, đâu còn trụ đâu, cứ là đi tới đánh thôi. À không, trụ vẫn còn anh em nhé, trụ vẫn còn anh em nhé. À trụ này là trụ của Ozia. Nhìn trên map thì rõ ràng là không có. Đây thành cái sân bay 3 đường. Vào thế 3 đường như thế này thì không chết ai mới ảo này anh em. Quả này mà không chết ai, giữ đúng 24 kill thì mới ảo này. Một trụ nha. Đây tầm bán độ tới này anh em ơi. Tầm này tầm bán độ này không có kill nào mới hay nè anh em. Ôi có mạng rồi. Đánh trụ, đánh trụ, đánh trụ, đánh trụ, đánh trụ, đánh trụ, đánh trụ. 25 25 26 27. Rồi thôi chết. Má vừa đúng 27 chết luôn ạ.
Slow and steady, but they were able to get the job done. Heretics coming out on top. There were a couple scary moments.
There were a lot of scary moments.
But at the end of the day, they were able to close this one out, and they end the weekend with, at the very least, one win. GX, I think a lot for them to review this weekend.
Oh, yes.
A lot of messy games, so then falling short to Heretics, I think, falls short of their own expectations.
I mean, they could have been 1 and 2, as you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on X, Trace and Show or Stend. I feel like,
probably Tracer.
Seren's not there, honorable shout out. But Heretics first win. That'll get the blood pumping.
We've got some quite exciting and hopefully bloodthirsty matches in the second half of today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hoping.
I mean, there are a lot of teams looking for their first win. Like,
I mean, we've got Koi hitting the Rift next, and that team is not a slow team by any means.
True.
But yeah,
I truly want. There is a world where G2 goes 0-3 at the end of first
there is
week.
A world. There is a world.
That is also something.
Yep. And a lot of teams right now kind of congregating around that middle of the pack. 1-2, 2-1 teams. Don't have any 3-0s, but perhaps there's an opportunity for Koi to do that next.
Big shout out. G2 actually went 0-3 last winter. I remember I was having the conversation as Shay was standing by to tell us what that game was to him.
Well, that game was a victory to him. The first one for Team Heretics here. Sheo, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Congrats on finishing the week on a good note. I gotta say, night and day compared to what we've seen for the past 2 days. I understand that the beginning of the year comes with stage jitters. It's really hard to go back to the basics and everything. But what was the main difference today compared to what we've seen for the past couple of days from Heretics?
I would say we needed sometimes for the rookies to adapt to the LEC stage. And as well, me and Stan didn't play the best the past 2 days. So I think here we showed a good performance and we had a good draft as well.
We'll come back to you and Stan a bit later because I feel like you're the French backbone for the team, really. That was the case last year, actually. Quick question about the draft. Was the Malphites not being banned intentional? Did you know they were going to pick it? Did you have a plan for it?
I mean, we knew that if Malphite is open, they might pick it and flex it. But if we get Mundos, then it's like good matchup for Mundo. So we don't really care about it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be pretty risky for the Varus not having mobility, but I feel like you played around this really well for Ice to be able to be safe in team fights. Tell me about Malphite jungle. We know it's a flex, we know it's the most banned champion right now worldwide. What makes it so scary?
I think it's really good into Jace, but after that, if like Mundo is open, for example, or Sylas, it's really hard to play. So for me, it's not the best jungler at least. If Jace is banned.
I see. So you know how to control it. That's a good thing. I want to follow up on what we said at the beginning of the interview, the fact that you and Stan didn't quite find the space you needed to keep Heretics going, to keep the engine going for the team. Do you feel like you always have a lot of responsibilities for this team, like last year? Especially with new players.
Yeah, I mean, when you have like rookies on solo lanes or just young player in your teams, then as like veterans, you need to take care of them and show how to play and what to do low-key in everyday life. So I'm trying to do this, and we stand. Yeah, I think we have a good duo, but sometimes we have bad days.
Yeah, good days, bad days. That's what happens when French players play together, actually. But you had a good day today. Yep. You were a rookie once, Sheo. How has it been actually having rookie solo lanes, helping them to get used to LEC?
I mean, I think new rookies are really like hungry and looking forward to learn how to play the game because the LEC and ERL is really different. So if the rookie is really hungry and looking forward to improve, then it's like a really good feeling to teach them and play with them every day.
All right. Well, we're going to have Tracin on standby with Odo Amne in just a few seconds. Do you have any words for your top laner about his debut in the LEC?
Yeah, it's a good rumble.
A good rumble. Okay, we take that. That's a good debut for him. Sheo, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on finishing the week on a good note. And Odo, over to you with Tracin.
Thank you, Lord. And yeah, I'm standing here with Tracin after he finally stopped playing Rumble. He had a great Ambassador performance. But Tracin, congratulations on the game. I really wanted to bring up this Nashor replay because I felt like this was a lot of the issues that you had in the previous 2 games. But I felt like now we finally saw a glimpse of the Team Heretics that we saw last year, and there was big improvement. So can you walk me through this setup? What did you feel and what were the comms like? walking into the situation?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, here we played an Ash. We have pushed out on top. I was really vocal that I want to mark Aatrox in this fight since I'm like 10 times him, and I can push him out easily. I mean, the only issue is that I think we gave up the control a bit. I think we should be holding it a bit more. But yeah, I mean, enemy did a mistake. They engaged into Mundo. I saw the angle with the ults. We probably could have been more patient, waiting for Rakan flank, because it was for sure game winning. They didn't see him. If he gets a flash ult onto enemy carries, they for sure lose. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. Our game plan here was just to, I mean, my at least was to mark Aatrox, push him out if possible. I think we gave up banana too fast, but I mean, that's pretty much it.
Regardless, it was a great game. Thank you so much, Trayson. And we're going to toss over to a break, and then we're going to have Jack Spectra coming after it.
Thank you.
is trying to kite around for the time being. There's the Emperor's Divide, but it does nothing. Team Heretics are walking at him still now with a Realm Warp to cut off his escape. Business comes in, and First Blood comes out.
Welcome back to the LEC Versus. Your key player of the game that last match was Trayson. But I want to discuss something completely different, an enigma that has plagued many. Why does Malphite seem to be banned every single damn game? Now this champion is kind of coming out of nowhere as Riot did a huge push to make top laners viable in the jungle. It's been picked or banned in nearly every single game, both in EU and across the globe. And first, we can look a little bit about the build that Isma used this game, because it looks pretty normal. He's just rocking kind of a classic normal tank Malphite build, but you see the clear is not so normal. He's clearing jungle way faster than a traditional jungler would, which sounds really strange. It's Malphite. At least it was very strange for me after I took a few weeks break from the game, and I see Malphite every single game. But a good way of thinking about it is it's kind of like a Sejuani jungle that we've seen so much in competitive play that just provides tankiness for his team, but still having a great jungle clear, which Sejuani doesn't have so much. And the weakness of Malphite is his early laning phase. Malphite jungle escapes that completely. Flex pick in the top and jungle as well just makes it so damn strong. If we could see some of the Malphite team fights as well, we can see the ease of execution. I mean, this one is pretty easy to understand. It's Malphite. It's not the most complicated thing, right? He presses ult on you, and that kind of just gets the job done. That's what he does over and over again, and it got Giant X into a great position in this game. Up until, I mean, with these ultis, you can see the value of Malphite. Things are just easy. It's really similar to the Sejuani, where once you have that ultimate, you just go on the first target, you kill that first target very quickly. Ooh, even a little ulti smite there, very clean from Isma. Was a nice performance by him as well. And it's just that ease of execution that it brings, the fact that it's a flex pick. As long as you don't solo ult on the Dr. Mundo, I mean, you're gonna have a great time with Malphite. But that's enough about Malphite. Up next is Shifters versus MKOI. We'll hear from Trimby on his thoughts on coming back to the league.
I think this journey, going to Brazil, has taught me a lot about myself, a lot about how I do things and how I want things to be in a team. Just the fact that I was putting so much out of my comfort zone, it helped me a lot figuring out the struggles that I had in the past, and I'm happy about it, you know, like I knew it's not gonna be easy, and it was very hard, but it felt good at the end of the day, and I'm happy with the fact that I got a chance to be there, because that year nobody can take it away from me. Right now I just want to prove that I still got it. From 2022 it was pretty much downwards, right? Of course, I managed to go with Fnatic to finals, but then afterwards it was not easy next year's, and I really want to show that even though, right, I've been here for a while, it doesn't mean I'm just a veteran that cannot really achieve much. I want to show that all these experience taught me a lot, and I can still shine as much as any other player in LEC.
Great to hear from Trimby before we get on into Shifters versus MKOI. The players will be taking the stage in just a moment. And for MKOI, what a start to the split it has been. Yeah, absolutely demolishing the expected second and third best teams in the league.
I mean, yeah, without like over-exaggerating, they are just looking like they're going to win the split.
Yeah, they're the best team in the league right now.
Absolutely insane. The game yesterday was phenomenal. I loved the way we got to see Elyoya and Alvaro kind of like working together. And we'll have to see if we're going to get a similar time today.
Yeah, and for Shifters, the games have been very fun to watch. The Giant X game on day one, probably the biggest bit of cinema we've had so far in 2026 in LEC Versus. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was nail-biting right up into the finish. I feel a little sorry for them that they had to be on the business end of that one. But I do like that we're kind of seeing the new form of Shifters. Now that Trimby's come in, it feels like, hey, we're getting roams around Nuke, setting him up for success, having that stronger mid-game. And, I mean, against MKOI, you got to throw everything in the kitchen sink at them if you hope to take down the Spanish powerhouse.
Yeah, that battle between Trimby and Alvaro is going to be really interesting to watch. Jojo as well, the best mid laner we've had so far this year. It's a 2-game sample size, obviously. Like, all of these things taken with a pinch of salt. well, we are finishing up the end of the first week of 4 of the regular season here in LEC Versus, but Jojo's looking really good. Nuke has been stepping up again into his role on Shifters, and the question is, how much can Shifters do to really dent the armor of MKOI to get through those scales and turn them into sashimi? Where you say something, Dagger.
I was like, I can't even say they're cooked because it's sashimi.
Yep, exactly.
But overall, yeah, I do think this is going to be an uphill battle for Shifters. I, at this stage, think you have to take Yunara away from Supa. Like, it is, for me, the strongest AD carry in the patch. And Supa getting his hands on it 2 games in a row should definitely not happen a third time. You got to see, even when he was put behind thanks to that Caitlyn Karma yesterday, he could still have major impact in those team fights. And I think that's really where MKOI came alive yesterday. Like, really good ward setup, having that flank for Mirwin at Dragon number 3 actually brought that game together for them against KC. So I'm excited to see what this team can continue to do, and it'll be on Shifters, as we say, to try and break that streak for MKOI.
I have a first happening right now for me in my casting career. It is a red side first pick, and I know it's happened a few times this weekend, but for me, it's the first time we're going to see it. Shifters had Ryder first selection, and they chose second pick. MKOI chose red, so they're going to ban away the Wukong and the K'Sante to kick us off. Yunara immediately removed by Shifters.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The Poppy interest as well, because especially it is an answer into things like the Wukong and that, but we'll have to see what the game plan is to continue on. Malphite, we just had that lovely breakdown from Jack. Maybe, it's going to be the ban here. And now it's going to be Shifters looking to see what that final ban is going to be.
You can look towards something like the Jace if you wanted. You could also pinch out that mid pool a little bit. Azir, Ryze, Talia are all up there, so if you pinch one, the other 2 are still available. I think the Poppy ban can signal towards a Rakan pick for Trimby, something that he's really comfortable on, and Poppy really negates your ability to do much on that champ.
Yeah.
There's the Jace ban. Is it going to be a Gwen first pick, or is Mirwin just...
I'd be very surprised. I think it's just, I mean, it's imagined probably either the Azir or the Ryze, right? Yeah. And Jojo looked very good on the Azir yesterday, able to get a nice little bit of an advantage for himself in the lane matchup. So we'll have to see if that's going to be... Yep, there we go. Similar story here today.
Yeah, no real shocks. No real shocks in the first pick of this draft so far. No real shocks as Jojo picks up his Azir, and we'll see if Shifters answer with that Ryze, or whether Nuke goes towards the Talia. Can leave it for B3, third pick on second pick side, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's the option to go for it, especially with the Vi left open here as well, where you can try and go Vi into Talia if you'd like to. And I mean, the Vi hovered may be the selection, and it does set you up very nicely for that strong mid combo. It just does leave you a little vulnerable, where if you're able to get Oyoya onto something that can match some of that pressure in the mid lane, an early flash blown could mean a very difficult time for Nuke in the mid lane.
It really could. Varus, though, still one of the main AD carries that we're looking at. Just outranges so many other picks, and that's the problem with it in terms of how ubiquitous it is in draft. Even when it's slightly undertuned, slightly underpowered, which is not at the moment, still really strong, you just have so much range and the ability to go through so many different build paths that he works incredibly well. And the CC chaining with a Vi as well, with the Chain of Corruption on top of a cease and desist.
It's also like a lot of the times you do have strong picks that work well in side lanes, like, you know, the Ryze or these level 20 side laners that are doing work. So the ability to just clear out mid waves and then suddenly shift both jungle and support topside handily is very, very nice. So I think there's just so many reasons why, unfortunately, Varus with this poke build will continue to stick around for what seems like aeons.
Yeah. Sivir being used to answer it, the Ricochet clearing out those waves relatively quickly alongside a Boomerang Blade, and you have that spell shield in case Chain of Corruption does come down, or in case you want to avoid some of the piercing arrow poke. Shifters here likely to look towards their mid laner with an Ambessa and a Sivir locked in. We saw Jojo going through a couple of the options. It's like, oh, you could pick the Ryze here, you could pick a Kali here if you really wanted to, but I doubt that's going to be the case. Nuke most likely going towards the Ryze, but it actually looks like Shifters have decided to pick up the Neeko. Now, Neeko support is where we expect this to be. Can still be flex mid, can even be flex jungle at the moment, but it won't be, obviously, in this game with the Vi locked in.
Yeah, I think it'd just be to try and get that push on bot side and guaranteed, and then follow up for that main AoE CC in team fights, because looking across at MKOI, their late game team fighting is terrifying.
Yeah.
I imagine this Ambessa is going to go jungle. Mirwin has been opting in towards the K'Sante and Sion thus far this weekend, and if the Sion isn't banned away here, I think putting that top side for Mirwin is actually going to work out fantastically and just solidifying that strong front line to enable these 2 late game carries.
It looks like Shifters might be leaving that top lane counter for last with their AD carry support and jungle locked in. Bard banned away, there's the Talia removed. MKOI could get rid of the Ryze here as well to really put Nuke down one peg on that tier list. But at the moment, they are only opting for the Talia. Shifters having a little bit of a debate as to what their final ban is. Could look to get rid of another support. I think the Bard is a good one with the Temp of Fate negating some of the Pop Blossom value.
Yeah, Alistair could also be the other one, because oftentimes you see the head put away from Nico as she's trying to set up for those ultimates.
I like it. I do actually think MKOI really should go for the Rise ban because of the Realm Warp Pop Blossom combination as well. I think a Rise ban there would be great. Jarvan taken out could lock the Nico into a bit of a cage so she can't get onto the backline. And it's actually Renekton removed by MKOI, so Rise kind of the preeminent pick here for Shifters if they want it.
It also maybe means that this Ambessa is going to that top lane. Because oftentimes it's the Renekton that is a good answer, and especially as we've seen, you don't have to take the teleport on the Renekton. You can opt in towards Ghost, you can opt in towards Ignite. It's kind of helping to solve a lot of his problems later on in the game, so we'll have to see what the plan is going to be. But Orianna all in on this kind of wombo combo, it feels like, from Shifters.
Oh, okay, it's going to get swapped to a Cassio at the last minute there. It can be flexed to top for Rooster. I'll have a quick look to see if he played any Mages top lane last year. I don't think it is something that we really saw too much from him. Cassio did have some bugs in solo queue. You could get a lot of movement speed and one-shot a Baron. Thankfully, you can't do that here in professional play. If we see any Mercurial Scimitar TP shenanigans...
maybe a pause incoming.
Very rapidly, I think.
And the Cassiopeia, I'm surprised at, though, because in my head, Cassiopeia, relatively short range compared to the Azir, so Azir kind of just gets to farm up and then outrange you in team fights, which isn't really where Cassiopeia wants to be. I suppose you do have at least now the Rumble, Ambessa, and the Sivir, who you should be in contact range with, so maybe you can try and make those plays work, but I still like kind of what both sides are bringing to the table. Like, it feels very much like we are going to fist fight, we're going to come to these objectives with a lot of aggression, and it'll be a case of who can kind of take over in the early game and get control around those that are going to make the difference.
Nautilus and Rumble, the final two picks for MKOI. Totally agree with you. I think there might be a slight bit more early game power for Shifters if they can play through their bot side. Varus, Nico, I take over Sivir, Nautilus if you can catch them out, but in the mid lane, it is going to be that Cassio. Aurora locked as well. I was looking at it. Rooster has 4 games on the champ, 3 and 4. It's a heavy AP topside with the Vi there to apply some of that physical damage.
I think it's going to be interesting because I do agree. I think for Shifters, playing through that bottom side is going to be your best bet. The Aurora should be fine to just win out in the matchup by herself, and as long as you can facilitate kind of your mid and bot lane, I think you're in a decent spot. But for MKOI, you have strong lanes, at least through the Azir, that you can try and play through. And also, I think Jojo kind of getting a little bit of a buff as well. The fact that we have less roams happening from the supports means that Jojo kind of gets to isolate himself and play through what has been his strength, which is that very strong laning phase.
Yeah, his laning's been really good over the last couple of days, and in 2025 as well. One of the best laning mid laners in Europe last year. This year, definitely making a name for himself as the best, in my opinion, so far. That Cassio for Nuke as well in the mid lane. Something we don't see too often. Does do that grounded effect, which can stop the Azir from using his shifting sands because he can't dodge away from it. Can also stop the Ambessa from jumping around too much. As we jump on into the game, and it looks like we have a small pause to kick us off. So sorry guys, gonna have to wait another couple of moments. But obviously we'll work out exactly what's happening.
Yeah, also
possible.
Nuke opting in towards the Ghost instead of the TP, so definitely going to be very, very quick in these fights, which I do like. Especially when you're up against things like the Rumble and the Ambessa, being able to reposition, but also for the chase down onto guys like Jojo who do outrange you a little bit. So
have to remember the Cassio passive changes as well. No more are the memes of Cassio no boots. You cannot type that in Twitch chat. Well, you can right now because he bought a Doran's Ring to start. But now, instead of not being able to buy boots, Cassio's passive is an increase to all movement speed effects, scaling up with level. Actually goes up to 44% at level 18. So you can be pretty rapid as you slither around. But have to see what that ghost means for Nuke. As you say, does give him a little bit more teamfight prowess and a good petrifying gaze with relatively short range on the side of MKOI could spell disaster.
Yeah, I think you really need to be on point as Nuke with that petrifying gaze, because again, like Elyoya and Alvaro, it's the point and click from Alvaro into the follow from Elyoya, and there's a relatively high chance that if that is onto Nuke, that he may not get to play the game before he gets to play that petrifying gaze. So yeah, it's just waiting to see, because MKOI, I think they're scaling from both the AP carry in the mid lane and that AD carry are very, very strong. And if they can find ways to successfully get them into the lead, I think it's going to be hard for Shifters to find windows to play back.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I had a quick check. Nuke's last Casio game back in Season Finals 2024. Played it up against G2, went 0-3-0. It does have a 61% win rate on it all time, 18 games played. So it's something like we have seen him bring out in the past. Actually, we put it out against JDG all the way back in 2023. But that didn't go too well for him either, unsurprisingly. And you haven't forgotten that JDG lost to BDS in those days. But yeah, we are just investigating exactly what's going on. It actually looks like, ooh, now this is one we don't see too often, Rob. We are going to have a remake happen because a player has picked a banned skin.
Oh.
Accidentally. The client bugged and picked a banned skin for a player. So it wasn't a player mistake, it was just a client thing. Maybe it was a chroma or a specific skin. Yeah. I mean, we could list off all the skins in the game right now. We could do like a little Twitch chat poll. Was it Blitzcrank? Probably not. Not in the game. The Steel Legion Lux. That one's really annoying to play against.
True.
Yeah.
What was the Ash one? Wasn't there an Ash one that are particles?
Project Ash, I think, was banned. Yeah, because her Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Was it Project? It may have been Amethyst. The arrow was narrower on the visual than the hitbox. Yeah. So you thought you dodged it, and then you.
And that's the same with Deep Terror Thresh, isn't it? That his animation's slightly off on Deep Terror Thresh.
Oh, quite possibly, man. There's tons of things in League, you know. You know how it is.
Yeah, there's only a few interactions you have to keep track of.
Just a couple. Just a couple that you have to be aware of. I spend my morning, as you guys... I'm sorry, we're going to talk about stuff that isn't directly relevant to MKOI versus... I almost called them BDS. Versus Shifters. I spent my morning playing solo queue this morning.
Yeah, you were a duo with Crowny, right?
I played 2 games with Crowny, and we did win both of them. I think in the first one, I realized that he's quite an aggressive player in solo queue. And in the second one, I matched that aggression. It was much better. But he was Valkyrieing in on Corki, and I was back like behind him on Braum, and I was like, oh, flashbacks for Crowny. then we like aligned on how we wanted to play the lane. But yeah, Braum is OP right now. If you guys want to get some freelo, Braum has a 55% win rate, D2+, with a 3.8% delta for skilled players. So if you have, I think, more than 10 games on it and you practice on it, you're going to win about 59% of your games. And I, obviously, being the Chad that I am, 100% win rate. Yeah, 13-0 on Braum. Yeah.
What are you building on?
Bandle pipes into situational. So if there's a lot of damage, you go lock it. If you need to get a cleanse off, you can go Mikhail's. Basically, do you want my shortcut to support itemization right now?
Build bandle pipes.
Are you playing a tank? Yes. Build Kindle Gem, then work out what you want to build. Because by the time you build the 3 Kindle Gem items you care about, you're done. You know, the game's over.
It is kind of hilarious that like it's bandle pipes, Lockers, and Zeke's. And Zeke's all build out of the exact same build.
Exactly, right? Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, okay, I'll buy a Kindle Gem, a cloth armor, and a Negatron cloak, and we'll see where we go from there. Unfortunately, I haven't been trying out my Passenger Princess build too much. I get ranked anxiety, and I know I'm okay at engage supports, and I don't think I'm very good at enchanter supports. So I'm not going to go Diadem of Songs, Echoes of Helia too often, you know?
I mean, wasn't I playing Zyra with you the other day? My enchanter supports are not so hot.
Yeah, true. No, you had Dracos in your lane, so, you know, can't really be excused.
I think I just need lessons from lore.
Yes, on Zyra, 100%.
Yeah. The champion just breaks my brain. I don't know what to do with the plants and stuff. There's too many things.
It is a weird one where a truly great Zyra player will just find plants out of nowhere. And they'll aim their Q and it will hit like 4 different plants that you just, geometry-wise, you had no idea it was going to hit. And then bad Zyra players will just not find any plants the entire game.
That's me.
Yeah, understand. But we are in the draft, by the way, guys. We're just getting the lobby remade as quickly as possible. I'm going to have a quick look, actually, over the team schedules for next week. So Shifters next week have Vitality, G2, and Lost Ratones. Currently, they are sitting at 1-1. The expectation going into this game, I think, is that they'll be at 1-2. And they don't actually have the easiest of they could be looking at 1-4 after Vitality and G2 next week. It's a difficult place to be in.
I still think, as a team, they are showing much more promise, right? So, even if it's the difficult schedule to start, I do think that they will still manage to pick up wins, right? I think Trimby's been a great addition to the team. I think the fact that they're able to find plays now in the mid game, which was the big thing that was lacking last year, and you're able to play through, like, I think Nuke again has shown that he is a very strong mid laner and someone that you can look to play around. Rooster looks way more comfortable on this roster now as well. So to me, it just is like, hey, like, when does this start to click? And unfortunately, they did end up losing that game. That was so
they
close.
They could quite easily be 2-1.
Exactly, right? So I think it'll just be give them time. And when it's 8 teams that are going into playoffs as well, there's a very high chance they still make it.
So here's the thing, and I agree with you, like 8 teams does seem like a lot, but it's 8 of 12 now. And so there's the argument you can say, well, KCB and Lost Returns unlikely to make it through, but they'll surprise. It's the same as when we had 6 teams with 10.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same percentage. So I think Shifters should make it through. They're one of my teams going in, but you never know. If you have a 1-4 start to a split, things can quite quickly begin to collapse a little bit. As we do get into the game, get onto Summoner's Rift, as Shifters and MKOI will march their way out to no level 1 action, guys, because that's what happens. Taylor Blades on the Varus instead of something like an Arcane Comet for that extra little bit of poke. Instead wants to try and get the extra auto attacks down. Unsealed Spellbook on the Nautilus is something we still see from time to time. The ability to teleport and, you know, have an exhaust, have an ignite when you're running the heal in lane. Just gives you so much more map pressure, map awareness. It's when you're playing when Alvaro is playing the Nautilus, you kind of expect him to be able to influence a lot of the map and not just be this bot lane support.
And I want to see that continue. It's been so successful. Like, Elyoy and Alvaro were, obviously we talked about them last year, they ended continuing that. But I do think, like, this split, with the changes to when you can roam and how quick the lanes come in, we've really seen a distinction between the really good supports and how they get chances to roam on the raft and how they can make impact in lane as well.
Hook onto Paddock immediately from Alvaro. We'll get the staggering blows down on both Trimby and Paddock, and the ricochet damage coming out. Nice early trades for the MKOI bot lane. Nuke going in with the Twin Fangs, trying to force Jojo away, but can't quite do it. Alvaro and Super will hit level 2 first here. Need a couple more minions for it. Super popping the barrier, and Paddock was able to put some damage back into him.
I don't mind popping the barrier, though, for the lane presence, because you have the TP there for Paddock, so unless you kind of hard win these trades now as MKOI, you are just going to end up with Paddock resetting TP and coming back in, so it feels like you need to try and use that preemptively to guarantee yourself presence in the lane.
Also gets you an early push into Home Guard's reset if you want it, right? You can just, we'll just push 3, get the cannon minion in, and then we'll base and get back. Yeah, grab yourself a cult. It can definitely do a lot of work getting those early pushes with the Home Guards updates that happened in Season 26, Season 16? No, it's not. Is it Season 26? I mean, it's 2026. In 2026, yeah. That's what we're going to go with. Trimby, put some damage on Super. Is going to get hooked up there and down to about 120 HP. Does still have the heal, as does Alvaro. Only that barrier being burnt so far. Looks like Trimby is going to reset. Has his jungler on this side of the map, though, and they know Alvaro and Super haven't passed into the river to get a ward down, so there's always the possibility of a gank from Bukada. Much less likely now. Jojo with this wave in a really good spot, Rob. Nuke having to back all the way away here.
And this is what I was talking about. Yesterday we got to see it as well, where Jojo has always been a very, very strong laner, but oftentimes that draws attention and ire from any support and anyone else in the map that just wants to make his life a bit of hell. But he's been doing a great job now of being a little bit more isolated and being able to play through his strengths, and something like the Azir that with these best of ones is popping up tremendous amounts, as it looked absolutely fantastic. And it's great to see that he's kind of able to showcase now why he is such a menace in the middle.
Nuke feeling the benefit of Trimby there, as he opened through mid when he went for his reset and actually held the wave a little bit for Nuke. So he's able to catch most of these minions, where the push had already come in from Jojo, who TPs back in. Speaking of Jojo and some of the ire he has felt, unfortunately the only player on MKOI so far to die more than twice is Jojo. You can see his KDA sitting down there at 1.8. As we see the miasma down, Jojo still trading in. Mirwin is yet to die, Twin Fangs to die. So actually has an undefined KDA. We just put 10 in because the amount of he has it combined is 10. Whereas the rest of the players have died twice on MKOI. Just a fun little fact. Not saying Jojo's playing poorly or anything. I think we praised him enough so far that people know that, but he has died 9 times, you know? Where's the team? Where's the support? It's also a joke.
I love every caveat we're slapping on this.
Yeah,
not legal advice.
Yes.
Do not
This is a
advise.
disclaimer. I think JoJo's good, by the way, guys. Oh, Alvaro on the wrong side of the trade. The hook. Oh, that's one of those dangerous hooks that sometimes hits the wall. Heel coming out. Trimby's going to pop a heel of his own as they put the shape splitter into the bush to get themselves a little bit of vision. Alvaro, 4 slow, piercing arrow, flash auto! That was beautiful from Paduk. Flashes in, has the piercing arrow immediately, and then gets the auto attack before Alvaro can flash away. Really nice stuff from Shifter's bot lane.
Huge win for Shifters, because already we were talking about, Paduk having this TP, the ability to get back and forth in lane super easily, but now picking up the early wins as well, forcing Super back, that is a massive win for Shifters.
It really is. Paduk will be so happy. Getting that first kill, now goes back a full serrated dirt complete to just the cull on Super. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Booster on this Aurora. Did play it a couple of times last year. I've been informed he's 6-0 on it in solo queue this year. And, into Mirwin can just get that pressure. You have the weirding, you've got the 2-fold hex, you've got a lot of damage you can put into this Rumble. And we talked a little bit about the magic damage heavy top side of Shifters. There's not really anyone that wants to build magic resist on the side of MCoy. You can see Swifty boots for the Rumble, and Bessa wants to get towards that first completed item, an Eclipse, a Spear of Sojourn, a Sundered Sky, something like that. And Jojo, yeah, he's in his ear. He doesn't really want to get MR. As Jojo slides in for Nuke, the Ghost comes out. Trimby going forward, the Miasma. Oh, it's beautiful again from Shifters. They find a second of the fight. And now Nuke is just able to walk his way away.
The coordination was great from Shifters. As you said, the Miasma goes down and immediately Trimby is flashing forward. So there's no flash that can come out from Jojo. And the setup is perfect because you also don't burn some of these key abilities on your bottom side. Like Paduk just hit level 6. This can now turn into a setup after Dragon where you try and fish for plays onto Alvaro, who's flashless. Try and fish for plays elsewhere. Shifters starting to look like they can snowball this.
Did have to invest quite a few summoner spells into that fight. Alvaro's going to step forward. Chain of Corruption, piercing arrow. Super has to step away from the chain that was going to catch him. Alvaro dies for the second time this game, doubling the amount of deaths he's had this year.
And that's just what I was talking about, right? Your ability to now still play around bottom side with Paduk just hitting that level 6. So for Shifters, again, more kills going bottom lane. And you're still looking at the level 6 that's just been ticked over for Bukata. So I want to keep my eyes on Shifter's jungler and see what he can do with that ultimate now available.
What an early start for Shifters. 1.5k ahead. Alvaro here is going to spot the shape split up, but whoa, that was close. Almost gets both of them. Can't quite do it. No TP for Paduk means this wave will crash, and he's going to lose a couple of these minions at least. At the bottom of the scoreboard, you can see it's a wave of blue for Shifters. Gold leads in every lane, some more substantial than others.
Now it's going to be a case of, right, well, boy, grouped her up. Let's try and put pressure there. You've already got push from Aurora in that position. It looks like MCoy just want to try and give up, essentially, that top half of the map. LUI trying to steal away a couple of camps, can look for the red if he wants to, but Bukata is on the way down and should be aware of it. But if they can try and look for plays towards Paduk or Trimby, who are both still flashless, that's how MCoy can try and answer for the pressure that Shifters have had thus far.
One of the weaknesses for Alvaro when he's roaming around with his jungler like this is he's not getting XP. Still only a level 4, he's about to tick over to 5. Trimby would love to get 6 before Rift held, but with it being 10 seconds away, he's going to have to leech a lot of XP. And isn't going to be able to find too much right now. Jojo trying to force him away from this control ward, but that one is dead as a dodo. As Trimby will use the shape splitter to get himself a little bit more vision. A couple of pings coming out towards the grubs from Shifters. Expect a reset from Bukata.
But I do like the way MCoy played this, right? They look for the invade on the Raptors to force Shifters then. Oh, hang on.
Petrifying Gaze once again. Nuke looking for the twin fangs across the wall here. Alvaro's on his way, pops the heal, and Nuke wisely backs away. Did have vision on Alvaro coming around that corner.
Yeah, Alvaro in position to just hold on, but that was a close trade in the mid lane. And I was going to say, like, MCoy at least had set up the play so that then they can look for clearing camps on this bottom side into a potential play in the bot lane. But maybe with Jojo a little low, may think twice, but does have the TP to get back to lane. But see here, right? Look at where Elyoya is. He invaded Raptors, forces Bukata to clear 2 camps, and then go topside, and now they want to look for the trade on the cross map.
Shifters, though, getting the wave pushed in means they can just back away. They have the advantage in this lane anyway. You don't have to force that when your jungler's on the other side of the map. Trimby's still only level 5. no threat of a minion pop blossom, but for now it looks like Shifters are just going to get their second neutral objective of the game. 3 grubs and a Drake, 9 minutes in, and a 1.5k lead still for the team previously known as BDS.
Nice freeze for MKOI on the bottom side. That they're just using that unknown pressure where LUI is to keep it up, but sorry, I wasn't sure what they were going to go for.
So I think as we see Rooster go across the veil, I think what you do is you shape Slither into the bot bush to check the Nautilus is there. You've got a ward in the second bush, so you can just step forward after that point, after Alvaro is backed away. And that's exactly what they've done. They then go in, push out the wave, and Super can catch it. They're not really going to be able to threaten him because, as you say, they don't have vision on that bot side. They don't know where Elioya is on this Ambessa. He's currently up top, clearing out his Krugs. And after a pretty explosive first couple of minutes for Shifters, it all slows down a little bit. Nuke here having to step a little bit further back, looking for that Noxious Blast. Can't quite land it as Jojo uses his soldiers to get some extra damage down. Nuke on the chase. Just lands a Twin's Fangs into the back of the bird.
Yeah, Trimby's still just about to tick over to level 6. So I think he just wants to absorb a little bit of experience here, so then he can make his way back down towards that bottom side. But again, you were kind of alluding to it earlier on. Alvaro with all these roams, a little bit behind when it comes to the experience. So there is these windows of opportunities where Shifters can still play off of Bukata's ult and also Trimby's ult if they want to. And Jojo may be the point of contact.
Yeah, I think one of the big things is you've got 45 seconds on the Drake. Trimby trying to leech that XP for 6. If Alvaro doesn't get it before the Drake fight, it becomes a lot harder for him to actually body block this Nico. You can't just depth charge her as she tries to get in. You can't stop the Vi from advancing too easily. You've only got one dredge line, and after that, you do have more CC in your kit, but nothing that can actually stop someone from really chasing onto your backline.
And I think that's why we're seeing Shifters play so heavily around mid lane, because Paduk is already guaranteeing you push on bot side. So you have that entrance in towards River. So trying to put presence in towards the mid lane to at least let Nuke reset, it seemed, but also try and get that push, I think is going to be pretty important. But actually that ward in the bot lane just expired. So I don't know if they've spotted the Vi. I think she might have been on a ward, she was just clearing there as well. But either way, Shifters, they get that control in River and should be able to move over towards the objective.
Emperor's Divide in from Jojo as he slides onto Nuke, trying to get him down before the Drake fight starts. The chase continues as Bukata goes in, but doesn't quite land it. Blooming bursts out. Jojo flashes, will survive. No poison ticking. Means he gets out with his life, but no ultimate, no TP, and no flash.
I'm surprised Bukata didn't end up actually just pulling the trigger on the ultimate.
Yeah.
You knew Emperor's Divide was down, so even if Jojo ended up flashing, you still get the kill and can flash away. Maybe unsure of a public execution follow-up if you end up going that bit too deep. But Shifters, off that play, should guarantee Dragon, but MKOI is still looking.
And going in, Alvaro does have that depth charge now. Nuke trying to get the presence in the mid lane. Jojo still there, very low HP, and Nuke kind of has to do this back and forth of, well, I can't really step down because we don't have vision control. Elioya could be waiting in the bush, and he was, so smart play from Nuke as the Drake, the second of the game for Shifters, is secured.
So again, Shifters kind of playing nicely around the objectives and some of these cooldowns that they have, but a lot of it has been just kind of the 1v1 versus Nuke and Jojo that is at least defining whether you're able to get some of these objectives in the early stages.
I mean, I'm loving that 1v1
It's
though.
sick,
Jojo
yeah.
going in deliberately, knowing perhaps the trade isn't the best to get Nuke low before the Drake starts, so the MKOI that can then contest. Couldn't quite do it that time, but it's those small things that MKOI are doing really well this year, and I know it sounds a bit odd to talk about how MKOI are playing really well when there were 1,000 go down and 2 Drakes and 3 Grubs in this game, but in the previous games, they've been finding these windows really well. We have to keep our eyes on whether they can keep doing that, because in this game, Shifters are really putting them through the ringer. About 1,000 gold lead in the early game. Trimby, Super doesn't know! He's caught up, Chain of Corruption there for the follow-up, and Super goes pop as Trimby and Paduk team up on the bot side.
There wasn't a chance there. There was so much CC that came through. The spell shield was already broken as well by Trimby. And it's a nice pick. And this is exactly how Shifters want to try and play, just this quick hit and run style. They get to play on bot side. You're now opening up as well. If you want to, for trying to play around Jojo when he has no flash, they're actually moving Nuke up to that top side, which I'm kind of surprised at. I expected that they'd try and keep that 1v1, but maybe trying to put Jojo into the longer lane is what they're looking for.
So I think it could also be Paduk had TP and had to reset from the bot side. You could see Rooster already running out bot, so you shift your Cassio to top. They're just going to shove a wave in and then maybe switch back around depending on the matchups, but we'll see if they decide to do that. At this point, it felt like the optimal way to make sure you get as many waves as possible. Cease and desist going in as Jojo does have the Emperor's Divide. Rooster trying to chase him down. Twofold Hex might be enough. Needs to hit another, but the weirding dodge. Flash forward from Rooster! The chase in from Ricardo as well as Albro look for an engage of his own. Elioya diving onto the back here. Depth charge down is going to knock up Rooster, but they just don't have the damage. It's a spear of Sojin and Besser as Paduk trades with Super. Super still has the flash and the barrier, and Bukada's on his way across. Flash in from Super, takes the blue, but Bukada wants to take his life, and Bukada and Paduk will find it. This is now officially a shellacking, 6-0. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Elioya's looking to see if he can find Rooster, but Rooster goes and bids for a second and just dodges his way away.
They're also investing the TP here from Jojo as well, so it looks like MKOI really want to all out on this bottom side, but Shifters, this is fantastic play. They are working so well around having their support and jungle working together, and Bukada here sets up for Rooster and manages to come back in at the last second as well to help him out with Rooster. A great flash here to avoid Alvaro's hook, sets up for the kill, and then able to reposition in behind Bukada to set up for the play, but on bot side, we're back to the action.
And Jojo needs to be careful because he's going to get chased down the flank from Trimby and Bukada. And Jojo doesn't really have anywhere to go. The Emperor locked in the alcove, sent to alcove prison as Bukada picks up the kill. 7-0 now for Shifters, and what a start this has been. MKOI left rattled and reeling, it seems.
They're trying to go for the Rift Herald, but you can look at where Shifters are on the map. They're trying to very quickly get here. I was going to say, Paduk, I don't think you want to face check the brush, but MKOI, they have to give it up.
Importantly, the eye of the Rift Herald now no longer reduced in terms of coming back up with how many auto attacks it takes. It's on a set timer, so you can't just put 4 people there, auto it a lot, and then get it off really quickly and take that Rift Herald. Hook from Alvaro just short of connecting onto Paduk. Bukada starts up the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Rooster is taking a tier 1. Will be the first tower of the game.
Yeah, he still has TP, so they're happy to just leave Rooster there for as long as he needs. That's going to be tower down. Paduk is going to clear out the waves mid. There's no answer for MKOI. Shifters are just outplaying them on the map right now.
It's just really impressive all round from Shifters. First items complete across the board as well. It's the Rocket Belt for Trimby. Paduk's got himself a Yumu's. Lethality Varus is the way we're going. Rod of Ages for Nuke stacked up at 1. And then the Sundered Sky Leandries with another Haunting Guise for Rooster. 1.2k leads in both top and that bot lane role. As Paduk may be overstepping. Public Execution dodged to the side, or did it miss? You can be the judge of that.
Either way, barely able to step away from that one. And Paduk keeps himself alive, because that would have been him just gone. Yeah. The fact that you had then the follow-up with the Nautilus just would have been enough. And with 15 seconds until Dragon, that would have been MKOI at least netting something. But now you're down public execution for this next objective. And the Shifters just get to push in mid and once more look for plays on this objective.
Overall, MKOI just trying to find a way back into the game, really. Riftel being put down in the mid lane. There's only 1 plate remaining on this tower, so even with only a minimal amount of crystalline overgrowth, that tower is going to fall. Next Drake has spawned as Shifters start to set up around it. They don't have too much deep vision in the blue side jungle, but they have enough shallow ward placements to just start up this Drake and force MKOI away.
You can see, though, this is the same ward that we had yesterday. It doesn't actually get used, that Miram was able to TP in on, and it was what MKOI brought back at a 3rd Dragon as well in their game against KC, but Shifters not giving them that chance, just pushing them away completely, and this just feels like this game is just rattling on, and MKOI haven't really woken up into it.
I mean, we're 18 minutes in, it's 7-0, there's a 4.5k lead, there's 3 Drakes to 0 before the 20-minute mark, and 3 Grubs to 0. This is so one-sided as Alvaro caught out with the cease and desist. Rooster there for the chase. Alvaro doesn't have a summoner to escape his precarious situation. And Shifters claim their 8th.
And they're just going to end up pushing on top side, getting a tower off the back of it. Nuke going to look for a pick himself.
Goes in with a Noxious Blast. Twin Fang dodges away from the rockets coming out of that rumble. Jojo now might just be caught out. Vault Breaker in. Rooster looking for the chase. Jojo flashing under the tower. They might just focus on the tower first. Merwin's on his way across. Another Vault Breaker coming out. They'll wait for that tower to fall. Between worlds goes Rooster. The tower does go down, but so does Rooster. Bukada's still trading here. It's 1-4 so far. Trimby looking for a flank position. Bukada's still chasing in. Paduk TP's in. Depth charge out. Public execution can't get him away. And knock him on a super as he can't escape the clutches of the Shifters. And it's 11-1 now in favor of Shifters.
They're shifted everywhere on the map, Medic. It feels like everywhere you turn that you cannot find any space away from them. And it's just a great play. Again, Terror goes down, they're finding picks. And Nuke is just getting the free farm. You see it again here. Great patience on the play. Like Bukata ends up going for the trade, they get the flash, they wait for that Q cooldown to come back up. And unfortunately Rooster takes a huge amount of damage here, but watch Bukata. He waits for that Emperor's Divide to go down before he ends up launching himself in with the Q. And then Oyoye in tow end up setting up for the rest of the play. But he falls. Trimby with the flash onto his support. Supa sets it perfectly. It's so well executed.
It's the realization of follow-up as well. Like, it's like, okay, we can make this play on Jojo. When they react to this play on Jojo, Trimby can get behind them and have a positioning for the Pop Blossom. We can TP in Paduk. It's not just the first play, but it's the consequences of the first play that Shifters are playing really well around. And although the first couple of games for them, it seemed like they were in reverse, we're definitely in 6th gear now, maybe 7th, depending on how many gears your car has. I haven't driven a car in a while, so mine had 5.
I've got no comment. I don't know how to drive.
Oh, true, actually, yeah. Wow. Not many of us actually do drive in the LEC.
Public transport's pretty good over here.
It is really good in Berlin. As MCoy might be taking the train home tonight. I saw Camilo having to run home yesterday.
To be fair, he was good at a decent pace.
A decent lick, man.
I was fairly impressed.
That guy can smooth. He was shifting.
Yeah.
Good one. It would be funny if he was on the team. I like to clarify my jokes with how I could have made them wittier if the world had not conspired against me.
If you didn't need the urge, witty.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so next steps. 2 minutes on the Ocean Soul for Shifters. MCoy trying to turtle up a little bit. 2 items completed, Nash's Tooth and the Rylai's and the Essence Reaver and Navori. So we are getting towards some power positions. However, you look at the other side and it's like, well, Nuke almost has his second item and has a fully stacked tier, so that's the Seraph's going to be complete. Paduk is on 3 with the Essence Reaver, the Yumus, and the Manamune.
You're seeing what the hardest problem is for MCoy. It's just taking back this space, though. You don't really have anyone that's particularly tanky. And the second you do, you've got like long-range engages from Paduk. Trimby can try and knock you up with the Tango bars as well. It's very, very difficult for you to actually buy this space back. And Aurora just continues to push on that side lane, which has also given her windows to start playing around, or with that TP join in play. So for MCoy, they're just being corralled into their own side of the map, and it's really difficult to break.
We're still looking for the damage here onto Mirwin. Isn't going to follow up too much more. Has Leandri's Bloodletters combination so powerful when you're doing this consistent DPS. Bukata looking for a position of his own. Bolt Breaker over the wall could be enough, but they think Mirwin has backed away a little bit further. Drake up in 40 seconds time. We'll see the resets coming out from Paduk, who does not quite have TP, and from Trimby, who doesn't quite have any wards. So he wants to get back out here with that Celestial opposition and litter the map with vision for Shifters.
Yeah, I'm curious if MCoy are going to try and contest for the Ocean Soul, or do you just try and trade it for a Baron position? The Ocean Soul is nice, don't get me wrong, but it's not like you're doing a hell of a lot of poke. It's more of an all-in potential from MCoy. So maybe it is just a case of try and play for Baron and hope that you can take the lesser of the evils and draw Shifters into a better position. But the TP's coming through. We're all in on this fight.
I have this kind of schism amongst the middle of the river. MCoy playing through the bot side, Shifters playing through mid. Rooster TPing down here as Jojo did the same a couple of moments ago. Not really enough vision for Shifters down towards this bottom side. Shape Splitter in, Mirwin in the pit, Bukata going forward as well. Flame Spitter out for Mirwin. Bukata turns onto him. Petrifying Gate's going to land as well, as it's Bukata who secures the Ocean Soul. Dives in with the Season 6, good Emperor's Divide onto Trimby, and Nuka knocks them back. Jojo's going to find a shutdown, but now Elioya's in the back of the pit. Rooster can dive over as Trimby chases out his enemy support. A 2-level lead for the Nico, and a very dead Nautilus sent to the depths. Mirwin still on the chase here, doesn't have that equalizer. Trimby maybe not enough damage. He's still a support at the end of the day. Elioya will fall though, and will Mirwin an ace for Shifters, but only a couple of their teammates, and Baron available. Paduk has TP. He can get a couple of plates here and then teleport across.
That play was so well orchestrated by Shifters. Nuke with the flash ult setup. Trimby immediately jumping on top of several members. It all came together perfectly for Shifters.
It really did. Well coordinated. You could see MKOI trying to split it up, trying to play it on multiple fronts, but they just couldn't do it. MKOI are respawning, but soon they're going to be met with an enemy team has slain Baron Nashor. And Shifters with their Ocean Soul and with their Baron 24 minutes in, take an 8K lead.
Yeah, I mean, this was so well played. I think Mirren going in a little bit early on this bottom side, especially because they're still half health on the Dragon, but Paduk with one lock up, the follow-up then from Duke,
so
immediately from Trimby. And I mean, Super just doesn't get a chance to play the game. He's already taken out. Jojo's low and isn't really the damage dealer that you need. As just Shifters chasing down anyone that they want to. Supportal combat is a win for Trimby, but Mirren kind of delivers a maybe not so nice reward at the end of it.
But then Paduk comes in and has vengeance for his support. Nice flash forward into the Rain of Hours, into an auto is enough. And Shifters clean.
Trimby, we did banana combo on them actually.
Banana combo. I have to have another look at it, because banana combo doesn't tend to be something you want to do. Maybe it was like Pop Blossom, Petrifying Gaze went the wrong way or something, but it was still a great fight overall for Shifters. And yep, they're shifting hard at the moment into 8th gear. Bukada caught out with a dredge line, but no real follow-up from MKOI. Wisely, Pop Blossom out as well onto Jojo, who tries to flash away, does have the shifting stance, but he can't get away from the gaze of Nuke. That Petrifying Gaze doing a huge amount of work. Alvaro falling as well. Mirwin TPing in a little bit too late to really assist in anything. Puts the equalizer down to try and clear out the way, but those Baroned up minions are still healthy enough. Inhibitor tower down now for Shifters. 2 members of MKOI down for the next 20 seconds or so. And Shifters might just look for the win here, Bob.
This was not the direction I saw this game going at all, but Shifters showing up. You were concerned about their upcoming schedule. Maybe it's the other teams that need to be.
Apparently so. Super has to use the spell shield to avoid the flash forward from Rooster, but a piercing arrow almost pierces through him. Public execution going in, but it's only on Bukada. Trimby tanking the tower. Mirwin trying to get into the backline, does go into that overheat, but just doesn't have the damage to do more than 1 kill onto Shifters. Jojo is back up, puts the Sundis down, dodges away from the Chain of Corruption. And the Oya Force back, Super Force low. Rooster takes the kill. And it's an alarm for MKOI as Rooster begins to grow. Bukada goes further forward onto Alvaro. Can't quite take him down. The Embers of Ice just to buy a little bit of space. But Jojo will still fall. Shifters in 26.5 minutes have absolutely routed MKOI. This was a demolition.
The fastest game this place. What a performance from Shifters. There was doubts as to what this team could do this split, but holy moly, that's a statement.
That was incredibly impressive all round from Shifters. For MKOI, as you said, like never felt like they woke up, never felt like they had purchase in the game. And credit to Shifters, and specifically for your player of the game nominees, Bukada, Paduk, and Trimby, for absolutely denying anything from MKOI. There was a while in the middle there, up until about the 22-minute mark. I thought we were on for a perfect game.
Yeah, it looked absolutely insane, and a huge amount of that is a shout out to the bottom side of the map. Both Paduk and Trimby taking over in the matchup against Super and Alvaro from the get-go. And from that position, they were just constantly moving around the map, constantly catching MKOI out. And it just felt like MKOI could never find their footing.
Really just didn't seem like MKOI could find purchase in that game. For Shifters, what a performance. They'll rue the fact that on day 1 they had that slight Nexus throw, because they could be 3-1.
Yeah,
3-0. 3-0. In fact, yeah, they haven't played 4 games, no one has. They could be 3-0, they could be topping the tables. For now, they will have to settle with a 2-1 scoreline. And, we'll see what they can do in the coming weeks, and whether this is just a blip on the radar for MKOI, as I think most of us expect, or whether it is something else entirely.
But I think it's more, as you were talking to, it's there is so much up in the air when it comes to all the rosters that are in LEC at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, well, how strong is SK? How strong are Shifters? How strong are so many of these teams that have really swapped up the rosters? If Shifters are now taking games off of MKOI, that sets themselves up so well, because you expect MKOI to be sitting at the top of the table. So if you're picking up these 1 or 2 wins, oftentimes those are the wins that define where you land in playoffs, if you land in playoffs. So this is a massive win for Shifters in this best of 1 round robin.
I really want to be able to get into those top 4 spots when we get towards the playoffs. I know we are waiting to see if we can get an interview with one of the players. I see Allure standing on stage, and we'll throw it over to her in just a second. In fact, right now is in just a second. Law, Bukada, take it away.
Right now, we are ready indeed. Bukara, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
If I may, this could have been a 3-0 week.
Yes, sadly.
Does it feel worse knowing this? Or I mean, you bounced back, actually.
Yeah.
You managed to bounce back.
No, it's fine, right? If we have a bad game today, I would feel bad.
Yeah.
But the fact that we should have won against GX, for sure, and that today we stomped them, it gives us a lot of confidence for the next games, right?
Are you feeling good about this week overall?
Yeah, of course. I think it was quite a clean game. There was not any moments where you felt like they could come back, right? It was just a clean stomp. So it feels good after our last two games, which were we had leads, but 40 minutes game going left and right. So much cleaner today, right?
Let's forget what happened in day one. That was a great week from you guys. I actually want to play a game with you.
Okay.
I want to play a game. You're the jungler. You're supposed to know all your teammates, how they play, what they like, what they do in game. We're gonna do a game. We're gonna play a game about Nuke.
Okay.
Actually, it's about all the pings he did last year in all the game modes.
Oh my god.
So for instance, I'm gonna give you the first one.
Okay.
He pinged get back 8 times during the whole year. Now I'm gonna ask you the next one. How many times do you think he pinged on my way? Higher or lower than
On
get
my
back?
way?
Yeah.
Has
Is
to
it
be
more?
higher.
Okay, it has to be higher. How many times do you think he did that?
On my way? Oh, I'm not sure. I couldn't say what, but for sure more than this.
37,778.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Mid laner. He wants
Yeah.
to know when he's gonna. Okay, next one. I need vision.
I
How
need
many
vision.
times? Lower or higher?
Lower. I
Okay,
think
lower.
it's lower. Knowing Nuke, actually he doesn't use this ping that much. I'd say lower for sure.
He doesn't. He doesn't. So
Yeah.
how much lower?
Like at least 2 times less, I would say.
208. 207 actually.
Okay.
That's not a lot at all.
Yeah.
The next one is retreats.
Retreats?
Yeah.
No.
Get away.
Nuke is not someone that retreats.
He's
I
not
think
someone that retreats,
no.
but maybe he's asking his teammates to retreat. So is it more
Yeah.
or is it less than 200?
No, it has to be more, I think.
Okay, it's
yeah.
more?
Yeah. I would say,
That is correct.
okay. Say
9,000. Okay, 9,000 times he asked for
9,000?
retreat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, how many times did he ask for push?
For push,
Yeah, is it more or less than
I would say
retreats?
less.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's check it out. 1,404.
Okay.
Not that much, actually.
Yep.
I thought he would ping more. Next one is push. More or less than 1,000? Asking for people to push.
No, I think it should be more.
Sorry. The next one is assist. Yeah,
Assist. Oh no, this one he uses it a lot.
Yeah.
Say way more.
Okay, way more. How much more? It's actually way more. It's
Yeah.
almost 10,000.
Yes.
9,363. Okay, the last one, all in.
All in.
How many times did he ask teammates to go all in?
I would say less than this one.
Okay, it is less than this one actually. It
Yeah.
is 611.
Okay.
You're pretty good.
I know my mid laner.
You want to do a last one?
Sure.
Enemy is missing. That's usually something you want to let your other teammates know. Is it
No.
more or less? than
Has to
all
be
in?
less. He's never calling for the missing. Never calling for missing.
That's the only one you got wrong, man.
No.
Over 9,000. Okay, you did actually pretty good. Overall, how do you feel about this year? Being back in this
Yeah.
team with different teammates, you had a pretty good week one. Tell me about the confidence.
Well, so far it's going good.
Yeah.
The team has a good vibe. We're having
Okay.
decent results, and I think a pretty good start in week one.
Yeah.
So far I'm quite happy.
Does it reflect what you guys have been doing in scrims?
Well, scrims are kind of 50-50. Sometimes we've been doing quite good, other days less. I think we showed better on stage than in scrims, honestly, so I'm quite happy.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing more from Shifters next week. Thank you so much. Merci
Thank you.
beaucoup, Bukada, for the interview. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be back in a couple minutes for Los Ratons versus KC. Stay tuned.
The wall heal coming out. Trimmy's going to pop a heal of his own as they put the Shake Splitter into the bush to get themselves a little bit of vision. Alvaro for slow piercing ammo. Flash auto! That was beautiful from Padak.
Good job. Ethan. 이거? TV로 시작. 마샤알라. No, kill them. Finish. No, bro. Q1. Wait. Nice.
play there from
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move. He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookie. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Just give up.
Will the Rats get their first win today? Because it's starting to look dire for Los Ratones, one of the victorious teams out of EMEA Masters in the last year, but they don't seem to have the chops. Yesterday they lost to KCB. Today, they're up versus KC.
Yeah,
Yeah, they have to fight Big Daddy over there.
They do.
But that's just the strategic setback from Los Ratoonies, because every single time we were even at U Masters, we would always drop games for content. My prediction will still stand. Los Ratoonies will win LEC Versus. It's that simple. Now, everyone is just coping. Everyone is just hate watching. Those are my rats right there. The KC haters are behind me. But at the same time, what's a content game, you know, every now and then? That's what the league needs, content.
This is ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous.
Yeah, copium overdose here. Let's be real. They've been so disappointing. It's been boring to watch. Like, Crown has been getting caught on mid-waves. Classic, right? Keeping that.
Okay,
Reckless good KDA. And Baus is still playing his champs. But other than that, where's the Los Ratones identity? Where's the crazy plays? Where's the good scaling? Where's the comebacks? They're not there.
So here's the thing. Even in the wins, we had those things anyway. Now we're just missing the last final step, which is actually winning the game.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty dire. I mean, also, I was looking forward to Velia getting his start at the LEC. I think this is something that a lot of the fans were looking forward to. He's not at his best games, unfortunately. But maybe that can all be erased. Maybe it can all come to fruition. Odo, do you have a clear path to victory, an idea?
Listen, he tried. I mean, even in the first game, yeah, he messed up some invades in terms of the execution, but the idea was there. He was still generating a lot of pressure. But the problem that has been happening with the Los Ratoonies for the first 2 games has been the fact that Velia seems to be quite alone in terms of like the responsibility that he has in every one of these games. He's the only one who is in a position to make something happen just from the nature of the drafts that we're having from Yamato and Kadril, because I just feel like he needs a little bit more help around him, you know, from the likes of maybe Nemesis moving away from the Rise, maybe Martin going to something a little bit more proactive, because what's been happening consistently is that they have Jarvan, Corki, Rise as their first 3, no matter what. So I get it. You went all in on early game twice, but at the same time, it was mid-game where everything fell apart. So I need a different recipe. I need them to cook something completely different.
I see it, and of course there is always a way, but Jack, when we've been looking at KC these last 2 days, okay, they weren't able to beat Movistar Koi yesterday.
Yeah.
That's true, and that's going to also bruise their ego. Have you seen what we were promised in terms of possibly the new best bot lane in EU?
We haven't really seen that. I mean, I like the Caitlyn Karma and kind of the gutso to pull it out and try to stomp lane with it, but I've yet to see Kalista and Busio be like, wow, you know, that wow factor that I'm really looking for. But maybe today is the day they can do it, because they're up against a team that I think it's pretty clear they're probably going to beat. So this is really a chance for Kalista and Busio, I think, to shine on their opposition.
The style on them, that will be it, right? Do you agree with, what do you want to say?
You guys are just dunking on Los Ratoonies. You guys are just non-believers over here.
No, I'm actually going to have someone investigate your bank account or something, because this is absolutely ridiculous. Come on, be fair with me. It's been underwhelming and it's been sad, and I think specifically it's been sad because you have this project where you have a lot of these players who, Reckle said it at League of Its Own as well, they had no prospects when the project began. Then they were given this chance and they made gold with it, right? They did incredibly, incredibly well. How, if you're a competitor of that level, do you now come back down to earth? How do you deal with death, right? Because maybe in the back of your head, it's like, well, maybe I can't do it anymore.
Well, it's definitely a setback, right? It's just in the IRLs, you're playing against people that you'd be able to make plays more consistently, and now you just need to take it down a notch when you need to go back to the drawing board and still go back for simple plays, because plays are plays no matter who you're playing against. It's just they were so used to getting away with murder every single game, and now it's a wake-up call, and maybe now, with this extra motivation from, you know, getting your butt kicked a couple of times, now your only salvation is to take down the dad.
Yeah, and they have the Freak Master, who's like now more like the student. Take it away. Oh.
What?
You mean Crowny?
Crowny.
Yeah.
Sex Master.
That's him.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Can we say that?
He does need to, I mean, it's in the dictionary, you know, so I would assume so, but he does need to step up, because again, it's like, I haven't seen enough growth from him, sadly, because again, it's like, it's always been the same. He gets caught on mid-wave, but like...
That's the one.
That's the one. He does get caught on mid-wave, but when he doesn't get caught on mid-wave, that's when he pops off, because later on in the game, he still dishes out incredible amounts of damage.
Well,
that's why, just to bring it back to the draft, I really think having Crowny on more like a late-game carry that he can actually have impact on.
Exactly.
Reckless on the Enchanter, boost him up. Then I think we can see something that can actually do something.
Cooking. do have also a special anniversary, which maybe Lostratones can use, because it's been 2,922 days, 8 years since history was made here on the Berlin stage, when Malzahar ults were cancelled right here on stage, Lore.
Absolutely. Some shockwaves find them all, and some ults actually get cancelled. Kajol, happy cancelversary.
Oh, thank you. It's been 8 years since.
It's been 8 years, and it's still with you. You still get remembered about this. How does that feel?
I mean, I didn't even know until someone reminded me, and I was like, oh my god, that's kind of crazy. So yeah.
Some people have highlights, some people have lowlights.
I guess I'm low lights.
How do you feel about today? How are the boys ahead of this one?
Everything's good, vibes are good. I mean, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, right? So we're just going to grind through, try our hardest, and see what we can do.
What advice did you give the boys before heading on stage?
It's a long journey, 4 weeks. It will go by quickly and feel like it, but still step by step, best of one by best of one. And I think you can see in the LEC right now, anyone can win any game.
You got this, guys. Best of luck to Los Patrons. They're facing off against KC, and it goes right now.
And here we go. The Rats versus the Blue Wall, taking it to the LEC stage. And as Kajol says, anyone can win any game. We've seen Shifters prove that, even if a team is looking as good as MKOI, they can still bleed, they can still be taken down. KC have looked solid so far this split, but have looked shakeable at times as well.
I think it is going to be a case of how do you try and manage the sheer aggression you get from the laners in KC, right? We saw Kalista and Busio happy to go for Gabe and Karma, take matters into their own hands. Unfortunately didn't win, but definitely getting leads there. Kana, renowned as probably the best top laner that we have when it comes towards laning. Yep. So definitely for the boss, going to have his work cut out for him. I'll have to see if he can, prove it still. To me, he still has to show that he can back up a lot of the trash talk that he had on the stream before he made it to the LEC. Had some decent times against Tao, but Tao did definitely come out on top, yes.
Baus tends to walk that line of both flaming all his opposition, but also flaming himself. And I like it when people do. It's like, oh no, I'm going to lose every game. Oh, but also all the opposition is trash. He's got to play both sides. Got to play both sides. Lost Returns did have right of first selection. They picked second pick. KC have chosen red side. So we'll have a red side first pick for KC. We're seeing a lot of people pick red side if the option is left up for them. We only have, I believe, 4 blue side wins across the entire weekend now. There were 3, and then we did just see another blue side win happen. Actually, were Heretics on blue side earlier today?
Might be so.
It's hard.
It's now decoupled, right? Like at least in the past when I looked at it, it was like, oh, this means that first pick is stronger or second pick is stronger. But now that the sides are just slightly different, and they fixed Singed Bug where he does more damage, it doesn't really matter anymore.
That's true. That's true. I want to see if there's a trend. We've had lots of red side wins. Maybe there's something about red side being slightly stronger in some way because access to Dragon or something. Who knows? As Lost Returns and KC are going to start getting their bans outside. A Malphite taken away by KC. Rumble and Jace removed by Lost Returns.
Nothing too surprising. I still think going from KC's side to target both the Jarvan and the Malphite are good. Jarvan has been the one thing that he's played this weekend, but also Malphite. Just these big AoE CCs can be very, very strong in team fights, and I think that's kind of where a lot of focus is going to continue as we look through the rest of the split.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Get people off comfort. We've also only seen Nemesis play the Rise so far, and Crownie has only brought out the Corki. So it will be an Azir first pick for KC. Who's going to take that into the mid lane? And how will Lost Returns answer? Is it going to be looking towards AD carries? Get Crownie something he's comfortable on. I mean, picking a jungle AD here tends to be what we see.
Yeah, it's either, buy Talia or going for the Rise and something else if you want to. Those have kind of been the mainstay picks, but looks like it's just going to be the Orianna. So maybe going towards a little bit of the Wombo combo, and with Yunara open. Team fighting here, Lost Returns, looking strong.
Yeah, lock it in. Yunara's so good right now. We've seen Lost Returns giving that one up previously here in the LEC. What are KC going to go for their next picks? Likely looking towards jungle AD. It would make a lot of sense. You can also go towards supports if you really want. You could lock in something like the Nico that we saw Trimby have really good effect on. Busio's Bard is something we always talk about in terms of power picks. But Kalist on Aphelios, who did receive a small hotfix about a week ago now, taking down some of the lethality you get from his where his leveling passive.
He's still very strong.
He is still very good.
But as we saw earlier, Aphelios Bard, maybe not the play. So I think it'd be opting into something a little bit more safe. I was going to say either the Thresh we've seen a little bit or Lulu is a good response. Lulu also kind of takes it away from the Yunara alongside it, but you still have to be a little careful. Like, you can still get some engage tools that can make that life a little bit difficult. Or we just see Reckless actually go for the Bard if he's comfortable on himself. Or I know he plays a lot of Janna.
Yeah, does like his Janna, likes his Nami as well, which can team up okay with the Yunara. But it actually looks like he might be going towards Bard. Picking it into Busio is brave. Reckless cracking out the Bard here. Temper Fate does a lot of work against low mobility carries, and Aphelios is definitely one of those.
It's as you say, the ability to just lock people up and take a lot of the pressure off of Valley as well to be that engage tool, because the Bard can facilitate that. I think is going to be great. The only issue, I think KC going to continue to target jungle through these next couple of rotations, I'd imagine. And because they're going to be on the first pick, so they could go towards something like Xin Zhao, which pairs well with the Lulu, and just try and pinch that jungle pool a little bit more.
It's something we've seen Yike bring out twice so far this split as well. In both the games, he's gone for that Xin Zhao. Reckless on Bard, 7 and 3 across the course of his career, so very comfortable on the pick. I will say some of Lost Return's numbers, they played in the ERLs and they won a lot in the ERLs, so obviously their numbers are going to be, I won't say inflated, but they're going to be kind to them. Right, 7 and 3 on that. And there's the Jax taken away from Baus. We already have that Scion ban away from him as well. And Bessa and Cassante taken out of both the jungle and the top lane respectively. And now we will see where KC want to go with their final ban. Lost Returns likely to pick up their jungler, giving Baus a possible last pick.
Yeah, I think it will be another jungle ban, just to go for the Nocturne. So I think, again, setting up for the Xin Zhao, Jax a good jungle answer to Xin Zhao. Kind of been the old school counter, unless Velio feels like he wants to take it away here.
He could take away the Xin Zhao. I think the Jax could also be towards Baus. He does love his AP Jax. Dusk and Dawn actually really strong.
I think it doubles up.
Yes, it definitely does. It definitely does. Nocturne, I've seen a few top Nocturnes recently. Top turns. I don't think I've seen too much of Baus playing it though. And there is the Xin Zhao. So Lost Returns reading this, saying, okay, we kind of see where you're going. We know that you like this champ. You picked it in all of your games so far. And they will switch over to the Vi in the end.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how they wanted to approach it, because Orianna can work well with the Xin Zhao early to provide the utility that he needs to be a very big menace. But instead, just want to go towards that Vi, that point-and-click CC, follow up well with the Bard, and try and find that success. But honestly, I like what KC have. Wukong, very strong in the early stages, can be very disruptive for a lot of the follow-up the Lost Returns will want to try and go for. And now it's on Kana. What does he want to try and blind to that top side?
I mean, you got to just go for something safe, right? There's no point going anything too spicy. Gnar makes a lot of sense, gives you good team fighting threat. You've got the Lulu to back you up if you do go a little bit too deep. And then you have a huge amount of CC when it comes to those fights to top over the Cyclone and the Gravitum from the Moonlight Vigil. Lost Returns now looking up towards that maybe jungle role, because I remember Baus loving that Vi top. And it could actually just be Vi top with a jungle mundo here for Lost Returns. It's going to be locked in. There's a tiny bit of flexibility, but knowing Baus, that is a Vi in the top lane.
All right, we're getting the Vi top lane. I assumed it was going to be just Vi and Orianna in the mid lane to try and play well together, but looking to just opt in towards the scaling instead once they saw the Wukong. So it does mean, though, that if Reckless isn't landing that ultimate, you are heavily reliant on the boss being there to be that engaged to it. So I'm a little unsure how Lost Returns are going to try and set up for their lanes in the mid game, or if they're just going to continue to play for picks. We'll have to wait and see. If Reckless is on point, this could work out very, very well. Otherwise, for KC, I mean, could that be any more bog standard of Wukong engage, Lulu press W on other people, and they do quickie autos?
Yes, they do quickie autos. That's exactly what they want to do here. You can get that Ardent Sensor, go Imperial Mandate. You could even go for a kind of pseudo-healer Lulu if you really wanted with Diadem and Echoes. We'll see where... I just want to get it in every moment. Every moment. You just want to be that passenger princess. Baus on Vi across the course of his professional career, 6-1. The last time he lost, EU Masters semi-finals last year against KCB. It's the only time he has lost on his Vi.
And just coming off the back of a loss against KCB, now going up against Big Brother. Going to see if he can try and get a bit of revenge against the older one.
let's take it to the stage. Lost Returns looking at their first win on the LEC versus stage. Casey looking to round out the week by beating both of the ERL promotion teams. Lost Returns and KCB, the two opponents they would have taken down. Lost to MKOI yesterday as Busio and Callisto claim control of this bot lane in middle bush. Reckless can step forward, puts the ward down, should be cleared out by KC. And Busio gets a little bit of damage down as well. House versus Kana rematch. We could see it at... did we see it at Red Bull League of its own? I'm trying to... No, it was Tau.
Yeah, it was Tau, yeah.
It was Tau, wasn't it? Lost Returns lost to KCB, KCB lost to KC, so in the spirit of confusion, KC should lose to Ella. Yeah, we are trying to get that circle of suck going.
Yeah, big fan of that.
I'm a big fan of it as well, and today has helped. Today has really helped in the circle of suck. We might have a weak one-er. We need Lost Returns to pick up this win, though, if we're going to get there. Cosmic Binding just wide of clipping onto Busio there. The fight for level 2 going in favor of Crowny and Reckless to kick us off.
Yeah, I mean, at the early stages, it's going to be very much lanes kind of left to their lonesomes. Wukong wants to try and wait until he hits level 6. Mundo not exactly the most fearsome when it comes towards engages. So this is where, again, like you can see Boss getting these good trades. Bot lane, at least for the moment, having some decent trades for Lost Returns. Like, these are the kind of things that you want to be able to have in the early stages so you can punish the Wukong.
Heal coming out from Reckless as they try and trade onto Busio and Callisto, but Callisto with that long-range sniper chips away at Reckless. And put down those two Caretaker Shrines and heals himself back up. Bard relatively mana hungry in the early game, especially if you're putting down those Caretaker Shrines. So you do want to get out and get some of your chimes where you can.
You're going to have to correct me on his name. The Bard main from Europe,
Latharus?
Latharus put out a really good video that I was watching earlier today on like the different builds you can go for Bard. And he was saying actually what he likes to do in Enchanter matchups is try and look for that early reset, pick up the tier and go for that diadem build that you were talking about. But the beauty of it is that having that early tier solves a lot of those mana problems.
Yeah.
And all you can do is just spam every time you have a second W, a second shrine up and available, just toss it onto your AD carry.
Yeah.
And it means that you're getting your tier stacks and also just solving a lot of your issues with like healing and mana as well.
Yeah, a little bit of move speed, a little bit of healing as Reckless looks for Busio. Cosmic Binding coming out, Belia chucks a briefcase at him, but Busio holding on, able to walk his way out. Could use the heal earlier on in the lane, but for now, able to get himself to safety. Now we'll reset and come back onto the map relatively sharpish with those home guards. In the mid lane, Nemesis and Yahoo trading as you would expect in the early game. Nemesis always been one of the shining lights in terms of individual skill on this Lost Returns team. Rare that you see him really get demolished in a lane, and I think if Lost Returns are going to have a performance that gets them into playoffs in LEC Versus, they are going to rely a lot on Nemesis.
And I think it'll be the same in this game. A relatively short range KC, apart from say Yahoo. So if you are looking at an Orianna Shockwave, you have a lot of people that you can suddenly start to hit in those situations. So any sort of overextensions or over chases could be punished by Nemesis. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case, because this is I mean, this is going to be a toughie. Like, there's no line. You're up against Karmine Corp. They've been such a staple after their first year in the LEC at the top of the table. And it's, for Lost Returns, this would be a statement if they're able to take them down.
Oh, it really would. And finishing week 1 with a win on the board would be absolutely massive for Lost Returns. Lost to Fnatic day 1, lost to KCB yesterday, as we already said. For KC, you really want to be closing games like this out swiftly and with like solid team play, solid macro, not giving the enemy too many opportunities to get into the game.
Yeah, and I actually was talking to Mitsuko backstage, and she was saying, like, this whole weekend, the boss has been such a beaming light of positivity the entire way through. And I love that we're actually starting to see him again kind of fall back to his picks. He is still playing his style. He is still coming in as the lovable goofball that is needed for the team and both for the fans as well. So seeing him perform yesterday in the volley bear, unfortunately, Tam ended up kind of showing him what's worth every so often, but he got some bites back. And now on his signature pick with this Vi top lane as well. It's great to see that Boss is continuing to be him and show that his style can work at this top level.
It's been a long time since we've seen a Vi top in Tier 1 League of Legends. 2013 was the last time we saw it. I'm trying to find the exact
That has to
game.
be when she was released, right?
Yeah, it must be, right? It must be.
I've also just realized I've been playing since 2013 now, and
I think Caitlyn was the first champ released when I when I started playing, but I
think
cannot remember
Zed
for
was
sure.
on the loading screen when I started.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I remember we had those loading screens.
Yeah, with the
They
new
were cool,
champion.
and the
Yeah,
music.
and they have the banger music. Yeah.
Lots of tones have initiated pause. As you can see, it seems to be something to do with Velia's PC or some of his setup. We don't know exactly what's going on. Well, we don't. The casters don't. The league officials do. They're investigating. There's a potential hardware issue. So
for clarity, I cannot see what's happening down there from up here, so investigation would not be very good for me.
No, that's true. Yeah, us investigating it would be diabolical, man. That would not go well at all. I don't know enough about
Did you turn it off and on again?
Yes. I mean, that would probably be the first question I'd ask. But these PCs reset when you turn them off and on, so then we'd have to go through the whole change the settings, make sure mouse acceleration isn't on. If you haven't, by the way, since Christmas, right-click on your desktop, go to display settings, and make sure that your monitor is actually in the right hertz.
Oh.
Don't just leave it in 60 hertz when you have a 144 hertz monitor. Because a lot of people do that for way too long. Yeah, I had a friend
That
who,
would be me.
Yes. I had a friend who left their monitor plugged into the HDMI, the integrated HDMI, not their graphics card. That was... Oh, you can't hear anything?
No, I had producers in my ear, and I was kind of nodding, and I was like...
Okay, when you gave me a thumbs up, so I assumed
that
you
was
wanted to
producers.
talk. Ah, okay.
But no, I'm just terrible when it comes to anything with computers, because shout out to my mate Joey at home. He would just sort out everything for me, and then I kind of I was passenger princessing my way through the PC setup, and I'd have all this, like, he would just tell me what to do, tell me what to change, and then every so often he'd show up at my house and be like, oh, you clearly have this thing set up. And I was like, I've never even heard of that thing. And then he would fix everything that I haven't done in the last, like, half a year. And then I'd just continue on happy and kind of la-di-da my way through life.
That sounds about right. Otherwise, you have to go on YouTube and find some sort of weird 2-minute-long video that explains exactly how to do the thing.
Yeah, it's like some song from 2003 that just kind of goes, wow.
And enough of us about weird computer and wowing. We get back onto Summoner's Rift for the game. Seems like the hardware issue was rectified. Small lead for Nemesis in the mid lane. There's a wave pushing into him as well, so he should have a slight CS lead when this wave crashes. I do want to note, look at how much vision there is for Casey in that bot side jungle. There's an absolute slew of wards down there. Just making sure they can really spot if Velia is looking for a gank down towards the bottom side.
I don't think this is really, though, going to be like a ganking game, as I was saying, for Velia. I think he's just going to be happy to just farm it out. And you already have strong lanes. Like, just let them kind of do their thing. And then once Wukong ticks over to 6, once you're there for the counter gank, that's more going to be the thing. Because, like, bot lane, you're not going to have, like, Wukong get sped up and try and hit you one time with the Q. And, like, and same in mid lane. You're waiting on Yahoo to hit level 6 before he really has that kind of kill pressure or setup even for Nemesis. So just take your time, farm your way through, and take it nice and easy and breezy for the start.
Yeah, scale up as much as you can. Clearing out waves effectively in the top lane, kind of trying to trade back onto him. And Baus does have to sacrifice some of his HP bar to really get those trades in because he's melee, and the Gnar obviously has that extra range advantage with the Hyper for that 3-hit passive. Bliss does have Gravitum, so if a gank was to materialize, he can apply a little bit of CC himself, but it looks like it's not really going to happen. First, Drake, though, up in 7 seconds, and Mike was pathing over towards it, so it might be an early Dragon start here for KC. Looks like instead, he's going to decide to go over to his Grom.
Yeah, just bought a Mundo on that ward that just timed out on that bottom side, so doesn't want to start it up when you're going to have that bounce in the bot lane, and he could be in a little bit of trouble, but speaking of Nemesis, taking a little bit of damage here from Yahoo in the mid lane.
Oh, Shockwave used just to clear the wave. If it had clipped Yahoo, you're happy, but really you just want to make sure that wave is gone so you can get back to base and back out on the map as quickly as possible. So you see some damage going down onto Reckless, puts those Caretaker shrines down again. Baus has snuck his way in here, looks for Kana. Oh, Vault Breaker just shy of connecting onto that mini Gnar.
Yeah, but also, like he's saying, like he has to keep going for these aggressive trades. Still has a passive.
Nice trade in there with the denting blows as well. Got the first prop, doesn't quite get the second, shredding through that armor a little bit. And now paths down towards the mid lane. Yahoo actually DCing. Well, we'll see exactly what's going on with that as well. At the last Vi top lane, Young Glory Otto played it versus Team WE in the LPL back in 2013.
Wow. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
I don't think I've ever heard that name, I'm going to be honest. I didn't follow Young Glory. I know a lot of players came through them, though.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
No, you're thinking of Young Miracle.
I'm thinking of Young Miracle.
Is, yeah, the... I can't think of his name. Yeah. But yeah, like Knight came up through that system. Ming came up through Young Miracle as well. But Otto, I think, went into coach at one stage, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't expect you to. I'll be honest.
It's been a while.
The sort of
It's
thing
been a while
like,
since I've been in the LPL.
It's 12 years old.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that child is asking.
You're not supposed to say the number on
The child.
Make me feel old.
A long time ago, man. It's a long time ago. Earlier, league officials received reports of hardware issues. A hardware swap is now in progress for KC. It does say Lost Retones have initiated pause at the bottom, but I've been told in my ears that it is Carmine Corp, and as you can see, that has been rectified on the screen as well. So we're going to have a hardware swap happening. Apologies, obviously, everyone, for the delay, but we want the players to play at the tippy-top of their abilities, and that means having the best hardware available to them, and hardware that is 100% functional at all times.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a matchup like this where Lost Retones want to try and have their first potential win, it's massive that you're kind of setting up, getting comfortable, and these kind of things when they're happening on stage can definitely cause a bit of nerves and jitters, but I think having Lost Retones, at least in the position they're in, I think they should be more comfortable.
I totally agree with you. As you can see, there is a hardware swap happening on stage right now. In the meantime, we're going to learn a little bit more about the Rats.
It was Kadril who initiated everything, and he came with the idea of making a pro team.
I recommended Velia from like solo queue and playing some tournaments with him.
So I got a random message from Kadril. He was like, "Yo, what is your plan for next season?" But I was like, what is going on? I'm very interested, you know. And then I was waiting for a bit to answer, maybe like 1 or 2 months, and I was like, okay, is this going to happen or not?
Crowny, also a player I played with back in Mad Lions in 2018, and I've been known him half my life already. And then one day I just woke up and we were looking for support. So I was like, I wonder what Reckless is doing. Kadril was like, okay, gonna message Reckless.
And then me and Kadril had a talk, but it aligned really well with where I was in my life after my time in Korea.
I thought I'm just gonna play with some rookie support, but when I heard I play with Reckless, it was insane.
Next day, he tells me, okay, I think Reckless is in, and that's how Lost Retones.
It's a new dynasty, new era, back-to-back, EMEA champion.
Like a madman in the cage, I'm a king, I'm a champion. Went to hell, now I'm...
We are just way better than ERL level. We proved it throughout 2025.
I need to find a balance of playing the game serious and having fun.
Baus is such a wild card because Baus to me is Lost Retones. It will be really interesting to see like where he lands against the other top laners.
Baus in, waiting for his ulti and his flash. It's a body slam. It's a game-making play from Baus.
The minimum is getting to playoffs.
Who can stop them? Who can stop this infestation of rats?
Champion, went to hell, now I'm back. I'm all about it, and like a phoenix, I'll be rising up from the ashes.
First place. Stomp games, 15 minutes FF. Top gap every game. That's what they can expect.
Baus, you need to end the game.
I think we're the best team in LEC.
So, welcome to the desk. Unfortunately, I know there will be a hardware swap.
Hardware swap.
Hardware swap happening on stage. So we have a little bit of time. Sucks. Where's your pretzel? Then you have.
I finished it. I ate it too quickly. Shout out to the
He didn't even
pretzel
share
catering.
with us.
You
Yeah.
didn't want any. You said, quote, the cheese sauce smells like death, which might be true. I probably just poisoned myself, but it's delicious. Anyone who
Okay.
got the nachos knows.
Anyway, I think a lot of people would say that's a lot you're showing from LR, right? So let's
True.
start with KC's draft. What do you think?
There's an Aphelios.
Yes.
I love it.
Let's go.
I'm super happy to see Aphelios. I mean, Aphelios Lulu, tried and tested, right? And then with the Azir as well, I mean, can you get more damage than that? I don't know if it's possible. And then you got a nice little front line as well. I think it's beautiful. The only thing is, I mean, Bard, Vi, it's a lot of scary threats that this Aphelios is playing into. But every time I see Aphelios, I'm happy.
We did say earlier that Callisto and Busio, we want more, like, you can't really judge them yet if they're going to be that best bot lane in the league. Well, against a Vi, against a Bard, it's pretty hard for an Aphelios to play the game, so
Busio's got his work cut out for him.
We were flaming people for picking Corki every time, right? So now we should be happy that they're doing Ophelia?
No, I think we're just never pleased.
Okay.
We're just always going to complain
We are
forever.
happy. We are very happy. We are all very happy.
And even though they lost yesterday, I feel like it's really nice that they're diversifying and playing so much different stuff because we saw the Caitlyn Karma yesterday. Now we're seeing Aphelios Lulu. Day one, I forgot what they played, but it was something completely different as well. So it's nice that they get to expand on this because it's a good stepping stone as well to be able to have as many, cards in your hand. I guess.
Yes.
I mean, it also like highlights your strength, I think, because usually it's the better bot lanes and the better laners in general that are willing to pull out more picks, while the ones that don't have that level of confidence will just be like, no, I'll play Corki for the 50th time this time.
Yeah, it's whatever. It gets like prio, I guess.
Yeah.
Just put some reasons together.
You can path both if you want. I can prio with my Corki.
Do you think Casey may not have felt as much pressure to draft these stable pieces like Wukong Azir if they had a better showing yesterday? But I think there's always that smack where it's like, even if it's LR, even if everyone is saying that you're super favorite outside of Otawamne for some reason, and the LR fans, you want that stability. You really want to make sure that you're comfortable on the stage playing, closing games out cleanly. So I get kind of the top side of their draft. A little skeptical about the Gnar, but the Aphelios Lulu is the thing that, like Jack, I think I'm the most excited to see just how well it's going to work.
Yeah, Gnar, but it's kind of Gnar. I don't feel nervous about that at all.
No, I'm not nervous. It's not
say,
super spicy.
Like, if you just look at this from a realistic standpoint, right? If I look pound for pound at all the players of KC, they should absolutely destroy LR. They should, right? And of course, there are extenuating circumstances, and it's the fact that it is a best of one. But I really don't see it happening. What is the one avenue with this draft that LR has drafted that they get the miracle win against KC?
It's Bowsy. It's
Bowsy?
Bowsy.
It's Bowsy on Vi. I think it's really on Reckless and Baus to find engages. I mean, you're playing Aphelios Lulu, two immobile champions, against two champs that has such good chase down potential and such good catch that it should be really hard for them to go into the mid game without dropping a few deaths. And that's all you need to really start this kind of time bomb ticking, because LR scale's insane too.
Yeah, they're seeing it.
There's just so many more tools now, because compared to what we've been seeing before, it felt like it was just so one-dimensional. Velia, hold the wheel, pray that everything goes well. But right now, he has a lot of the support that he needs, and now they found scaling in a different way with, it's a bit Resident Sleeper with Oriana and the Yunara and stuff, but this is the Los Ratones, textbook special, where you just yeah, I mean, you have Nemesis and Crowny having scale city, and you can't ask for a more advantageous position or draft than this one.
It's true. I heard that it was time to go back maybe, but I don't know if that changed. It didn't. Keep going, guys.
Yeah,
Keep going.
I'm glad that we're seeing after kind of day one, we did see the Kled from Boss, but I don't think that is kind of the deeper end of his champion pool. I'm glad we saw the Volibear. He did have that first gank. I'm really happy that we're seeing Vi now, because it does feel like you said, we're seeing a return to what made Los Ratones in the first place. We don't need to see J4 every game. I like the scaling that you talked about, because it means that if you get these situations where the game is close but Boss is finding 1 or 2 kills, the path forward into the game is so much clearer than it has been in either of the first 2 matches.
But stuff has to work. And the latest update is that KC paused the game due to recurring hardware issues. We swapped the PC, players are doing ready checks and are given 2 minutes to reassess the game state, and we should be 1 minute away, which is great.
That's nice.
That is good.
Before, you didn't have this where you could just vibe for 2 minutes, because I had a pause, or like an hour and a half pause, and then we just got airdropped in the game, and we're like, whoa, what's going on? And then everyone just complete dizzy for 3 minutes, because it was 35
Kids
minutes.
these days, am I right? They just get everything handed to them on a silver platter, get to check their settings. Whoa.
Another coach is going in an LCK.
Yeah, what's gonna spoon feed it. Phalites, everyone gets vision for free.
If we're talking a little bit about stuff that is outside of the game, in terms of related to this game, the pressure on socials is insane right now, right? There is a lot of talk about KC saying, well, KC Blue are the ones that really deserve to be here. Los Ratones can't even win a game. So the pressure outside from the fans is huge.
Yeah, I really... It's really an absolute battlefield, and I have to feel for Velia especially. I think there's a lot of players on Los Ratones who are getting criticism, but because when you're the one player that stands out in that way, you're just become that lightning rod. And some of the criticism about poor performance is justified. A lot of the way that it's being delivered is totally unfair. He's just a guy playing on stage. Have some freaking mercy. But I hope for his sake...
That's not how it works. You know
No, I know that's not how it works.
There's
people are going to double down because I said that. But I do hope that he can show more of what he's made of, because for so many of these players, right, they're probably, if this project, wherever it goes in the future, they can return back to streaming or pro player, whatever. But he's the guy who's kind of the odd man out in this group of like veteran and known faces in the league scene.
It's true. Jungle matchup is hype. I mean, Yukino's also playing really well. So, like, that's a sister team. Yikes. Like, I'm going to put in a shift. What?
That's the wrong team. That's shifters.
That's true. I'm going to put in a shift. Anything else?
This is strong branding. We were skeptical. Lots of people were skeptical, but it keeps coming up.
It's true. I think, actually, Jack, you were like, you're a real Casey believer. I believe you said in the meeting this week
that Casey
will win Versus.
Yeah, I think Casey will win LEC Versus. I think they got a mid laner that should work better.
They don't like
Kalista Busio. Yeah, no, it's okay. Kalista Busio, just wow, Kalista Busio. Just look at the names.
I am.
You know what I mean?
Why did you close your eyes?
Like I'm picturing them, you know? It's just...
But he can't see.
A blind man has vision. No, I just think that they should be the best bot lane in the league. And Kalist already last year in winter looked so phenomenal that if he then also wins lane all the time, sets himself up for success, with the great team fighting he has, I could for sure see them winning everything.
With that, I think they're ready. So let's head over back to our casters.
That's us. That's us.
Howdy.
Welcome. They are kind of ready, but I think we might be 30 seconds or a minute away still from getting into the game. So when we do, let's do a quick recap. We're 5 minutes 50 into the game, and no one has died, and the largest lead is 120 gold, and that's Nemesis ahead of Yahoo. Apart from that, nothing has really happened. Every summoner is up. Everyone has their ultimates.
I would also say
have their ultimates.
For the Nemesis one as well, the wave is about to crash for Yahoo, so probably work out about even Steven as well.
Ah, sure. So basically,
it's even.
We could have just not had this first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, just plonk them in.
Injected into this point, which is what we've done now.
Yeah.
And we're back into the game. There we go. Yahoo recalling. It does have TP. Might just go back and get that blasting wonder then. Actually looks like he's just going to walk back into the lane. He's being covered by Yike. As Kalist should be able to get himself a little bit of damage on this tower. Not quite able to pick up the plate, but with red-white, he knows that Crowny can't really step up to him easily. Unless he has a Reckless in tow, we'll get the slow. There's the heal from Reckless for the extra movement speed. Reckless just walks away with his Ghost. It's a summoner exchange between support and AD carry.
I mean, it's not the end of the world on either side. So again, I think it's more of a case of, okay, what's going to happen with these upcoming objectives? Dragon is up and available. Cloud Dragons, though, kind of tend to be ignored for a while, you know? And especially if you're KC, it's like, well, we've got Azir and Aphelios.
Brownie going in, transcending himself as he looks for the damage. There's the heal from Busio. Cosmic Binding just wide. Meanwhile, Velia actually invading Yike here. Stands next to the wall to make sure he gets that flash away. Velia with a slight gold lead here in the jungle is about 3 camps ahead. Baus was moving across as well. In the end, we'll just end up returning to the top lane.
Nicely done by Lost for Tones. Advantage in the bot lane now for them. And also Velia starting to get active in towards the jungle. And Wukong without flash, significantly less threatening, especially if you try and keep him at bay. So I think for Lost for Tones, at least some life. That's what we want to see from them.
Really nice start overall for Lost for Tones. Velia with that camp lead. Kalist and Busio just going to shove out this wave as we see Crowny backing away to get himself his half-bound axe. Velia has an entire bot side left to clear, has already got the Gromp and now working on the wolves. So he should be about 2-3 camps, maybe even 4 camps ahead at the end of this clear. There is a Drake as well. Kalist and Busio getting the push out of bot. It looks like they are just going to return to base themselves. No one's going to contest those neutrals this early. Grub's up in 10, but again, everyone just seems to be unwilling to take the fight around a neutral objective right now.
Yeah, I think it should be more on Yike in this position now to start looking for a cross map. Like, I'm going to get Void Grubs as we traded for Dragons. Dragons definitely stronger in the current meta, but when you've got something like Kana on his Nar, can look to take some advantages when it comes towards pushing. But realistically, so much of that push power now comes from crystals that the Void Grubs just don't hold that same kind of weight as they used to.
Yeah, it doesn't give you as much of that side lane threat as it could do, but Velia off to a really nice start here. 23 CS up. Gonna clear out this ward, look to fight over this Scuttle Crab as well. Has Reckless in tow for a little bit of protection. Crowny looking to see if he can work his way in from the bottom side of this fight, but it's going to be a bit tricky for him. Yahoo coming across, has that Emperor's Divide, Cosmic Binding, divides Reckless back, who has the flash, Polymorph coming out, Moonlight Vigil as well. Reckless almost falls to the Calibrum and will go down, can't get the Temple Fade out. Crowny opening up, Kalista able to flash to the back, and Velia falls as well. Lost Retones have already lost 2. Crowny's going to have to burn his sums to get out of the pit, but Busio is waiting for him. Great flash away, flash in! It tastes purple as the blue wall is built by Lulu and Busio.
I didn't know purple tasted like dirt. KC finding that fight against Lost Retones. I don't know, like, Lost Retones had started off so well, but keep your eyes on the minimap in this one. Crowny completely separated. Nemesis was late on the push, and Yahoo just immediately turns onto Reckless, but Crowny can't really get into a solid position here, especially as you get the reposition from Kalist towards his team. The Lulu wall growth is there. It's a disaster for Lost Retones.
It really is. Chase out from Busio in the end as well. Crowny dashes out, flashes out, still can't escape. Now no summoners on that Yanara. Velia, a few moments ago we were talking about how it was KC that had to settle for the grubs. Now it's Lost Retones who find that small consolation prize, and the gold swings in the favor of KC. Kalist has a BF sword to back up his Dirk. The vision here on Baus as he moves down towards that mid lane. We saw it yesterday on the volley. He can find those ganks towards mid, but if he's spotted, it's so much easier for Yahoo to dodge away.
And this is where you kind of have to go, okay, is the boss just going to act as a secondary jungler and start shifting between lanes, or either staying in that top side and having Velia play towards him? Because Nemesis now flashless, Crowny flashless, Reckless flashless. These are a ton of windows that Yike can look to play towards, as his own flash is starting to come back up, and that ultimate.
Nemesis burning his flash when Yahoo's ultimate still was on cooldown. Still a few seconds before it comes back up. There's the risk of a wild growth for the knock up into a polymorph or something, so I don't blame Nemesis for that, but maybe a few missteps, as it's about 1,000 gold lead for KC, and we unfortunately do have another pause as we'll see exactly what is happening. See league officials discussing things on the stage. Looks like it's coming from the side of KC, but I do not want to pontificate until we have the information provided to us, and I say that after pontificating about it slightly. So, a very quick swing, and this is something that has been commonplace in Lost Retones games. We saw day 1, Velia going in across the Unraveled Earth, costing the game. Day 2, playing up against KCB, we had great plays from Yukino, costing them the game. These small mistakes snowball so much more than they would on an ERL stage.
But I think it's also, you wouldn't get punished for those small mistakes at an ERL level, right? Like, how many times are you going to have the Azir shuffle the support in to actually set up the play and set up the fight for you, right? And even then it was the level 6 being hit by Busio as well, that then, like, the small timing window that Busio had that then enables the wall growth. And I think it's a lot of these small differences that teams at this level, and particularly a team like KC, are able to punish. And when you're so separated as Lost Retones, if this was ERLs, I think you're able to find space into that fight, and you're able to find actually an advantageous position, but unfortunately, that's just not going to cut it here.
Yeah, I totally agree. A player has reported a potential bug to our league officials, who are now reviewing exactly what's going on. It's an ardent conversation with Busio, who seems accepting of whatever the official is saying to him, as you would expect him to be, really, because
What
the
do you
official
do?
says something. It's like, all right, that's the thing, I guess. But as soon as we have more information, we will obviously provide that.
It's still sick that we have Busio.
Oh,
like, I'm still very, very excited. And I mean, we heard from Jack earlier how excited he is for Kalist and Busio, but I have to echo it. Like, this guy was the best support in the West. Like, it was absolutely insane. And now that he's actually come across, I'm going to give it time. Like, obviously, it hasn't been Kalist and Busio absolutely slamming every lane that they've ever touched. It's the guys are still going to get used to each other and trying to figure out how they want to try and play certain matchups, how they even view the game. But I do expect as this year goes on, these are just going to become a juggernaut bot lane that just really does propel KC to new heights.
And we're back onto the Rift, as it seems everything was rectified. Reckless stepping forward here, doesn't have the flash, does have heal, and obviously the magical journey, but with the Cyclone to knock him up into the wild growth, he still gets through Polymorph. Tempered Fate not in time. Wukong goes golden as he claims his prize. Yike on the board for the second time this game.
That polymorph from Busio was pretty clutch, because it meant that you couldn't stun the Wukong on the opposite side. gives time there for the kill to come through, and another nice pick from KC.
Baus going for a bit of a proxy here, utilizing the top lane positioning that comes with the quest, where proxying actually benefits you a lot more than it does the player chasing you. However, Kana has support and Yahoo's here. Emperor's Divide into a nice little combo. Kana gets the roll quest complete at the same time as Kalis. KC 5-0 up and a 2.2k gold lead.
The alley-oop slam dunk there looking well clean for KC. And unfortunately, kind of just more small errors from Lost Tones getting punished. Kind of going to be able to push in on this top side and look for another plate alongside it. And the duo from KC fighting back against Lost Tones here.
Yeah, just playing a little bit around that vision. I think they know as soon as you see Velia, it's like, okay, you know, we're cool. We'll just step forward, step back. You don't have immediate hard CC. You've used the Tempered Fate. We saw that happen. So unless Reckless is flashing Cosmic Binding, we're not really under too much threat of getting caught out. Kana picking up more plates on this top side, forcing Baus out. It's a very small CS lead, about a wave and a half right now. But across the board, the lead's developing for KC.
Yeah, also just having ticked over with the top lane quest means he's just gotten 600 XP as well, which is a sizable portion of that XP lead that's open, but Kana, that gold lead is only going to continue here. As you say, like, he already has the advantage, the plates are going to be there. The Icos are playing up on this top side, so Ball's going to have to be very careful how much he overextends here. And do they want to try and go for something? Because he's actually wrapping towards mid.
Might be looking at Yahoo, who doesn't have that Emperor's Divide, can find the flank. Yike trying to get in here as well. And Nimble Strike across the wall, and there's the fight with a shockwave, cease and desist. And he talked about a slam dunk. Well, that's a three-pointer or something. I don't watch basketball, but great stuff from Lost Returns.
A good timing window from Boss. The wave had just pushed out, and he was also the focus from KC. They wanted to try and make a play onto the Boss, but instead moves mid, catches a kill, and sets it up for Nemesis as well, which is the late game scaler that you need that money on.
Yeah, needs to get towards that first item, does Nemesis. Has himself a tier and a lost chapter right now. Busio here, try to hold the wave, but can't really do that when it gets in. He'll be able to stack up that World Atlas, has completed it. Got himself a Dream Catcher for the extra shields bouncing around his teammate. Shurelia's first as well on the Lulu. Not something you too commonly see, but when you are looking for this engage and the enemy team is more likely to play on a back foot, having that Shurelia's for the extra movement speed really helps.
Yeah, and it's probably, he's going to be followed with the Ardent Sensor and that, so you still get a lot of value in the attack speed and the shields and everything else, but certainly I think enabling this Wukong as much as possible and that Nar to find the engages, and even the disengage from people like Mundo, pretty crucial.
Oh, Reckless caught out. Magical Journey across the wall. No Cyclone Polymorph combo to stop him this time. The towers are being chipped away at. Top lane actually might even be going down here for Kana with a cannon minion there. He can take out the wave, let the cannon die, then take the tower, deny that little bit more gold. Baus was in range for the XP, but it's a 1.5k lead now for Kana with that first turret gold. Really fattening up his pockets.
Just keep my eyes on where everyone is for this dragon. Basic KC trying to force their way through in the bottom side, but it does mean that Penny has to move around.
No Wallop to come up for the follow-up CC. Baus is going to go in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Veli's chasing forward. Baus trying to get away from this. Kana needs another couple of autos. He doesn't get the second, so he flashes. Baus flashes away. Oh, the boomerang tickled the heels of Baus, but he still escapes. Great flash reactions from him. Meanwhile, there's a fight down towards this Drake. It's a Chem Drake. Yahoo does have the Emperor's Divide and is TPing down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, Yahoo's forced out, which is why Lost Tones then feel comfortable go for this, but the TP in, he's in behind them.
Kalis could look for the Moonlight Vigil. Flash shockwave! Beautiful from Lost Tones. Cyclone coming out as Yahoo tries to join the fray. Crown is going to have to flash, but Deathwing Smash finds its mark. Yike looking for Nemesis. Velia gets another, and Yahoo's not able to get the damage down in the end. The Mundo is sent on PTO, will fall. But Lost Ratones has shown they are here to fight.
It's a 2 for 3 in favor of Lost Ratones, and they can come back out and look for this once more. That was a hard-fought fight. We missed the start of it because we were looking at that top side, but Yahoo got forced out of the equation. You can see him now TPing back in, and Lost Ratones, this combo was beautiful. Flash forward from Valiant onto Busio, immediately killing him and removing a lot of the support that Kalis needs now. Yike does a good job of finishing off Brownie as he tries to follow through, but with Yahoo able to deal enough damage, it will be end up as a trade 2-4-3 in favor of Lost Ratones.
Big shot down going over to Velio as well. Got the 500 gold from Kalis. Busio forced to flash the wall here. Does still have that wild growth, but his jungler's on the top side, and I think KC have given up the ghost of this dragon. will be one apiece.
Yeah, Nemesis and Reckless's ults are up way sooner because I believe they were used. Well, obviously Nemesis was used first, but I believe Reckless was used earlier to try and catch Yahoo as well. So in this position, just ult economy advantage for Lost Retones. And it will be the Chemtech Dragon, second of the game, secured for Lost Retones.
And this is something Lost Retones did so well in the ERLs. When they fell behind, they found moments like this to get back into the game. They weren't an incredible early game team. They did sometimes get early game leads, but when they were falling behind in games, they always found these avenues to approach the match to get themselves back into it. It is still, ooh, I don't think that was deliberate. Maybe it was, maybe Yike's just gonna ride it to the mid lane. Okay, often when you see it immediately placed, it's not deliberate, but it looks like Yike's just gonna ride it straight through. Quick enough to dodge the Tempered Fate.
I think that's why. I think they saw Reckless on the bottom side and knew that that was kind of their one window to use it before Reckless was able to defend a lot of the turrets. So they end up getting this. Now redirection the top side. I don't think he'll be able to get any more here.
He rides into a wall so he can get the Scuttle Trap.
Yeah, makes sense. But this is where you're seeing now. So Kana, quite a big advantage on that top half of the map. And Kalista with a pretty sizable advantage as well. So if you're KC, these are the two people that you're going to be trying to play around, either enabling Kana in that side lane to take down some of these structures, or trying to keep Kalista alive. But you can see in that last fight, Lost Retones did a great job of taking out that support carry in Busio and making sure that Kalista was completely isolated. So we'll have to see if Lost Retones can try and set up a similar fight once more like that.
I mean, when you have the flash and the shockwave up, Velia's flash and Nemesis's shockwave, it is very difficult to react to it because the shockwave, the animation starts before the flashes even come through. So it's like, oh, do I flash? Do I expect it to happen? Am I just going to burn this 5-minute cooldown when it's a 120 on the shockwave? It will be back up before you know it. Kana now put down in towards this bottom lane to try and take another tower. Those plates do still remain on it. The gold you get from them falls off after the 11-minute mark, down about 40 gold per plate at the max amount of time after the 11-minute mark, but still, while getting that little bit of extra gold. Lost Retones setting up towards this top side. Rift held 90 seconds away, so they're really just vying for vision control more than anything and to try and take this mid-tier one.
And there it goes. Currently able to pick that one up, and now they've already set up that highway towards that top side of the map. Yike there in position to try and cover Yahoo. Hoping Busio can come here as well, because there's a lot of LR members.
Yike with the shockwave. Nemesis flashing away. As the Cyclone comes out, shockwave dodged by Yahoo. Another Cyclone out, but Belly is able to tank it. The Wild Growth coming in, Tempered Fate. Almost clipped the Lulu before she could get her ultimate off, and now Yike's in the middle of Lost Retones. Another Polymorph coming out, but Belly claims the kill. It's a 5v3 on this top side now in favor of Lost Retones, and now just set up for a kill and back away.
The confidence starting to come through here for Lost Retones. The mid tower, the immediate run top, the picks are happening. And KC were scrambling to try and cover, but they're too late, and now Kana
needs to get out of here. Doesn't have the flash. The Nam into the wall, dodged by Nemesis. A wallop follow-up, but Crowley won't fall, and Kana will. Kana trying to delay the backs of Lost Retones so Yahoo could take this bot lane tier 1, sacrifices his own life to do it.
Still though, actually I wasn't sure if they're going to stick around for Lost Retones on the top side and just look for the turret themselves, because it's a turret advantage up for KC, but that's a lot of gold that's just been put back into the hands of Lost Retones. You can see at the top of your screen, it's not that much, and it may be about to disappear.
Is Yahoo gonna get out of this one? Flashes and slides away, but does have to burn that summoner. 20 minutes in, game basically even now, about 300, 400 gold between the two teams. Next Drake up in 90 seconds time. Would only be the second of the game for either of these two teams.
But still, it's, you know, no flash on Yahoo now, and the opportunity to try and look for him as that target with that Seeker's arm guard broken as well off that top play. So definitely burning some of these crucial summoner spells and crucial items on KC. And for Lost Retones, you're starting to tick over, like Fiend Hunter bolts, very strong on the Yunara. 2 items now complete onto Nemesis as well. There's still a lot here that Lost Retones can do against KC.
And their movement around the map as well with that magical journey. Reckless and Velia just teaming up to make sure they can deny vision from KC, deny any easy movement from KC. KC relegated to their tier 2s.
And also because that long lane exists on the top side, there's not really a cross-map opportunity for KC either, so Lost Retones happy to just set up shop here in the bottom side and make it uncomfortable as Nemesis waits.
Nemesis has no flash. The Cyclone gets the first knockup, but with the second Tape of Fate just short of hitting Busio and Yahoo, but now Yike is behind enemy lines and Lost Retones can try and chase him down. Yike has a lot of tools in his toolkit to get out of this one. Crowley puts the fast out alteration down, flashes forward, and Yike will fall. Crowley claims That's it. With 12 seconds on the Drake, you have to feel that second of the game for Lost Returns.
The ultimate from Reckless was clutch, denying access from Yahoo and Kalista, I believe it was, to actually get into support Yike, which meant that the Monkey had overextended. And Lost Returns, it's a gold lead for them.
7-7, they take a 700 gold lead. Velia only going to keep scaling up through this game. Now, KC do have the tools in their arsenal to deal with a Mundo. Like, sometimes you see, if that's a Jin instead of an Aphelios, you're worried.
Jin to Leah.
Exactly. Never going to get through a Mundo, but Azir and an Aphelios should be able to work their way through Velia. However, he is getting darn tanky. Deadman's Plate and the Heartsteel finished for him. Bao's getting chased out here. Hasn't had as much impact on this game as he would like, but even though Kana got that early lead, Baus has done a really good job of keeping up in CS, trying to find impact on the map where he can.
And as long as Lost Returns can keep up this, hey, push mid with Yunara and start to attack side lanes, you can see KC are struggling to keep up. KC have actually done a good job of getting wards down.
Yeah.
It's just that they've been outpaced thanks to the magical journey that you're alluding to off Reckless to get to those side lanes. And it looks like once more that's kind of going to be the plan. You can see Yunara clears mid. Already Reckless's topside setting up vision for Nemesis, and that is the last outer turret that's still there. And if Lost Returns win something on the top side, a Baron could easily be the next port of call.
Oh, really quick Baron take as well. With the Yunara Mundo there as well. Looks like it's going to be a Locket second item here for Reckless on the Bard after those Bandle pipes.
I do think, though, on KC's side, just speaking of itemization, the next item for Abusio is going to change a lot of things. Ardent Sensor could be incredibly strong alongside Kalist. The fact you give the attack speed buff and then give him a bunch of extra damage on top is going to be so nice for Kalist, especially because he looks like he's going to be going towards the armor pen item next. So at this stage, you're not having a bunch of actual attack speed in the kit, so be heavy reliant on Lulu for that.
A little frustrating for Kalist that he needs to go the Mortal Reminder route rather than the Lord Dominic's Regards. Lord Dominic's Regards had the Giant Slayer added back to it, so you do more damage to people with more health. But
also, I think 5% less armor pen on Mortal Reminder as well.
A smidge less. It's not the end of the world. Mortal Reminder makes a lot of sense because you have a Mundo on the enemy team and you don't want him just healing through the entirety of the fight. So you need that grievous wound application. There's the last Whisper. As KC mostly playing towards the top side here. Baus going in onto Kana. Now has to get out, but Kana's just going to chase him down. No real escape for Baus. A solo on the Bolo as Baus falls to Kana.
And it does mean now Kana's in a position to threaten that tier 2 on the bottom side, which nullifies a lot of the pressure Lost Returns had just set up. You can see on that top half of the map, like they've set up so much vision here to try and make these plays happen. But now have to reset to protect the tier 2. That was supposed to be a dive, but Kana keeping KC safe on that top half of the map.
It's something Kana does so well. He just draws attention to his side of the map, got himself an early lead, continues to extend it where he can, is level 17, 2 levels higher than anyone else in the game. Reckless looking for him now, but misses the Cosmic Binding. Nemesis still on the chase. There's a shockwave for the follow-up. Kana has the flash, will jump and flash into the hit as the magical journey goes for the follow-up. Nemesis flashes forward and finds him with the command attack. Meanwhile, KC tried to push through that mid lane, couldn't get the wave any further up. Yahoo's pushing through top. In the end, they'll all just have to back away. Well played by Lost Returns to find that kill. Did have to burn Nemesis's flash, though, which leaves him very susceptible to CC and positioning in fights.
On the opposite side, though, Kana not having flash also makes that threat of that Nara ultimate in an upcoming dragon fight way less viable. I mean, it's a minute 30 until that one's up. So I think for Nemesis, going to be happy to get the gold, have the safety in the Seeker's Arm Guard now, versus Khan, who kind of wanted to be that big threat in fights.
And again, it's Nemesis being a key carry for this team, the key carry for this team. 3-0-5, 2,500 gold ahead. Now looking to finish up his next item, has the Shadow Flame and the Seraphs. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if he's going towards that full Zhonya's. There it is. Locked in for him, a full item ahead of Yahoo on this Azir.
Level 16 hit from as well. Nemesis in a very, very strong spot to be that carry. And again, if Boss actually shows up to the fights, you end up with that point-and-click CC for someone like Kalist. A lot of damage coming through from Nemesis. Good follow-up from Clowny thanks to that Fiend Hunter bolt and also that ultimate. Like, it's going to be difficult to try and keep some of these backline members alive for KC.
Yeah, it feels like we're just waiting for that. Maybe a fight at the next straight, because it would be soul point for Lost Returns, but you can kind of give it up if you're KC. It's the 3-item fight. You got Fiend Hunter bolts, Kraken Slayer, Infinity Edge, Mortal Reminder, Collector on one side. Yahoo's still a little short of getting towards that third item in mid, whereas Nemesis is very strong. And for Lost Returns, they're just going to set up this vision pocket once again. Control the Phaelite, control that river. 20 seconds on that ocean. Drakard and Sensor now complete for Busio, and good guns for Kalist if they are going to take a battle.
The only thing that has to be on KC's mind is that if they don't actually take the fight here, which it looks like they're not going to, Velia will tick over to 16 by the time the next fight happens.
Yeah.
And
It's a Baron rush. It's a Baron rush. Red, white.
Try and change it, yeah.
Yeah, I love the call from KC. Kalist now has Calibrum and Crescendum, and Lost Retones are left a little bit unawares. The Tempered Fate comes out, Lost Retones pulled away from the Drake that they were looking for, but good Tempered Fate will stop any possibility of that Baron take.
It does mean they're pulled entirely away from the Dragon, though, and opportunity for KC to try and re-establish themselves here. Kind of reset and bought that Sterix gauge, thanks to that time bought with that Baron rush. And now no Tempered Fate. It's only the boss that can beat the engage tool.
Yike looking for that flank position. Lost Returns. Nimbus strike forward. There's a Cyclone. The follow-up with the Moonlight Vigil as well into the Polymorph. Nemesis goes on a rampage, but immediately we see Crowny falling. Kalist going low though as well as Nemesis continues to open up. Kana has the Gnar, but no flash, remember, as Yike dodges across the wall. The chase now onto that Gnar. As Baus, Reckless, and Nemesis survive the onslaught of KC.
The punchback from Lost Retones, taking out both Kalist and Yahoo, was devastating for KC in that one. They should be able to just fall back over towards the Dragon and pick that up, but it looked so good for KC.
The risk of going for the Dragon is you don't have a smite. Velia is down and Yike has a smite of his own. You could probably out-damage it with Nemesis and with Baus, but do you want to risk going 2-2 on the Drakes when you can just accept that you've won the fight, reset? We'll have another look at it because it looks like Yike has an incredible flank position.
Yeah, and it gets onto Crowny immediately. The follow-up is there from Kalist, but Velia, the shockwave delivery system once more for
So
Nemesis. Immediately takes out Yahoo. Kalist goes next, and now it's KC. Reckless trying to buy time.
There's the smite. There's the Drake over to KC.
And that was my worry, was if you end up giving that time over, KC can then get back in, regardless of whether you have the smite or not. But now Lost Retones, Dragon gone. They can still push in mid and set up on that top half of the map and threaten Baron. But it's at least for KC buying a little bit of time to get towards 4 or 5 items on their cards.
And also, you know, they don't have the Shockwave flash combo anymore. Velia's flash down, only it's about 2/3 of its cooldown left. So KC could try and up the tempo, could try and force a play. Still looking for that third item on Yahoo, though. 3K in the hole. Kana about 2,000 gold ahead. But, the other substantial lead is Reckless, who's 1.3K ahead on this part.
The Magi Soul Stealer fully upgraded here for Nemesis. Was sitting on a Dark Steel with 10 stacks for a little bit, but happy to upgrade that one. And I think now, as value starts to tick to 16, he's a massive threat in these fights. Nemesis, we've already seen. A third item going to come through for Crowny, which means he's going to be massive as well. And Velia, he's on the hunt.
Duelis to try and get away. Use the decoy. Yike going back in. Kalist tries to open up onto Crowny. Cease and desist coming out from Baus. They're going to lock up Kalist, but Baus is in the middle of them all with the polymorph, and Kalist survives through it. Lost Retones couldn't chase any further. And now KC on the front foot. 4v5 in their favor. Crowny very low as Kana looks for a little bit more. Is about to go mega. Doesn't have the vision in that bush. Reckless and Nemesis able to dodge away. The Baron going to be begun here for KC. Not the best guns for Kalist.
Doesn't matter, Crowny has to reset. The only way that this can work is if Nemesis was to get some massive shockwave, and that ends it right there. But look at the positioning from KC. They're going to threaten mid-wave, deny any access, and Lost Retones, they want to just move on to the pot wave that was stacking and try and at least get some plates, if not the turret, in trade.
Should be able to take the tower down. As Nemesis, Reckless, and Velia are across here. The auto attacks with that clockwork wind-up coming out from Nemesis will take down this tier 2. Meanwhile, though, Kana has decided just to push through the top side because he knows the rest of his team can try and delay. Yahoo in the mid lane as well is going to look for a tier 2 of his own. So you sack your bot tier 2. You force Nemesis and Velia to run all the way away. He managed to get a tier 2 on top side and a lot of damage in mid. Kana escapes with that Baron buff empowered recall. Yike still looking. Nemesis able to walk his way away.
Yeah, Yahoo needs to be careful. The Reckless going to find him here.
Tempered Fate just in time. Finds the stun. Crowny's here. Yahoo sliding, shifting with those stands away. Dodges to his soldiers and manages to escape the fray. Meanwhile, Yike's looking for an invade as Nemesis does have that shockwave. Just looking for a bit of damage with the command attack.
KC are kind of out of sorts though. Yahoo wants the reset because he's actually sitting on a good amount of gold. Can't because he doesn't have the TP to get back out. And there's less than 2 minutes now remaining on this Baron, so they have to stay on the map. So KC have to start making plays on these side lanes. It's going to be Kana looking to crack down that mid lane turret.
That's the thing. No one can match Kana in a 1v1 at the moment. So if Lost Returns decide, okay, this is our battlefield, we will play around bot tier 2, then they have to sacrifice something on the other side of the map. They've now lost 2 tier 2s off this push. And because of that, you can see KC did manage to get about 2.2k in total off this Baron power play with 90 seconds left.
The thing is, though, that was already kind of gone.
Yeah,
right? Top was already gone, which was
Agreed.
taken after the Baron, and mid was basically already taken. So I think for KC, they would have really liked to get all of the outer turrets and extra sieging on towards inhibitors. But at this stage, like, as weird as it sounds, I think Lost Returns are kind of okay with the fact that this is all you get off the Baron.
Oh, I totally agree. I think they're okay as well with the fact that Crownie is building up towards that 4th item, that Nemesis has that 10-stack Medjais and a blasting one we talked about. Busio and Yike trying to deny as much vision as they can. They know perhaps there's an avenue to attack down here. Yike steps forward, Cosmic Binding from Reckless will lock him up, and you can see the damage coming out from those briefcases out of Velia. KC will back away.
The actual secret clutch factor for KC is that Yike has continuously been stealing away all these camps on the bottom side and keeping value down here, so he hasn't been able to hit over to level 16.
Wow.
He's very close off the wave. Should hit it just in time for this dragon fight in 40 seconds. But KC, as long as they can keep this vision control up in this bottom side, I think they're in a relatively good spot. Kana actually level 20, fully stacked on the XP advantage, and looking to see what he can find in the jungle.
Yeah, just constantly meandering his way in the jungle. When Crocs do spawn, Yike could look for them. The rest of KC are on their way down. Yahoo using the Sun Disc here. Scryer's Bloom coming out. Yike on that flank. Kalist stepping forward. Cyclone onto the backline. Velia now the target, but the Cyclone's not going to get the knockup. Tempered Fate going on to Yahoo, who does still have that Emperor's Divide. Moonlight Vigil out with the Infernum. Will do a little bit of work. Bounce jumping forward. Kana about to go mega here as well. And Lost Returns need to respect the Gnar. Level 20 bounces his way out. The Drake is up, and Lost Returns, a lot of them sitting at half HP. Looks like Kalist will turn his attention to the Drake first.
There's no vision, so they actually don't know where Kalist is, or they started that ward just showing it, but Kalist had already finished it off. KC kind of bluffing their way through that off of Kana and actually picking up the dragon without much contest.
And now KC need to go for their resets, clear out that top wave. A couple of pings coming down on it. Lost Returns are going to try and push through bot, but there's no tier 2 there. So really all they're going to do is push the wave into Yahoo.
Well, I was going to say Yahoo can't really stick around by himself because you still have that point and click from the boss to maybe take him out. And there's a lot of members running up towards that top side, but it looks like Lost Returns just going to back away, lick their wounds, and hope that in 2 minutes' time at this Baron, they can actually find the fight.
Support's getting up to 3 items, which is something we rarely see. Reckless with the Mikhails did have that substantial gold lead. It's Ardent, Shurelias, and Bandle Pipes for the Lulu. Works off slows. You don't need CC, like stuns and harder crowd control. You can just get the slows on the Lulu.
I actually nearly feel like the Redemption would have been better than the Mikhails in this situation. Just the ability to re-heal after an engage from Yike, like we've kind of seen.
Yeah.
And I think if Kana has already gotten a big Gnar ultimate, the fight's lost. I think the Mikhail's value to me doesn't seem that high at the moment.
100% understand where you're coming from. However, Redemption doesn't build out of a Kindle Gem. So if you are following the flowchart of build a Kindle Gem, build a thing, Redemption doesn't do that
Zeke's
anymore.
Convergence.
Yes, Zeke's Convergence. I mean, he's got another Redemption, another Kindle Gem. So we'll see where Reckless goes with his final item. Might just be using it for the health and the ability haste. Baron up in a minute's time. KC grouping up as 5 to try and get in towards this blue side jungle. Now stepping forward with the Bolt Breaker. Isn't really going to be able to find too much as Yike and crew will clear out some of that vision. I saw you looking up if Redemption built out of Kindle Gem. It used to.
I was trying to remember what it now built out of.
Yeah, they changed it to AP. It's Fiendish Codex and the Forbidden Idol. But we have a moment, guys. We've got about 30 seconds before this Baron comes up. I don't expect anyone to look to rush it. And then after that, we have about 3 minutes until Ocean Soul for KC if they can find that final dragon. It's been a great fight for both teams. Lost Returns, I think they'll be much more impressed with this performance than they have been impressed with previously is the tempered bait, the auto for the slow. Reckless finds the cosmic binding as well, and there's the follow-up. But the wild goat sees and assist, dives onto Kalisto, who has to flash away himself. Meanwhile, Yikes on the backline, but the Cyclone has to use his decoy to try and get away. Kalisto kills off Baus. Kano in the middle of them, does have that Gnar, does have his flash, can look for Moonlight Vigil. Gravitum onto Nemesis, yeeted back the stopwatch in time. Velia now trying to protect his mid laner, but an Emperor's Divide and the flash is enough to take down his Nemesis. The resurrection for Crownie will not last for long as KC find the fight.
The mechanics for Lost Retones are there, the decisions they tried to put down, but KC outplay in the moment, and it is KC who are now barreling towards the nexus of the Rats.
Some sort of miraculous heroic defense from Velia and from Reckless needs to be enacted, because otherwise KC as 5 are going to take down these Nexus towers. Kalisto opens up and immediately they melt in front of him. A hot knife through butter as KC will take the win, will go 2-1, and will mean that Lost Retones end week 1 without a win.
A hard-fought fight for Lost Retones, but KC still showing why they are a top team in the LEC. I mean, now I think 7 teams at 2-1 at the end of this week. Like, absolutely insane. We'll have to see if SK can join them, but for KC, that was a hard-fought fight.
It really was. It really was. You can vote for one of those KC players in your player of the game vote. Kana, Yike, and Kalist are your options. I think Kana had the most consistently good performance across the game. I think Kalist on the FLOS did a lot of damage in the late game, kind of helps. Yike had a few struggles, but some good cycles.
I was also going to say in that last fight, Kalist had a great sidestep on the boss's Q as well that actually kept him alive. So some really nice fancy footwork. And again, I think for KC, this is a team that I am really looking forward to seeing how they ramp up over the course of this split. Like, they feel like they have incredibly strong individual players. The ability for those individual moments like Kana earlier on, where it's, oh, he just solo kills the boss in the side lane, which draws all of the attention from Lost Retones. Like, these are the things that make such a massive difference. Yahoo, looking comfortable up there.
Yeah, feeling happy with how he performed. As, for Lost Retones, it's a disappointing end to the game, a disappointing end to the week, you have to say. They were very close. Like, it felt like one good team fight, one little bit more coordinated fight near the end there could have taken them the win.
I think for a lot of the fans, this is the game that gave hope.
Yeah.
Like, the last 2 days have been a little rough, but looking at this one, you could see, okay, we can actually do it. Like, we can fight back. Our team fighting can be coordinated. There's just 1 or 2 mistakes that are a bit silly that if we can rectify, there is a chance that we can actually contest.
And I think you prefer to see small mechanical individual mistakes than big macro problems, right? And it's much easier to rectify those. Law is standing by with Busio, though, to break down that game.
Busio for his very first interview here on the LEC stage. Busio, thank you so much for joining me. Merci aux fans, thank you so much as well. Welcome to the LEC. Thank you for joining us for the better region, finally.
Yep.
How scary was that game?
Well, thank you very much. And that game was scary as we got that first good fight off in the bot river, and then stuff kept going wrong, so the game kept extending and extending. But we made it work, so I'm happy.
Were you confident you were going to be able to pull this one together? Because that Mundo looked scary at the end.
Yeah, when he flashed when the Ori ulted him, I got one shot, actually twice that happened to me, so I didn't like it very much, but yeah, it worked out.
How are the comms like?
Like in that moment or just in general?
In general, to make that comeback.
Oh, I mean, we just knew how our comp wants to play and how their comp wants to play, so we just had to minimize giving them the opportunities, and we did make a couple of comebacks because of them overplaying, so yeah, I think we played well to come back.
Made it work. I think this one was especially important for the fans playing against Lost Retones. I want to talk about you because you traded LA Sun, a lot of success you had in NA, to come here in gloomy Berlin, but in Europe after all. What was that about? What convinced you?
I would say just my teammates, you know. The roster is very strong, very fun to play with, and then also the fans, you know, they just have so much passion.
Is it the first time you see fans like this, that passionate, chanting like this?
Yes.
Anything you want to tell them, maybe? as the latest addition of the roster. They're very happy you joined Calist in the bot lane, so the floor is yours if you want to say something.
Thank you guys for the support, and I really like the chants.
Get used to this. It's going to be like this, especially when you come to events in France. The Kia player of the game was your top laner, Kana. Anything you want to say about his performance?
Say again, I can't hear.
The Kia player of the game was your top laner, Kana. Is there anything you want to say about the way he performed today? That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Kana on stage is just always owning. Like, if nothing's happening in the game, I just look top. He's super high level, super high CS, always pushing side, getting solo kills. So he's just always stable. So he definitely deserved it.
All right, well, Buzio, welcome to the Blue Wall once again, and thank you for joining the Better region. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the last game of the day in just a couple minutes. It's going to be SK versus G2. Stay tuned.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some ARAMs or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's awesome
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
look at Caps. Look at him.
I mean, I saw that game yesterday, and I mean, they should be scared after watching this, you know?
Yeah,
like,
they should.
I don't know.
I wonder if...
I don't know. Like,
you want to reply?
I mean, it was an okay cannon he had this game, but we'll see tomorrow. It's not gonna look like that.
I couldn't hear Caps over like the TPing on the mid-wave thing.
Yeah,
like, I don't.
neither.
Like, I'm not sure what happened there, you know?
Weird.
Like, getting so old, but the nerves are still there. I don't get it, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy. That all started yesterday as the G2 fans are still in attendance. May I say, the G2 fans have been here all day. They never leave after their game is played, and they always cheer for everyone, so I'm going to cheer for them in this one. They are up versus SK Gaming, and my God, this interview yesterday of Caps versus Wunder, that was before G2 lost, guys. The stakes are incredibly high.
He was already in their head. He started the psychological warfare ahead of the day, and this is the game that we didn't expect to be the marquee matchup. There were a lot of games we had slated above this one at the start of the week, but the story of SK has just delivered in an insane way.
And to be honest, at the beginning of the split, I just looked at them and I saw a bunch of villains, you know? Complete charismatic villains, and honestly, I was one of the biggest leader hate watchers. You know, hate watchers, everyone ganged up on SK because they're like, man, I want to see leader fail. But you know what happens? Man, the hate watchers are seething because they're just sitting there and I'm like, man, these guys just don't int.
They're gonna int. I'm waiting for it. It's gonna happen. I'm still hate watching. This roster is just... It's so damn old. It's older than all of us.
Why does that matter?
But these people should be thinking about starting a family, not a new league team. Come on, this is getting
No,
ridiculous.
but okay, if you're so old, it means you must have inted so much that you know how to stop.
No?
Yes!
That's not how it works.
Listen, we can bring it down to do a couple of things. We saw the interview, but Wunder yesterday, that was vintage Wunder. And if he has that energy for Fnatic, just imagine the energy he has for G2, right?
Dude, look, and he's going up against Broken Blade on his birthday. There's a lot on the line. I gotta figure out, like, Broken Blade, is he ready for this? Because this man has been cooking. We know when BB has his creative picks, they know it, the Zac, the crazy stuff. That man is a demon, but I saw that cannon. I'm concerned.
Wunder set the records that Broken Blade is still chasing.
That is true, but also if there's one man to beat the life out of you on your birthday, it has to be Wunder, to be honest.
Okay. Let's be clear, though. Wunder played a very mediocre Ambassador game, where he looked pretty bad. And then he got the freest counter pick on a blind pick Renekton of all time, where he just abused him with cannon. He did work, yes, but I don't think Broken Blade is going to give him that. And then we're going to see Wunder blind pick something, kind of passive, and it's going to show
this guy is first time hate watcher. Like, look at him, he's scoping so hard.
But Jack, I see that you have some heart for G2, it seems like, because they could go 0-3 here, but you don't believe it.
I don't believe it. I mean, I would be shocked. I think the form we saw from Caps is just not normal. Like, yeah, see, the fans know. There's no way. G2 doesn't, I don't know if they've ever gone 0-3. I'm pretty sure they haven't.
You know what? I don't know that from the top of my head, but that sounds wrong because they had this roster that one year, and it was pretty bad. Anyway, so what do we want to see then? Because I still think, and it's always, people are going to say, you always do this for G2. You give them too much credit. And it's like, yeah, because
they win. They win a whole lot.
So I still think it would be an underdog upset from SK. What are the angles for SK?
Well, I think they're going to lose, so.
Okay, Jack, we get your hair. Look, if it's really, I'm going to be honest, it's hard to compete with these guys. Ultimately, Cap hasn't been on form. Leader's been really solid. I think the old era of Leader only plays melee champions is gone. Leader plays melee champions and Rise. He's a different player now.
Hey, played Victor as well.
I don't want to talk about the Victor game. That game did not look good. That was a roughie. Overall, bot lane is a really exciting point of contention. I don't think Hansama has been having the best split so far. It is 2 games. He's still Hansama. But I'm going to go off the form yesterday, not some ceiling that we saw last year. So right now, to me, SK are playing better as a unit overall. And look, it's not an easy matchup, to be certain, but I do think they have a very solid shot of taking that.
It's crazy that we got here after the beginning of the split, because I feel like this SK roster was so incredibly contentious in terms of, you think it's going to completely bomb out and suck, or it's going to surprise everybody. We've seen a little of both.
No, there's no middle ground.
No.
After they won yesterday, so they're the greatest team ever. Mickey X is a genius, greatest general manager of all time. If they lose today, back to the worst idea that anyone has ever had. There's no room for nuance. People want nuance, not with SK.
Mickey, my goat.
I mean, my go-to. MSI champion.
That's
Caps
Oh no, they mentioned 2019.
But it's always 2019. 2019
Yeah.
G2 even worse against 2026 G2 is the same thing.
And in the world of G2 narratives, do we value one member of 2019 G2 more or two members of 2019 G2 more? That is the struggle.
And Caps. I mean, I think Caps was kind of always the pivotal point of the team. Let's be real.
Over Wonder and Mickey, you're giving a lot of disrespect.
1 versus 2, it's a tough one for sure. But I mean, it's Caps. You know, he's kind
Just
of the
because
go.
one of them continued to win titles and have impressive international feats doesn't mean you can discount the one tournament that will bring up till we all die. 2019 MSI.
Yeah, I hope the viewers give us that. We haven't brought it up in a while, but if there's any time to bring it up, it's right now. They're thinking about
They
it.
make us sit in a meeting and
Yeah,
talk about it.
they do. About a minute to go. I need 3 hot takes.
3 hot takes.
Kings,
or I'm gonna ask
Legacy,
the-
Dynasty.
No,
No.
Or
Don't
I'm
do
gonna
bring
ask the
that up.
audience.
Okay, I will say I think leader Caps today.
Whoa,
Oh.
that's a hot take.
That's my hot take.
That's a hot take.
I didn't say he's better overall. Calm down. I said one day. It's Monday. What is it? Still Content Monday or not? Take a breath.
I think Wonder's gonna have a put up a show today again.
Yeah?
Well,
I mean, he left the league last time, and everyone was like, "Yeah, I'm so happy he left the league," and now he's back, and everyone was like, "Whoa, I'm so happy he's back." So, I'm happy.
Well, I think LeBron will get Mickey.
Hey.
Well. The question is, who's gonna gap who in the top lane? We're finding out right now. I'm gonna go to the G2 side, but Laura's standing by with the side of SK and Wonder, so you kick it off.
Was already spitting fire on stage yesterday. They were having a bit of fun a couple minutes ago, but Wonder, I want to know, do you have anything you want to tell your opposition standing in front of you right now?
Oh, I just saw their huddle and I'm shaking. Like, I don't know what I just witnessed. I've never seen this before. When I was on G2, I didn't bring that passion. Maybe it's because it's BB's birthday. Like, happy birthday, by the way. I hope you don't go 0-3 on your birthday. That would really suck. So, like, yeah, let's make it a good game. I'm a bit tired, though. It's a bit late. I don't know what happened. Like, some pauses or something. Let's not repeat that. So, yeah.
Not even wishing him a loss on his birthday?
No, I can't go. I can't sleep that low.
Very manner. What do we have here?
I think he did kind of say that he wants you to go 0-3 on your birthday. What do you have to say to him?
I mean, I agree with him. It would suck a lot if I went 0-3 on my birthday, so I can't make it happen. So I'm sorry what's going to happen to you guys today. Especially you, Mickey. Especially you, yeah. I'm looking at you.
Especially Mickey. It's time then for the battle of the greats. It's SK versus G2.
We have to tell the players to walk.
Yeah.
And you have to shout it, because Wonder's ears, with his old age,
that is true.
Going a little bit, you know? Anyway, what used to be known as El Clasico. SK versus G2 in the good old days. It was SK Fanatics. I changed it, okay? Like, look,
it's been a
Dagda, it is like, it's 10:37, which means it's officially 37 minutes past my bedtime. My cat is angry at home. I'm cranky. And it's going to be a great game. I'm going to be honest, after seeing G2 go 0-2 yesterday, I wasn't expecting a huge amount from this game. But then SK won. And so now I'm expecting a banger.
I mean, to me, it just feels like SK have got a good grasp on how they want to play in the meta, right? Like, Skeens brought out the Jason, looked relatively good in the early stages on the pick. You got the Kennen yesterday as well. Like, it feels like they kind of figured out how they want to approach things. Whereas for G2, we just haven't really quite seen that same success. So, this could be a time where SK end up just kind of sneaking one out from underneath G2 before they figured out how they want to try and approach things.
It's very true. And for SK, it would be a huge win. I think a lot of people were looking at them as a possible bottom 4. One of the teams not making it into playoffs. Of course you did. We all doubted them, man. We've all doubted them for their entire existence. But now, we're going to see if they can pick up another win here. Because if they do, that really rockets you up from those bottom 4 spots. Puts you at that wonderful 2-1 scoreline that we have so many teams currently sitting at. As we are about to get into the draft. And it looks like G2 are on the blue side and have first pick, which is something we haven't said too many times today.
It's still weird having to clarify.
Yes. I do also wonder who had right of first selection. I'm sure we'll be told that in a moment. G2 going to ban out the Malphite. On SK's side, it is going to be possibly... we'll see what ban it is. G2 had first pick and SK decided to go on red side. So G2 picked first pick, SK went red. Thank you guys. This is how we like to see it. It's the easiest way for us to remember. Poppy is the next ban.
So imagine G2 probably going to end up banning away the Jace away from Skeens, with already the focus on the Malphite, the Yunara gone as well. So it still, to me, feels like G2 high priority on like the Azir and the kind of the bog standard picks. The only one that I'm unsure on is whether they try to bait leader into taking the Rise because they're comfortable playing the Anivia in response. But we'll have to see how that one pans out since G2 do have first pick.
That they do. Yunara and Rumble, their next two bans. Mundo taken away by SK. Last time G2 went 0-3 was spring 2025. They also went 1-2 in winter 2025. So it's not too uncommon an occurrence for them. They did manage to make it into the finals in both of those splits, although they did lose those finals. So we'll see what they can manage to do with the Varus as the final ban. G2 having this first pick. Is it just going to be looking towards the mid lane? Azir, Rise still up.
Aphelios still up and available if that's your high priority as well.
Jace as well.
Jace, true.
See where G2 decide to go. As we have the happy birthday dear Broken Blade ringing out in the studio. There is going to be a Jace first pick. Very flexible. Can go in 3 different roles, usually top or jungle, mostly jungle these days, but can always be flexed into that mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm curious if you just have the Mbessa taken on the opposite side, or if you want to try and go for something like the Wukong that we've actually seen come out from Skumond on the opposite side. Again, like I think there's just so much flexibility in these drafts, and still teams trying to figure out how they want to try and approach things. But yeah, I think maybe you're feeling a little bit more comfortable here as leader to go for something like the Rise, but I still think when you have a Nivea and the potential to try and play from long range with the Jace, and the slowdowns from the Anivia, I think opting in towards the Rise early could be a mistake.
Yeah. There's so much threat on you as well, right? As you say, you could go for the Anivia, you can go Vi Taliyah, and then the Rise, who is low mobility, can get caught out pretty easily. Instead, Vi Corki here for SK, picking themselves a strong AD carry who has a huge amount of damage with the crit changes, and his passive gets all that extra damage coming out from that bot lane carry. G2 now probably looking towards their AD carry as well, thinking, how do we deal with Corki? Well, we play at range. And Ezreal does that incredibly well, as does Varus, but Varus banned out by SK earlier.
Do you end up just hard locking the support, or do you actually, just going to immediately go for the Cassante for Broken Blade? So I thought they'd actually try and go for either the support pick or the mid lane pick here, so maybe just take something like an Orianna, something that's a little bit more safe in that mid lane, and you can be fine, or opt in towards, as you're saying, the Taliyah or the Rise yourself. But neither side actually opting in towards the mid lane pool here, it looks like. Because SK could have gone for the Rise, banned away Nivea, banned away Orianna, things are in the Cassiopeia, things are a little bit of a pain, but much more focus on towards that top lane matchup.
And it's going to be the Ambessa for Wonder, answering into that Cassante for Broken Blade. Something we saw him on a ton last year was this Cassante. Very good at just being that meat shield on the front line whenever his team needs it. Wouldn't be surprised if SK decide to pick their mid laner last, give like strong counter pick over to a leader if he does want to go for one of those melee carries, although obviously we have seen him play the Victor and the Rise so far, so it seems to be moving more towards those mages.
It is interesting to see though, because traditionally when we've seen Mbessa and Vi together, there has been something like an Ezreal that provides the true shot barrage over the top to kind of help with that DPS for whatever that backline that's been locked down is. But in this sort of situation, having the Corki, and unless you want to play something like Wei in the mid lane, it feels like there's very few mid lane champions that can kind of provide that extra DPS from afar. So in this sort of situation, I think it becomes a little bit easier for an Ezreal to survive that big threat. And if Caps does end up opting to something, say, a little bit beefier in that mid lane, your target selection for SK isn't just as clear-cut, it feels like, with this Vi and Mbessa.
There's so much range on G2's side, as you say. Like, Jace can stand an absolute light year away. I mean, something like a Xerath is like, he has some good range, but you really don't want to be picking Xerath in the current meta. Azir Rise taken away by SK. Nico removed by G2 to try and negate some of Mickey's playmaking capabilities. I mean, Mickey could always look towards a Bard of his own if he does want to try and find those long-range catches.
There's also the potential to put the Corki mid. You take Kennen. Actually, no, with the Mbessa, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, the
I was going to say,
kind
yeah. Because you could go Corki mid and then go for Kaisa in that bottom lane. She does well into the Ezreal and has the opportunity to then shotgun herself into the backline to actually set up for some of these kills. So I think maybe that is actually your best bet here. And Kai'Sa has at least some AP damage in the mix to try and help out there.
We need to err on the side of that magic damage build if you are going to do that. Look for the Ginsus and Nashers if you want the extra attack speed from it. But for now, SK likely to look towards their support. Does mean you have to blind it. You could blind mid, but either way, you are giving either Labrov or Caps a good counter pick. I like the Bard. We talked about it a little bit in terms of getting that Tempered Fate from long range to get some of the lockdown for the follow-up. And there it is, Mickey's Bard locked in.
It also denies kind of a lot of the opportunities you'd like to, because Ezreal obviously doesn't really want an Enchanter in a lot of situations beside her, so you want to opt in towards things like the Rel, the Alistair, and Bard can do pretty well into a lot of those things. It also means that whoever is Skewmon, who's piloting this Jace, more than likely is going to be under a lot of threat from the Bard now and an Orianna, so you now have the tools or the target selections you want on SK side with the way G2 have rented at the draft. And what does LeBron go for? Is it just Rel duty Nautilus? Yeah,
something with a bit of engage, something that can stand in front of your team and just eat up some of those Corki barrages, some of those missiles. And Nautilus kind of fits that bill. Also gives you, follow-up CC, Shockwave, Depth Charge. You have enough to get your Cassante in there whenever you need. And the hope is the poke from the Ezreal and the Jace whittle the opponents down quickly enough that you can then follow up effectively. Where is Leader gonna go?
I wouldn't hate his Ziggs in this situation either, but I don't know if Yappa feels comfortable playing this. If you wanted to ship the
Ziggs bot?
Yeah, Corki mid, but
okay. Scaling mid. Shouldn't be under too much threat from the Orianna, although with the clock wind up early, you don't want to be trading. So we'll see how effective Leader can be at getting those stacks up and moving around the map. Does have some range and has, we talked about follow-up on the Vi engage, definitely has that as well with the Astral Flight.
Yeah, and even the ultimate itself, right? That massive AoE once you do have Disguise Descent. So I like how SK have kind of like taken the dive and still have a lot of tools that can support it. And a lot of threat and setup thanks to Mickey on the Bard. On G2 side, it is a case of try and hunker down and hold back the defenses, because you've got two jungle and a mid who are very vulnerable to some of this engage, and it'll be on Broken Blade to try and see if you can keep this onslaught off of his two carries.
Yeah, it just needs to be that meat shield on the front line. Really has to try and distract the enemy team. The risks for G2, low mobility in the mid lane, a Tempered Fate. If that Orianna's flash gets burned early, she is in for a world of hurts. And as we heard on the analyst desk, the analyst sofa area, I guess, Caps hasn't been performing to the expectations. And we had this a little bit last year, but I think this is a bit more of an egregious example. Teleporting to a minion in the mid lane, not having as much impact on the Anivia as he would like. As we get into the game, G2 versus G1.5, SK, for the final game of week 1 of LEC Versus.
Teleport opted into for Yop in the bottom side of the map, so wanting to see if he can get those push and look for the early resets. Probably imagining, honestly, that Ezreal was going to go for a TP here, but Leader... Oh, he's got people on all sides.
Yeah, needs to be careful. Let's try and get out of here. Dretchline, dodges to the side of it, but is going to be forced away. Does have the teleport, so can get back into this lane if he needs to use it with full HP.
Not exactly how you would have liked to start off the lane. Cap's going to look to try and interrupt as well. Will he take a tower shot for it? No. But the TP being burnt this early, and you're going to lose out in the first few creeps as well. Not the best starts for Leader here.
Yeah, he's going to lose a couple of those first minions, as you say. Labrov and Hans Summer a little bit late to the lane, but able to get there with all 6 minions of that first wave surviving. So Leader in a little bit of a tricky spot, but with the Breath of Light should be able to farm himself up, trying to trade aggressively onto Caps here. Needs to get those charges off and does manage to do so. But now down to about 150 HP.
But Caps now is in a position where he can just look for the reset off the TP, right, and still keep up this pressure. So the aggressive trades, although they somewhat work out for Leader, not exactly going to work out in the long run.
Everyone on the bot lane. Labrov hitting level 2 first, goes in with the hook. Mickey, Cosmic Binding, gets the slow phosphorus bomb for the follow-up, and Labrov definitely on the wrong side of that trade. Down to about 200 HP or so. Mickey and Yop are still very healthy. Leader once again backing in the mid lane. Doesn't have that teleport. It's a cannon wave, but even with the home guards is going to lose a bunch here.
Yeah, this is a huge start for Caps. And a good call for him to just keep up the bullying when it came towards the mid lane, knowing that he would have had the XP advantage off of the leader missing the first few creeps, plus this TP advantage, and honestly just run back again. So it's going to be now on SK to try and fix some of the issues here in this mid lane, see if they can burn a summoner spell on Caps and maybe buy some space for leader.
Wonder here trying to get this wave crashed in. Broken Blade a little bit behind in terms of CS, but there are a few minions there for him to pick up. Does lose one, dashes forward. Let's see if he can catch out the previous G2 top. LeBron going in here, gets the staggering blows down. Good arcane shift from Hans for a little bit more damage. They did have to invest the heal, but was used on the other side as well as Mickey down a couple of those Caretaker Shrine. Caps just going to chase leader down here. Who's trying to build up those stacks, will be slowed on the Astral Flight almost. Goes down. If you're using that breath of light as you're flying away, you do fly slower.
But Caps has been relentless. It was level 2 to level 4, and Caps is saying, what the hell are you doing in my lane? Just walks at him, using the command dissonance to get that speed up and using the auto attacks. And now Skeens, you can see, trying to see if he can wrap around in towards this mid lane. But Lavrov in a decent spot here to just cover the mid lane pressure.
On his way across as well. I have to remember, like, Caps made his name in the EU Challenger Series on Aurelion Sol. He was the guy picking up quadra kills on this. He was the guy having those montage plays, so he knows exactly what this pick's all about, knows exactly how to really punish it in the lane, and has been doing exactly that. 400 gold ahead, 500 now, as he does pick up another plate. And Leader will be able to get a couple of these minions for himself. Broken Blade looking for a little bit of a proxy, as he kind of knows Skeens on the bottom side. Will be able to catch this wave. And forces Wonder to farm underneath this tower.
Skeens is going to have to make some magic happen, because just off that mid lane, things are not going to look good. And I think you can rely as SK on Yoppa, especially as he hits Triforce, to kind of be that mid game. But Leader really needs some help. So for Skeens, it's, hey, can we try and make any sort of play mid? And you just look at the minimap. It's just this rotating. Oh no!
You want accelerated shock blast. Leader does still have the flash. Caps almost taking him down. But once again, Leader, it's Caretaker Shrines, it's low HP, it's everyone trying to cover for it.
But it's Caretaker G2. You just get this rotating door of, oh, it's Labrov's turning mid, okay, he leaves, now it's Skumon's turning mid. They just want to make sure Caps can keep this up, and there is no interaction. It's actually really well orchestrated by G2 to defend the advantage that they have here.
And Leader now at the point where he puts down that singularity, tries to clear out the way, going in with the Astral Flight as they flash on the Caps! You just can't save him enough. Mickey and Skeens come in. A 3v1 in the end. Mickey not even picking up the assist, but SK on the board first, and immediately G2 are like, okay, well, Mickey's not here. We have to go in onto Yoppa.
Yeah, Yoppa taking a bit of a step too far up there, position so Labrov could get the hook from the bush, but still, huge kill in the mid lane. The fact it went to Leader as well, closing that gold lead, getting a good timing reset here as well for a Leader. He desperately needed that help.
Caps will get back into the lane, but the gold swings slightly in Leader's favor. Hans Summer looking for the plate down here, didn't get that extra auto attack in that he needed to secure it. And if you haven't been watching the EU LCS or the LEC for that long, you might wonder as Labrov lands the hook onto Yoppa, forces him low, Mystic shot hits. The Cosmic Binding a little bit too late there for Mickey. It's G2 get on the board in this game. Caps looking for a chase here, does have the shockwave. Level 6 already hit. Broken Blade looking for Wonder off towards the top side. Astral Flight away from Leader in the mid lane, gets him to safety. Wonder now has 6 of his own. Broken Blade did go all out. We'll just use that to clear out the wave now. Meanwhile, Skumond is on the Drake, and doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a contest from SK.
Caps using the shockwave in the mid to get the damage that he needed, and with Yoppa back in base, they're going to back away. Mickey, lucky that he hit the sidestep. High support incoming.
Yeah, but Skumond should just be able to walk his way out of this one. Does do so. So in the end, much ado about nothing as the Drake is secured. Mickey goes in with the magical journey, trying to catch out his former mid laner. Can't quite connect.
So though, it's kind of G2 playing off of good advantages. I mean, Labrov has been on point, but getting his hooks onto Yoppa, getting the dragon off the back of it. And now you got Hansama that's in a decent spot. Getting up towards that Triforce is going to be crucial to just having that same pressure when you get in towards this mid game. And I think as G2, you're relatively happy with the way this early game has gone.
Yeah, you definitely are. You can see both the supports really want to try and get into some of these skirmishes and these battles with the double refillable. One on either side means that You don't want to be buying all the health potions, but you know you're probably going to need that little top-up from time to time. Lebrov looking for Leader here, who has no flash. Mickey trying to block the hook, but just short of hitting Leader anyway. So Mickey just trades a few auto attacks onto Lebrov.
Yeah. This is the most I've seen supports in the mid lane this entire split. So probably relatively happy that there's none of that nonsense with the supports debuffing your lane anymore.
Oh, yes. Lane swap detected.
Yeah.
Please leave the area.
Oh, Leader.
Yeah, it's not great for Leader. Flash Shockwave pulls him back and Caps finds it. We'll call it a solo kill, but there was a lot of assistance from Lebrov and Skumon to make sure that one happens.
He did it by himself like a trust fund baby. It's paying dividends again. Like, so Caps is now going to be in a really strong spot. He's opting in towards a more aggressive build as well. It seems like hasn't gone for the tier.
Yeah.
So going to be doing a lot of damage. You've got at least decent-ish setup for a lot of these fights as well, because you want Wunder and Skeens and everyone kind of jumping in onto the back line. So you're almost guaranteed to be hitting 2 people with a Shockwave as well. And also just the fact that you're accelerated towards items like Zhonya's Hourglass, or at least don't feel as punished for opting in towards the Zhonya's Hourglass, is going to be really nice for Caps in this sort of match.
Definitely is. G2 with that 1,000 gold lead. Skeens has started up the grubs. I think this might be a take one and done sort of situation for him. Depends if Skeens decides to contest. With Mickey across and knowing that the Brob is on the bot side, seems like Skeens decides maybe 2 is the way to go. Brookblade is moving down from top, but in the end, G2 aren't actually going to contest. So with the smite for the 3rd, Skeens secures the neutral objective for SK.
So though, with Mickey moving this much, Yappa has definitely taken a hit. Obviously, the kill has lost him a little bit of that CS, but consistently not being able to contest, and the wave has let Hansama push in a lot. And I think at this stage, SK, it's kind of like, well, we're losing mid, we're also now losing bot. Wunder isn't really getting any sort of advantage on the top side, and they keep trying to put out fires, I think, rather than trying to create one in G2 side. And this is where G2 are pretty happy. Like, this sort of composition where Skumon is getting to farm up, he can look to poke from afar as this game goes on, and you just kind of get to play around these choke points with things like the Shockwave is going to work out great for G2.
Yeah, G2 really want to get to 2-3 items. And if they can get there even or slightly ahead, as they are at the moment, as the cease and desist comes in, Lebrov looking for the hook. Temper Fate not going to be used as of yet, as Mickey's yet to hit the 6, but there's the Shockwave, and you talked about it, Dagda. They all go into the meat grinder. They're cut to ribbons by G2. It's 3 on the play, 5 and 1 now for G2.
There was nothing there for SK, and honestly, that felt like the Hail Mary play. They could see the way that this game was going and threw everything that they could. And G2, glove in hand, caught it handily, and they're going to go right home about that.
Huge advantages now for G2. We'll have another look at this. Skeens is like, oh, we can catch, let's go in, but they just don't know Lebrov's there.
But it's also, as you say, the interrupt from Lebrov is perfect. Gets on towards Leader, denies any sort of follow-up. The ult from Leader doesn't even really connect on the key targets because Skeen has the flash. And then Caps, so much damage. 6 stacks now on that Dark Seal that he picked up earlier. Caps kind of shown Leader what in the LEC.
Definitely had some help from his teammates to do it, but sometimes that's what you need, just a little bit of a springboard to bounce off. Caps now 1.2k ahead. They go back and complete that first side, and Broken Blade and Wonder like, okay guys, you keep fighting on the other sides of the map. We'll just be up here. 4 CS difference. Well, 3 CS, 1 CS difference between us. That's fine.
Wait.
0 CS difference between us. We'll just keep bashing our heads into each other, seeing perhaps if later on we can influence the play, because bot side and mid definitely going in G2's favor. There's a shock blast onto Leader, takes away almost half of his HP.
And now they're just going to continue to put that pressure bot, because there is a wave that's stacking on that bottom side, but being able to deny the turret taking ability, huge and flash needed by desperately Leader there.
Well, at that point, Balefire grasp enough from Caps to just force Leader away. Because of this, the Dre.
Oh no! He was already dead! You don't need to keep kicking him!
True Shot Barrage out of this world, taking down an Astro Dragon. And G2 take down the Drake as well. They've done it 5 times this game. 2 to neutrals, 3 to Leader. And for SK, really, you're looking at how do we get back in, because Skeens now caught, Caps is there again. Skumon claims it from Absolute Narnia. They'll take the blue away. Caps will take it for himself as well.
I think we're finding out in this game who has the later bedtimes. That's what I think we're discovering. And the problem is, a lot of the old men are on SK.
Yes.
Earlier bedtimes. They can't stay up past that.
It's true, man.
So
it's true.
It has him, yeah, it's a bedtime death.
I wonder is a WoW player though, so he probably never goes to bed. It's a great flash. Cosmic binding from Mickey, trying to revitalize his team as they look for Han Summer, but a good dredge line from LeBron will catch onto Yopper and force Mickey and Yopper away. Depth charge onto Mickey, attempt for bait, still the shot blast lands. Mystic shot does not, and LeBron in the end will claim the kill. 8-1 now G2.
Silver lining that kill goes across to LeBron in the end. Mickey tried everything to escape. But Caps, what's happening here?
Decent assist into the falling star, into the sun, into the flash, into the shockwave. No way! He gets out the ball breaker flash from Skeens. Will find a true shot barrage going wide there. As Skeens on the chase, Vi will fall to the Jace. Didn't see that in an episode of Arcane as Wonder has to flash away towards the top side.
Still though, Skewen is hovering around this mid. The accelerated shock blast up leader. Don't please don't die to us.
Oh, yay!
Object permanence is a problem
It's tough,
in
man.
this game.
It's tough, okay? Yeah, so Leader has been bullied, as has Skeens. G2 are 5,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes. And now Wonder.
He's going to die to the accelerated shock blast.
It's 300 HP, it's not enough. He can put that shield up. He might die to the second one. Wonder going in. Broken Blade low mana here. TP is coming out as Wonder gets another shield. G2 double TPs, in fact. Now LeBron's like, okay, we can go on Mickey. Lands the dredge line, hook line, and sinker, it seems. Cosmic Binder coming out, but Hunt flashes over afterwards and hits the Mystic shot. Yopper not blocking for his support.
Kind of needed to tank one of those Mystic shots, but you know what? He wanted to keep the KDA looking a little bit nice and trim compared to his teammates in this one.
So, hey guys, you collectively have died 10 times, and I've only died once. So who is the real me? Yeah, you know, it's Mickey's fault. Mickey's fault.
Mickey, please come back. Mickey, please come back. Because they're setting up for a dive, and I don't think Yopper's going to have a fun time once Caps gets here.
Yeah, it's a little bit on fire for SK. But importantly, they did beat Fnatic.
That is true. That is true.
So, you know, you take what you can get. You take what you can get. Usually at this point in the game, we start being like, oh, how do SK get back? How do SK get back? That sort of thing. They basically...
I mean, they could probably get attacks here.
True. True, yeah, actually. The funny thing is, Caps is 2.3k gold ahead and doesn't have a bounty. Now, if they kill Skewmont, that is an extra 600 gold, which would be really nice. But even then, even at that point, you are turtling for days. Call yourself Master Oogway with how much turtling you need to do to get back in this game. Wonder able to dodge away, knocked back by Skewmon. Surviving once again, something Wonder has done well throughout the entirety of his career is surviving pressure.
Yeah. The only person to have not died yet. I don't know how long that's going to last.
Yeah.
But we will see.
Hey, knowing Wonder, you made that a game, man. So how long can I survive in this game without dying? As G2 setting up around the Rift Hold, should be able to take that. Crystalline Overgrowth on the tower towards the top side means that Broken Blade will get himself a little bit of a birthday gift. An extra couple of 100 gold in his back pockets. Meanwhile, Yopper just trying to farm up towards, down towards this bottom side. And yeah, you're looking for second item on most of your players, first item on your mid laner. If you are SK, LeBron and Han Summer sneaking around here. Can't really find anything for now.
So I'm trying to remember what build paths are, because what is Lost Chapter and Giants build out of?
Well,
is he just opting into Ryleys instead? Is he
no, Ryleys is Blasting Wand.
But Ryleys is still
you think Lost Chapter, Giants Belt? Yeah, maybe.
No, I mean just Giants Belt.
I get you, yeah. Another kill happened.
Yeah.
Skeens died again. Mickey is going to follow suit. Oh, Skeen got baited! Mickey so happy, he's smiling ear to ear right now. Great bait, mate, as Skewmon picks up a triple to round it off. Cab survives. Yeah, I'm not sure where Leader's going. I don't know mid lane builds as well as I know support builds. If it were a Kindle gem, Rob, we'd be all over that bad boy.
Oh, stop. We'd be so ready. But yeah, I don't actually know. I don't think anything builds out of Lost Chapter in Giants.
Yeah, nor do I. Oh, Public Execution going down onto Caps, who did TP up to this top side, chose the battle. Our leaders here. Caps with a stopwatch. Broken Blade trying to defend. The skies descend and Caps almost survives. Broken Blade now turns his attention to the Galaxy Dragon. Attempt with Fate will buy a second. TP coming in as well from Yoppo as G2 might have to run away. It's a 5v2 now. As SK have all but abandoned their bottom side. And we'll be giving up a tier 2 for this with the push.
Yeah, I think we're about to have the fastest game in the split. I'm not gonna. This is.
Hey, it's possible. Like, maybe. We're 17 minutes in. It's a 9,000 gold lead for G2. They have 3 Drakes in 4 minutes. They might have a 4th with the Soul. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lost Chapter and Giant's Belt don't build into anything collectively. You can go Lost Chapter for the mana regen in lane and then go towards the Rylai's. Maybe he was like, guys, I'm dying on repeat. Let me just get some health. But yeah, there's the blasting one. So most likely Rylai's. We'll see if he even gets there. I'm going to be honest. G2 seem to have come out swinging, unwilling to go 0-3 this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they saw it was BB's birthday and we're like, do you know what? The gloves are off. We're going all out.
Here's
this one.
Here's your gift, BB. You will not be involved in a single play, but we will win the game.
And the monkey paw curled. BB was like, for my birthday, can we please win?
Yeah. He's playing the most PvE game I've seen in a while. Yoppa trying to get away from this. Doesn't have the flash. The shockwave not enough damage. Guardian, true shot, Caps. Gets it in the end. BB now coming across. Will it be his first kill or assist? Tempered Fate, it won't. Mickey escapes his clutches. As the tower in the top lane, the new target for G2. In the mid lane, Hans Sommer dealing handily with Wonder, who is looking for a flank position. And Skumont stealing away more of the jungle. Almost a flame horizon in the jungle now.
Does Caps kill leader here?
Without Shockwave, I think it's trickier. Does have Zhonya's. Oh,
does leader kill Caps?
We will see. Here
There's
we
no
go.
way.
They defrosted him today. Skeens in with cease and desist. Public execution for the follow-up. Falling Star out as well. Shockwave, stopwatch. Skeens able to escape. And Caps does fall, but it's Wonder that gets the kill. Broken Blade looking for a little bit more. Can't find any of it. Because as we have previously noted, today he is not allowed to participate in kills, deaths, or assists.
At least there's something back for SK in that one. They managed to get a kill, but it is still a 10k gold lead at 19 minutes.
Yeah, and Caps didn't have a shutdown.
Yeah.
So, Skumond is pretty fed. Edge of Night, Cyrilda's Yunu's complete before the enemy mid laner has a single item. And for SK, like, this is collapsed, right? This is not, a poor early game has led to absolute disaster.
Yeah.
And at this point you're like, okay, maybe we can find a way back in the game, but you're writing this one off already, pretty much.
Yeah, you're kind of just hoping for a miracle, like G2 gets sloppy and you can kind of use Wonder and Skeens to continue to get these picks, but outside of that, I just don't really see a world, so kind of just have a bit of fun with it, you know?
Yeah, you might as well. Enjoy yourself. Leader, is it the first item?
Sorry, that sounded very...
Oh, he got double!
And both!
Rylai's Bellfire, let's go. Huge.
Bellfire?
Huge. Bellfire Grasp.
Blackfire
Blackfire
Torch.
Torch. Do I keep calling it Bellfire Grasp for some reason today? It's
don't know.
Blackfire Torch, yeah. What is going on with my brain?
Look, it's late. It's
What's the grasp item? There used to be a grasp item. Deathfire Grasp. That's where it's coming from.
Wow.
Yeah, that is, oh man.
I was like, that's been gone since like season...
Yeah. Apparently,
3, 4?
past 11, my brain just shuts down. So, apologies for that.
I missed Deathfire Grass. Well, not as a professional analyst for League of Legends, no.
Bring it back.
As just someone who likes dumb shit, that's where I want. That's what I like.
Oh, Schemes looking for LeBron. Dredgeline's not going to hit. There's a singularity down. LeBron flashes over the wall. Astral Flight from Leader immediately cancelled. He didn't want to go any deeper than that. Drake up in 50 seconds time would be Soul.
Come on, BB, you can get an assist. Get in there.
That poor guy. Oh.
See? He could have got one.
Oh.
See? He could have got one.
So close. So that's going to be Mountain Soul for G2.
Yeah, I feel like BB is like the brother that has the player 2 controller that's not plugged in right now. Because everyone else gets to play the game from like a screen away, and he's just Cassante.
I'm helping, guys. I'm helping, guys. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, BB.
Good job, buddy. Yeah, and we'll get you some cake later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. So kind of you. But by the time they get home, it'll be tomorrow. It's no longer his birthday, so he doesn't get the cake.
Don't tell him that.
Sorry, man. Ooh, Wonder. Time tower shot. Tanks another one. And a third. And a fourth. BB. Oh, he's looking. Oh, he missed. Oh, he gets the Pathmaker. Pathmaker execution.
Okay, Wonder, you have to escape.
Wonder, you gotta get out. He flashes. Get out, Wonder. Come on. No,
wait.
TP. No. BB's on the board. And they got sold, by the way.
No, that's less important.
It's like 3 of their team are chasing Wonder, and then just Skew on by himself is doing. Oh my goodness gracious me! Yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure. Oh, we're past the watershed. Actually, we can broadcast that. It's fine.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. That's still legal. G2 have SK's kills squared, and
this is squared away nicely.
It is squared away nicely, Rob. Good one.
Thank you.
Good one. Baron is up. G2 could just rush it. Let's have another look at this. So, BB hits the Pathmaker.
This is the only time I'm going to get to use this. I think if you just go here, you're good.
Yeah,
I think you're
agree.
fine. There is no reason to do this. This was Wonder's birthday present to BB.
If he had got the TP off, Giga Chat. Truly top tier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did.
He did. It's very true, man. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. It's an 11,000 gold lead, 23 minutes in. It could still be the quickest game. I think I was at 25:40-ish, if I remember from earlier today.
Yeah, we can get production too.
Yeah, someone would. I mean, they're like, I would not blame them for being a little bit asleep right now. Would not blame
Whatever
them.
do you mean?
G2 going to start up the Baron, and SK don't really have a way to approach this.
I do feel like I kind of cursed this, because I've been saying all day this was the game that I was looking forward to the most.
You told me this was a banger.
Yeah. I didn't realize it was just like putting your hands on the door and then banging the door.
Cracked knuckles all over the shop. As G2 secure the Baron, and are playing impressively with their lead. Like, we joke and we meme because they've been so far ahead for so long, as LeBron finds another, but he's been finding a ton of them. True shot barrage coming out from Hansama just to make sure they get the kill. G2 have played really well with this lead, but it has been so done for so long that all you can do is chuckle a smidge. Chuckle a tad.
It was on the 4th leader reset. I realized this game was over.
Pretty donezo.
So I think it was about 2.5 minutes into the game. You know, because we're at the faster speeds.
Yes. G2 pushing in for the Nexus. Broken Blade pushing in the top lane. I think it's just G2 looking for the wave clear more than anything. I expect them to actually move up towards top side.
I think they end the game.
BB. You think they just end the game here? They're all caught in the singularity. They don't have minions. Tempered Fate coming out. Cosmic Binding just a smidge too early there from Mickey. As now G2 push in, Mickey flashing away, cease and desist going in, there's the falling star schemes. The first of all though is G2 disengaged pretty well, and Hansama gets the double. He's looking for a little bit more as Mickey tries to run for the hills. Cosmic Bind is going to land, missing shot going wide. BB doesn't die on his birthday. And now G2 will continue to push in. SK, no real way for them to defend at all. The Nexus Tower's full, the flash in from Revolve for another. Mickey sent to the dirt for the 5th time this game. And they'll chase onto the fountain, because why ever not? A double for Hans, surrounded out an unofficial quadra. The Nexus goes down in 25-30 with a 17,000 gold lead.
You know what? I don't have any official capacity to say this, but this is definitely going to be the biggest top we have all year. That was absurd. That was absolutely insane.
What a way to round out week 1.
They don't even look